降らないぜ Yes マンになりそびれた
This is all one YouTube channel, chat member. This is not multiple channels in that title. This is all one guy. Enjoy!
Justice will break in the law, break in the world, 壊せ気づけてんだね will break in the loop 六法全書で縛れない波乱分子さ振り上げた握り拳が俺たちのジャッジメント愛さえも知らない不良品の野良犬さだけど血や金じゃ餌付けはできないぜ
No, we are not playing Yakuza. We are graced with someone's amazing opinions about Yakuza and Star Wars and Aquaman being a based Republican movie. It's great. It's great.
傷ついて全て失っちまっても染まっちゃならねえそれこそが Justice Justice will break in the law break in the world 壊せ気づけてんだね will break in the loop 俺ら遺産にはなつかない波乱分子さ振り上げろ握り拳を俺たちはそうさ俺たちがジャッジメントジャッジメント
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. I was gonna do this one yesterday. Actually, I think I was gonna do it a few days ago. But yesterday I wound up playing some games, and then I got kind of tired. So today we're doing it now. We might go for a little while. We might do more than just this channel, but this is mainly gonna be one channel that we're looking at. And I'm just gonna say right now, we aren't entirely sure. I'm fairly convinced. I'm fairly convinced that this guy is legitimate and not a joke. But I would like to try to proceed throughout the stream without having to constantly be like, well, you know, if this is real, because that just gets annoying for me and for you. So yeah, we're gonna proceed. We're gonna believe that Santa Claus is real. I think I described this guy in yesterday's stream as essentially what the right wants you to, or what the left wants you to think that every like Star Wars fan on the internet is like. He doesn't seem to like the gays very much. He doesn't seem to like circumcision, something New World Order. It's very exciting. This guy's name on YouTube is oh god, oh thank god the videos haven't been taken down. I've had that happen before. I've had that happen where I'm like about to do a stream and I go to someone's channel and they're just all gone. But it has been now a year since his last video. I think a few days ago when we first looked at this channel, it was the last video on most recently uploaded video was from like 11 months ago. So now I think we're officially past the year mark, and he hasn't had a video in a year. He had like 5 or 6 in the last year. Maybe something happened to him. This is the guy. He's called Remarkable Republican, and he's a very good channel. As you can see, I mean, we have the last video here was about Cobra Kai, which maybe he likes that and doesn't think it's gay, but Yakuza 4, Sega's 4 degenerate heroes. Yakuza 3, Sega's homosexual agenda revealed. And then, you know, and then amidst Yakuza, this is what makes me think he might be legit, is that we also have, like, Yellowstone, the real Area 51 revealed. American Vikings, like stuff that you wouldn't really clickbait people with, you know? Like, I don't care about this. Solving the Chris Benoit murder mystery. But then Yakuza Kiwami 2, The Further Gay Adventures of Goro Majima. And, you know, you have Goro Majima, Apex Homosexual, down here. Which, I mean, these are his most popular videos, the ones about Yakuza. So one could say maybe he's milking it, he's trying to, like, push something. But you go back further, and, I mean, you're seeing a lot of good names here, I'm sure. There's My Little Pony, Corrupting American Females. There's, of course, Sheev Palpatine, Intergalactic Bull Queer. There's The Evils of Circumcision, a New World Order plot exposed, and then we have, like, a bunch of videos about privatizing the military, right? Like, that's boring. Who wants to watch that? But we have this video about a degenerate, person. We have a conservative masterpiece in Aquaman. And then we have top 10 SNES games with Donkey Kong Country 2, which, you know, I mean, well, stopped clock is right twice a day. We're gonna begin. I don't want to begin right away with Yakuza, because I want to begin with one that we didn't watch the other night, which was actually this one. We kept looking at these titles and, like, noticing how funny this one was. But we didn't watch this one, so I gotta see what's going on. This is gonna be a new one for us, Chad. I don't know what's gonna happen in this one. This might be a terrible first impression, or it might be hilarious, but with a title like this, I mean, I'm just saying, we got pretty high odds that it'll be funny.
Greetings, YouTube. Remarkable Republican here once again to bring you the truth with truth-flavored bias. My initial plan was to watch episode 9 early and then do a full review of that movie, but since I was late to see the movie and everyone else has already posted their reviews, I figured I'll continue to think about what the movie meant and then have a full review later. Until then, however, I thought that it would be more productive.
Notice it says intergalactic. I mean, come on now.
To talk about Sheev Palpatine.
I always love when it's such a prominent typo. I mean, it's one thing, it's petty a little bit when it's, like, a very in passing, but, like, how much of this video is gonna be... Yeah, we got the first full first minute of this video has just a typo on the word intergalactic. That's pretty good.
The character whose arc has now been fully completed. He is a character who was at the center of the Skywalker saga from episode 1 all the way through to episode 9. If we view his performance as a whole, it is impossible to come to any other conclusion but that Sheev Palpatine was in fact the intergalactic bullqueer of the unnamed galaxy that Star Wars takes place in.
We have no other conclusion.
So, before we go any further, let's define our terms. What is a bullqueer?
Please do.
The term bullqueer came from the movie Shawshank Redemption.
I see.
The term means a gay man who forces himself on others. And while the bull part of bullqueer would seem to imply that a bullqueer must always employ force, that's not necessarily the case. Now, force is certainly one of the tactics that a bullqueer can employ. However, bullqueers can use the entire...
Does he really behave as a bull queer in all 9 films? I'm willing to give you maybe the prequels. I mean, I don't know what your terms are necessarily. I'm still needing to be convinced, but, like, you know, he's really not around that much in, like, I don't know, like The Force Awakens. He's not there very much in that. He's not really there very much in the first movie. either. But you know, his presence is felt, I suppose. The bull queer shadow looms large.
A range of homosexual tactics. And the reason why the term comes from the movie Shawshank Redemption is because it's set in a prison, and that is where bull queers are most common. However, Sheev Palpatine was bull queer over an entire galaxy. We could even think of the entire galaxy as a kind of prison.
You could have just called this video Intergalactic HNIC, and it would have been basically the same video.
If we're going to stretch this metaphor to its natural conclusion. Sheev Palpatine is a bull queer in both a literal and a metaphorical
homosexual
sense.
Tactics, yes.
And he behaves that way in all 9 films. Sometimes he's more explicitly bull queerish than others, depending on his relative strength at the time. Palpatine also employs much more traditional homosexual tactics at various points in the films, and he also engages in ruses that rely upon manipulation and deceit, something that is very common among homosexuals.
Does this guy, I mean, are we going under the assumption that gay people are like some sort of yokai that skulks in the shadows and like like a little trickster? Is that what his view is? Because that's the French, not gay people.
Well, years ago I made a video about Tywin Lannister, the apex homosexual of the Game of Thrones universe. The difference between a bull queer like Palpatine and an apex homosexual is that a bull queer is explicitly in charge and has all of the power, whereas an apex homosexual is someone who never emerges from behind the scenes, but still basically controls things. It's a distinction.
We need to watch this guy on, like, extra speed.
And I think it makes a real difference. However, they are quite related. And of course, Palpatine is a great deal more powerful than Tywin Lannister, not just because he has lasers and force. So he personally risks...
Phantom Menace. Palpatine orchestrates a crisis without risking anything. His apprentice and his home planet suffer while he gains. Oh, implied okay. Well, what does that have... I mean... I understand how somebody like this might make the third point make sense, but what about those first two? I don't understand.
Let us begin at the beginning of the Sheev Palpatine story.
Right.
When we meet Sheev Palpatine in Phantom Menace, he is a senator from Naboo. He wants to rise to supreme power in the Senate, but he is not the senior senator. He decides to orchestrate a crisis without risking anything, something that will make him look good and give him an opportunity to shine, since he is, of course, able to resolve the crisis anytime he wants, since he caused it in the first place. He personally risked nothing in doing this, and that is something that is a homosexual trait, requiring others to bear the brunt while you yourself do nothing. His apprentice, Darth Maul, ends up paying for Palpatine.
Of course, you know, that's one of their class traits, I guess. You know, plus to fashion sense, minus to, I don't know, ability to tolerate a strip club. And also the ability to orchestrate things without taking personal... I mean, that just sounds smart, frankly. That just sounds, like, crafty. I don't know. But, you know, sure, go on.
Palpatine's rise with his life.
Sure.
And his home planet Naboo suffers an invasion and blockade from the Trade Federation. The person who gains is the brave Senator Palpatine, who struggles against this and rails against the ineffectiveness of...
Well, yeah, no, I mean, the first two make sense in terms of what Palpatine did in the movies, sure. Yeah, I mean, those are all... That's just basically explaining what he did in the movies, but I guess he's trying to tie it into, like, well, he did this, and therefore he's gay. And he did this, and therefore he's gay. And I was just a little confused about that, I guess. What's the next slide? Attack of the Clones, he served as the Supreme Chancellor, right? Attended the opera. Well, there you go. Attendants who had goat heads, a sign of horniness. Well, that is Baphomet or something. That makes sense.
Sheev Palpatine has served as Supreme Chancellor throughout that entire period. That was apparently highly unusual for the Galactic Senate. Any kind of representative government...
And I can't wait to see what the final... What he has to say about Jar Jar and why that makes him gay.
...has to have a sharing of power and things like term limits to really work. However, Palpatine was in office that entire time, and I imagine people had to start asking themselves why he was allowed to hold power that long. During this time, Palpatine often attended the opera.
Wait, what does that have to do with him being gay, though? Or bull queer, or whatever?
Goat heads in Norse mythology are a sign of horniness, and this is something that shows that Palpatine most likely was having orgies with these goat men after attending the opera.
Whenever somebody comes along and just rattles off something about Norse mythology, you gotta always wonder a little bit, especially when it's someone like this. You know, you always gotta wonder a little bit. It's like the people that I'm not a a bad guy. I'm just an Odinist. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just an Odinist. I just believe in, strongly in the Norse, and then it's a slippery slope. When you start, when that's your first thing, well, in Norse mythology, I mean, there's, I'm just saying, man, when it's a channel like this, it's I don't know.
Opera itself is a little bit on the gay side.
It's funny.
And being attended by goat men is very gay as well. Palpatine
Right,
continued to demonstrate a strong and unnatural interest in
a lot of this is like, you just have to be like, right, yeah, obviously, that's gay, sure.
He then is voted more powers, emergency powers, due to a proposal by Jar Jar Binks, who has no idea what he's doing. Palpatine is effectively mocking Jar Jar Binks by allowing his fellow Naboo resident to vote him these powers that he will then use to most likely kill Jar Jar and wipe out his people.
But this is just explaining what happens. See, this is a terrible video. This is awful. We need to watch one of the really good ones. This is just explaining what happens in the movie. This is like not really explain. Well, this is a good one. Here we go.
Greetings, YouTube. Remarkable Republican here once again to bring you the
So now a lot of this guy's videos have to do with the homosexual agenda, but don't worry, he also has a lot to say about women. This video surprisingly doesn't get into bronies too much, but it sure gets into the female fans of My Little Pony. Presumably, this man has no issue with the bronies, because I've heard nothing bad about them. Maybe it mentions them briefly, I don't remember.
The truth-flavored bias. Today we're taking a look at My Little Pony. Famously, it is a cartoon and toy line for girls. We'll be focusing primarily on the toys, as I am completely unfamiliar with the cartoon.
So, instant question. Why are you unfamiliar with the cartoon and more familiar with the toys, sir? It's kind of weird to be a brony. You're a guy who enjoys a little girl show, but when you're telling me, I don't know about the cartoon, I know extensively about the toys, however. That's just opening up a whole lot of other... I don't even think you're a brony. I don't even... it's probably close. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that says about you, sir. But that's interesting. I think that's interesting.
What we're going to talk about is how this toy line has managed to corrupt American females for the last few decades, and how that is having a devastating impact on American society today.
Mm-hmm.
It first occurred to me that My Little Pony had had a major and negative impact on American society when I watched the Netflix documentary series The Toys That Made Us. This is a documentary series about various children's toys from the 1980s. The title and content reveal that toy makers were actively trying to shape children's minds. It is not the toys we enjoyed, the toys we chose, or the toys we played with. It is the toys that made us.
It's just could also it's just a title. It could just be a title of the movie.
The wording is highly significant and suggestive. This is clearly something that is subtly poking fun at us while pretending to celebrate our childhoods with us. Toys and cartoons play a major role in shaping the identity, imagination, and morality of children during the most impressionable stage of their development.
Yeah, the toys that we play with shape our morality, everybody. I guess like a baby doll, maybe. I suppose. I don't know.
I really thought more about that as I was watching the show, and I saw a lot of super fans and collectors whose lives have been really shaped and molded by the toys they played with as kids.
Horse told
when I think
me
about
what to
myself,
believe.
I do realize that my childhood was heavily shaped by the Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers. So, I can only...
I now live in a sewer and eat pizza all day, so...
feel that it would be equally impactful.
And dress up in spandex and make stupid poses, but I don't have any friends to do it with.
For girls who grew up playing with My Little Pony. And as I was watching it, I realized that there was a very strong link between an interest in My Little Pony and female behaviors of women who are my generation. One thing that I really like about the show, The Toys That Made Us, is that they do a great job of showing how each toy was originally developed.
So, Rump Designs is the name of this category of this video, and talked about the original designer, how she created rump designs on the horse. So, even I, as someone who was subjected to these fucking people on 4chan for many years, am aware that this is called a cutie mark. You know, I don't know, it's like a simple Google search. Here, I want to go forth with the idea that this is a legit person, but if this is a troll, this is a very good troll, because this is such a subtle, stupid thing to bring up. Like, no, we're gonna call them rump designs instead of just what they're called. It's such a bizarre thing to do if you're doing this on purpose. So I don't know. I mean, hats off to this guy if it's a troll, but rump designs.
Then how it evolved. My Little Pony started out as a basic horse toy that a man developed that women would have gravitated to. However, the plug was pulled on that in favor of a woman's idea. She was basically promoted over this guy because of affirmative action.
And I love this. We have to listen to this part again. This is a very good segment, because he basically says, like, well, you know, it was originally a toy for girls designed by a man, but then they replaced him with a woman because of affirmative action. And I don't know, I guess all the logical synapses in my brain are just like, shouldn't the woman be in charge of the girl show, instead of the, like, 50-year-old dude who invented it or whatever? I mean, that feels completely logical to me, but I guess to him it's like, no, men are supposed to make things for little girls, I guess. And it's affirmative action. I don't know.
Horse toy that a man developed that women would have gravitated to. However, the plug was pulled on that in favor of a woman's idea. She was basically promoted over this guy because of affirmative action.
Maybe the company was like, hey, you know, maybe a woman would know better what a girl wants rather than, you know, the guy who is now getting liver spots on his face. You know, maybe you know, we can't get somebody who's a child to design them, or even younger than the age of probably 50, or whatever, boardroom people. But we can at least get a vagina to do it for us instead of John over there.
And her idea was to make the little ponies smaller and more colorful. One of her early designs is seen here. And while it evolved quite a bit after she left the company she was working for, the basic idea is that each horse would be different because they would have a different rump design. A rump design is a drawing with different colors or patterns on the back flank of a horse on one of the legs. And effectively what these are tattoos, and each tattoo will denote a different identity or personality for the horse. The horses later also acquired unnatural hair colors. Some of them were green.
But do they have age genders, though?
Green and pink and purple and blue and yellow and all kinds of other things that you would never see in nature. Horses are basically brown, black, white, and blonde, and that's all you'll ever see in nature.
So it's a bad thing that the cartoon has colorful horses, I guess. That is a point on this list. The horses also had unnatural hair color. So, I mean, you can tell what this is getting at is essentially it wasn't Ramona Flowers who ruined a generation of women. It was the rump designs and the colorful horse hair. And that's why every woman is, like, tattooed and has, like, you know, that's the point he's making, I guess. I guess we'll keep going. We'll keep going.
That women who came of age between 1995 and 2010 pretty much all played with these.
They all played with them.
But as I will show, these toys were really just propaganda pieces to push a social agenda. So let's look back at that demographic of women who were born between 1995 and 2010. As of the time of this recording in 2019, that would make them about 27 to 43 years old. If you've ever been out at bars or in other places, you will notice that all of the women in that age demographic, or damn near all of them, have tramp stamps.
If you're going to a fucking bar, where are you picking up your women? The welfare office? I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. This is not... I mean, this is just categorically not true, but it's alright.
That's no coincidence, because these are the same
That's
women
pretty good.
who, when they were girls, were playing with My Little Pony. And the lesson
That's a
that
pretty
millennial
funny
women
tattoo.
learn from their My Little Pony dolls is that the only way for them to express their personality is through tattoos, especially tramp stamps, which are the closest thing that a human can get to a rump design, piercings, wild hair colors, and also radical feminism.
Radical feminism. Well, what does that have to do with My Little Pony? I mean, I'm sure you can make that connection. If you can make the connection between Sheev Palpatine and Jar Jar Binks and ergo, therefore, proxy, ergo, intergalactic bullqueer, yeah, I mean, I think you can probably connect feminism to the horse show, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like that connects to the last slide at all. I do like this, though. I mean, you know, the funny thing about this is that, as dumb as this is, I mean, whether it's a troll or not, it's the second point does have actually a little bit of validity in the sense millennial women believe that the only way to express their personality is through blah blah blah. Well, a lot of men now also just express their personality through, like, going to the new Marvel movie or whatever. I mean, it's just kind of the way things are now. It doesn't really have to do with gender, but it is just it is interesting. I mean, people do have like this serious issue with their own identity now, where they need to like overcompensate super hard and be like, I have DID actually. I'm really important. I'm special. Please. Oh God, I'm not like everybody else. And I don't know what the cause of that is. Maybe it's the internet or something. I don't know, but that's the one point where I'm like, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, there's like, people are probably getting more like weird hair colors because they have trouble, coming to terms with their own identity or whatever. Really don't think that's the horse show's fault, though. I don't know.
There's a link between My Little Pony and radical feminism. This is a basically all-female society where they're looking at all of the toys or the cartoons. And that is trying to convey the message that they don't need men. And that's why so many women get these hideous tattoos on their lower backs. They don't care what men think. And that is something that stems directly from both feminism and from the teachings of My Little Pony.
I mean, but you can also be like, but do they care? Do they care what people think at all? Generally, I mean, it's kind of just more like, I don't know, an apathy, or like some kind of like, I mean, not everybody who gets a tattoo is like horribly disrespecting their body, but if you get some stupid ass tattoo, like the people that get a tattoo of someone that they just met or whatever, it's like, well, I guess you really don't have that much respect for, your body is a temple and all of that. I don't know. You get this stupid ass tattoo. It doesn't really have to do with how men perceive you or whatever. It really just has to do with being a moron. It's no different than the people who'll get like a tattoo of an anime girl on their back or some stupid shit.
Some of the My Little Pony figures, furthermore, were clearly party girls. Right. And if you've ever noticed, women today are far looser in their morality than ever before. They give it up to any
The ponies
stranger.
were party girls?
They also are much less likely to stay home and raise...
What was the episode of My Little Pony where Applejack headed off to the glory hole? Giving it up to strangers? Is that what he just said? Is that what the horse show's teaching the little kids? Now I understand why the bronies are watching. I never got it, but at least now it makes sense. At least now I understand it. That's I can see why the before it was like, oh, you must have some mental thing, and possibly also you want to fuck the horses. If it turned out that the horses were just giant sluts, then it's like, oh yeah, I can see why Billy over there can't stop watching. He's got his little dick hard.
Their children, if they even have them in the first place. Women currently aged 27 to 43, therefore, are not wife material due to
disgusted
the damage
at MLP for all the right
reasons.
Well,
when they were little girls. So what is to be done about this? How do we correct this evil? In order to protect...
Need for vigilance. Need to be more vigilant. We need to tax My Little Pony. This is a unique opinion, everybody. This is an opinion you're not going to hear anywhere else on the internet, that My Little Pony should be taxed. Wholesome and rational toys. I mean, what? Rational? What's a building block? Is that rational? I guess it's just a brick. But what about like a teddy bear? You really want your kids to play with a stuffed bear that's friendly and cuddly? Bears will kill you. You shouldn't let your kids play with teddy bears. It's a bad, irrational, non-wholesome message that's telling them to vote Democrat or something.
The young girls
Right.
who will one day grow up to become wives and mothers. We must protect them from the nefarious influences of children's cartoons and toys which seek to undermine and undercut the morality that their parents try to instill in them. This is important both for the girls themselves who deserve to have good lives and to have their minds uncorrupted, and also for all of the young boys out there who will one day grow up and seek a decent wife and partner. This is something that is vital for the future of our civilization. Our country's continued dominance in the world depends very much upon having boys who grow up to be men and girls who grow up to be women.
Yeah, well, I mean, the My Little Pony show is not really the linchpin in this situation. I will agree that, quote unquote, our country's continued dominance, it's like, well, yeah, this entire generation of people is kind of just sitting around arguing about Star Wars, and like such and such being offensive. This hairstyle in Animal Crossing is offensive or whatever. That's basically what we're up to now. So, you know, yeah, I mean, there's, again, there's some validity. If we could all maybe stop fucking, I don't know, doing that, then yeah, our countries continue, really just our dominance as a human race would probably, things would be a lot better if we could all just get off of the internet, really, I mean.
So we must be much, much more vigilant about the kinds of material that we allow children to view and the toys that we allow them to play with. I won't speak to all toys or shows, but I can say definitively that My Little Pony is a disgrace.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It should be banned, or at the very least, heavily taxed in order to discourage its consumption and distribution. We need to return to more wholesome
Taxation of My Little Pony. I mean, this is such a cool concept because, like, yeah, we should tax media. Like, imagine, that's a great idea. I want to run on that campaign. I'm stealing this guy's idea. We're going to tax Fortnite. We're going to do it. Because Fortnite is super popular. And it's corrupting the youth. So literally just tax it. As how big is your IP? Tax it. That's the solution. This guy figured it out. He got it. That's the solution to the nostalgia hijacking. You want to make a new Lord of the Rings show, Amazon? All right. It's like you're going to pay a lot of money. You're going to pay, it's a big tax. That's a big name, Lord of the Rings. But then the smaller name stuff, it's like, oh, you want to make a new Haunted Ween? Yeah, all right. That's like, you know, just pay like a flat $100. You're good. You know, like, I think this guy's onto something. I think this might be a good idea.
rational toys.
The
And
cringe
shows
tax.
about boys and girls that are high quality and which
Time to
convey
tax
good morals.
Roblox. That's true.
Another show that springs to mind as something that really needs to be abolished is SpongeBob SquarePants, a nonsensical, loud, and obnoxious piece of shit cartoon that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. That one
Absolutely no sense, except that it was designed by a scientist to teach kids about the sea and did so effectively. Oh man. Oh boy, I really hope this channel's trolling. That's a really bad opinion, man. I mean, you can come out. You can't just sideline us with that at the end of the pony. We can all agree to tax the pony show. But come on, man. You don't do that to Speng. You don't do that to the Spangle Bink. Come on.
just encourages people to be dumb. But My Little Pony encourages girls to be degenerate and to get tramp stamps. Until next time, I'm Remarkable Republican. Let me know if you enjoy this series because I am more than willing to make more videos on other toys and cartoons which are a threat to America's endangered youth. Bringing you the truth with a truth-flavored bias, signing out.
Thank you very much. Alright, we have to watch one of the Yakuza ones. I think the first one is this one, the Majima one, so I guess we'll start with that. Oh man, I don't think I watched any of the Yakuza ones the other night. That's the thing. We watched everything but because I'm like, I need to save this for the stream. So that's good. This is going to be a good one.
Greetings, YouTube. This is Remarkable Republican here once again to bring you the truth, but
Oh, look at the fake PNG of Majima. Come on now. Come on now.
flavored bias. I just finished playing Yakuza 0, and I have a lot of thoughts about the character of Goro Majima.
I'm sure you do.
In this video, I will argue why, in the context of Yakuza 0, he is the apex homosexual.
Right.
To prove that Goro Majima is the apex homosexual, we first have to look at the evidence that he is a homosexual. This is never made explicit in the game Yakuza 0, however, the context clues make it irrefutable.
Oh man. Okay, so hang on. He says the context clues make it irrefutable, right? So going through this bullet point list, I mean, let's just try to figure out what he's gonna say before he says it, right? Okay, so Majima is an expert in hospitality management. Gay people are neat. There you go, easy one. Works at both the Grand and the Sunshine cabarets. Gay people know a lot of routes around Sotenbori and are able to get between their jobs efficiently. There you go. I knew that one. That's a classic. That's a classic stereotype. Teaches his girls how to please men. Which, I mean, one could argue that as a man who is heterosexual, he would know how he wants a woman to please him. Or you could argue that he knows how to please men because he is gay. Really, that's a choose-your-own-adventure option right there. Easy to talk to because he is not interested in girls. Okay, that's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you know, I don't know. I think he's also just like a manager. He's just the manager of the. I mean, if you played the game, you know that like what he's describing is he is like the manager of two cabaret clubs, and he's basically like, well, why doesn't he fuck the cabaret dancers or whatever, the hostesses? Why doesn't he fuck the hostesses? And it's like because he's the boss, and you know he's like a professional sort of. And then the final one, Sagawa recognized that Majima, despite his fighting skills, had effeminate attributes and was good at pleasing men. Okay, so I guess that's the ultimate takeaway from this. Let's hear him go. Let's hear him go.
Majima is an expert.
This is like you feed an AI a bunch of these. You feed this AI a bunch of talking points, and it comes back with his argument for how it all makes sense. We're like, all right, we put it into ChatGPT. Go.
Hospitality management. This is a field which normally does not attract heterosexual males. He works at two cabarets.
Except that he's a what? He's a cabaret club owner. They're like all men. Probably. What?
Grand and Sunshine Club. Technically, the Sunshine is a cabaret club as opposed to a full cabaret, but the difference is pretty minimal. And
what does that have to do with him being gay?
His sort of slogan is that the customer is king.
Right.
So his idea is
Okaku-sama wa kami-sama. That's right.
Is to serve like a woman and treat his customers like the man of the house, the king of the castle.
Oh my god, bro, it's Japan. it's a different country, dude. They have they have different social stuff going on, dude. They have like you gotta be, the customer is king. That's a thing there. I mean, it's kind of a thing here too. Have you ever heard customer is always right? You can't like be shitty to your customer. You have to be deferential to them. Have you ever had a job? Have you ever been outside?
He makes himself an effeminate figure with a ponytail in order to make the men who visit his establishment feel that they are being looked up to. And
well, yeah, that's true, chat member. He was also forced into this position and wants desperately to leave. I mean, spoilers for Yakuza 0. Majima is not managing these clubs by choice. He's done so. He is a bird in a gilded cage. That's the point.
Respected. He teaches his women to please men the way that he does. He is intimately aware of what men want because he is a man-pleasing guy.
Now, somebody also says that he fell for Makoto, you know, completely. And I will say, I mean, it is a common thing, you know, when you have, like, what is it, queer baiting or whatever. Right? When you have some, you know, implied stuff, and then you're like, well, but he actually is straight, though. He's got the not gays. That's what Red Letter Media calls it, right? And so that's a thing, you know, that occasionally happens, but, I really don't think that's the case here. But I mean, I will say, you know, the obvious like elephant in the room is the thumbnail of the stream right now is like him dressed in drag or whatever, and like Yakuza is a series that is known. I mean, it's like the reason why these videos, the Yakuza element of this is so funny on the face of it is that, yeah, obviously Yakuza's like super fucking gay, bro. Like super duper gay. Like they're ripping off their shirts and they're oily and greased up and they're talking about how invigorated they are with fighting, and it's like JoJo and MGS and all of it combined. It's like it's super gay, bro. It's steeped in gayness. So like the whole idea, and I mean that's like the whole vibe of it, but like, you know, the actual characters, you know, have the not gays or whatever. Like that's the whole thing. So it's like you're not really cracking any amazing like this isn't like an amazing scoop, bro. Guess what? Yakuza's got some homosexual energy to it. Oh, I never would have fucking thought.
Girls he trains.
Never would have thought.
Because he's not interested in girls. So there's no pressure on them. They don't have to worry about him saying something out of school. They don't have to worry about him hitting on them or anything of that nature. He also has traits which are recognized by Sagawa, Shimano, and others, that despite being a good fighter, Majima has a lot of effeminate attributes and that he was very good at pleasing men. Basically, they understood that he was gay, but didn't really say anything. In Yakuza 0, we also learn about Majima's lost lover, Taiga Saejima.
Okay, now we get into the classic. I love how this goes both ways, how you get like the super turbo liberal Tumblr people who are like, who like make every guy who has a male friend, you know, oh, they have to be gay. They have to be gay, and that's representation, and how dare you say that they're not gay because you just hate gay people. And meanwhile, on the other side, it's what? He has a male friend that he's close to, and he would do something, he would die for, or like protect or whatever. Oh, that's super gay. That's gotta be gay. That's gay because gay people are, you know, like, it goes both ways. Like, it's great. It's great that this is a unifying element of humanity, is just, oh, two people who are the same gender have to be gay, and that's either a good thing or a bad thing. Doesn't matter if they're related or what's going on. Doesn't matter. It has to be. I think it might just be a fetish. It might ultimately, the people that do this, they might just have a fetish and need to just be honest with themselves.
Majima was willing to throw his life away for his friend, Saejima, when the two of them planned together to massacre 36 people. The fact that they were in a situation like that together and resolved to go down swinging together does heavily imply that the two men are...
Like anybody who doesn't know anything about Yakuza, they walk in and it's like, oh yeah, this cool game about these fun guys. What's that? Massacre 36 people? What's going on? What's happening there? It's like, don't worry, you don't need the context for it. It's fine.
In fact,
don't worry, the context is dumb.
One simply doesn't throw one's life away for a friend in this way.
I feel really sorry for Saejima. He's a character who got, like... he's, like, the worst part of 4 and 5, and then he's just, like, there in 6. It's like, man, they really did you dirty.
The romantic feelings that Majima has for Saejima are still strong, even though he hasn't seen his friend in 3 years by the time of the events of Yakuza 0, and also there's not really much chance that Saejima will survive.
I think it was 18, guys, actually, not 36. Why does it say 36? It was... well, no, I mean, Saejima, I think he went to jail for 36 murders or whatever, but yeah, Majima has many chances to hook up with I mean, he's like clearly into the, you know, we're gonna get into, no, hang on, we're gonna get into, wow, he really doesn't, oh my god, he actually, wow, never mind. Guys, there's like chapters on this video, right? I mean, that's a good comment there, but there's like chapters on this video, and none of the chapters are talking about the love interest that he has in this game. none. I assumed that at least one of the chapters in this video would cover like, oh yeah, and they give him a girlfriend or whatever, a love interest, somebody he's like a woman that he's into, but secretly she's whatever, and like I was expecting that, but he just doesn't even bring that up. I mean, that's just incredible. That's just not even in the chapters. Maybe it's like a throwaway line he'll mention Makoto. It's really funny how little he's focusing on the women here. I mean, based on his logic, I'm sure you could draw some allusions there.
The fact that they were in a situation like that together and resolved to go down swinging together does heavily imply that the two men are in fact lovers. One simply doesn't throw one's life away for a friend in this way. The romantic feelings that Majima has for Saejima are still strong, even though he hasn't seen his friend in 3 years by the time of the events of Yakuza 0, and also there's not really much chance that Saejima will survive given that he's on death row. But rather than move on, Majima is still very much attached to his lost lover. Majima has many chances in Yakuza 0 to hook up with interested and mostly very attractive women. However, he turns them all down because, again, his love interest is Saejima. A number of people have misinterpreted this game and think that he is attracted to Makoto.
Oh, here we go. What it is? What's gonna be? How are we explaining this away?
In fact, Majima's love interest is the absent but ever-present Saejima.
Okay, never mind. We're just passing over that. We're just it's fine. It's fine. You know, a lot of people have misinterpreted the game as the love interest of the game is the love interest, but it's not. Actually, it's a guy who's not in this game. Actually, is he? I think, yeah, he is. Saejima's in 0 a little bit. He's in 0 a little bit. But man, really? You're just gonna move on from that? I mean, I don't know, dude. Makoto's kind of a big part of that story. I don't know. Doesn't he give up being with her because it would wind up endangering her life, Spider-Man style or whatever? Isn't that the whole thing? Like come on, man. you can't just pass over that, but it's okay. It's okay. Despite becoming close to 6 beautiful premium hostesses. He never has any interest in these women, even though Chika is perfect, guys. She's the best waifu, obviously. Collects porn cards, but only because he's looking... Well, it's a game mechanic. I mean, that's part of the joke. When he recruits Silver, blah, 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 he never shows any interest in them either. He's the manager of the club, sir. He is a professional man who is also being forced into this position. Like,
just to emphasize the point about how many women Majima has who express interest in him, basically all 6 of the premium hostesses at the Sunshine Cabaret Club express some level of attraction to him. If he were to press or flirt back, then perhaps he would have a good shot with pretty much any of them. One of them actually matches with his lifestyle perfectly, and that is Chika, the woman he wins from Club Venus. She says very explicitly that she prefers men who are...
I guess he does, actually. They do win her, technically, via the rules of the game. That is how that happens, yes.
Self-centered, and likes guys who are a little bit on the wild side. As a Yakuza, Majima would really fit her taste. He's definitely living on the edge, and because he...
This is amazing, where he's like, oh, well, he would really fit her taste. What about the girl that he likes throughout the course of the game? You know, what about her? Doesn't she fit his taste? Maybe? What's going on with this guy?
He'll have to do a lot of selfish things in order to remain a Yakuza. It means that he will be able to keep her interest pretty easily. The other hostesses, when they found out a lot of the truth about what he was willing to do, and some of his past, such as his gay relationship with Saejima, etc.,
right.
might have been turned off. But Chika seems to be attracted to that kind of man, so I feel like if he had any sense at all, he would have pursued Chika. He also collects the porn cards that you can find in...
Well, the cross-dressing won't come up because that's in Kiwami. That's a whole separate video, which in fact we should jump forward a little bit, even though I'm sure there'll be funny stuff we miss. What's going on? Here it is. He's gay because he likes to dance, obviously.
Sufficient. One of the strongest hints that we get about Majima's sexuality comes from what we learn about his hobbies. He is a huge fan of both karaoke and disco dancing. That being said, neither of those things is
This is incredible. I mean, this entire slide is basically just, hey, look, did you know that Yakuza has some homoerotic stuff in it? Did you know that Majima has a song where he, like, yep, that's sure is true. 24-Hour Cinderella is a song that's comedically juxtaposed with a manly, burly man who fights people singing a song which is essentially like Barbie Girl. Yep, that sure is what's happening in the game. That's true. That is true.
Inherently gay, but the combination pretty much is. There are no heterosexual males who are interested in both karaoke and disco dancing. Let's look at some more of the evidence. The song 24-Hour Cinderella that he always sings whenever he does karaoke is about being a woman. That's a very strange topic for a man to want to sing about. He has an imagined pop star persona when he's really killing it as a karaoke artist, and effectively his costume is just a ripoff of the lead singer from Dead or Alive from the song You Spin Me Right Round Like a Record, and that guy not only had the eye patch just like Majima, but was also very, very gay.
Why do you know that? What? Why do you know that? Specifically. Why do you know the name of the artist who made You Spin Me Right Round? Who the fuck knows that? Oh, what? They pump that a lot at the club at Boys Town? Is that why you know it? I don't know.
At the Maharaja Dance Club, Majima gains notice from Sobi, who was considered to be a really hot dancer, because of his dancing, and then he notices her dancing, not that she's supposed to be hot, which is what the libido guy notices about Asobi. Majima really doesn't show any interest in Asobi romantically, and if anything, he seems a little more interested in some of her male orbiters, the old guy and then the gatekeeper guy. So it's very strange, and really the only...
Dude, I would love it if the... Can, like... As with anybody I cover, it's always like, I'm never like... I mean, okay, sometimes if it's somebody like Caro the Wolf, I kind of do want them to go away and delete their channel a little bit. But even then, I want the videos to stay up for everybody to see. But in the case of, like, most people I talk about, and this guy's no exception, you know, I talk about them, you know, from a place of love. I want this guy to make more videos. And specifically, I task him with watching Fist of the North Star. And come back 1 year and tell me how you feel about Fist of the North Star, bro. Please. That's gonna be a great video. It's gonna be so good.
Explanation is that Majima is not interested in women. He must be homosexual.
Oh yeah, dude, Sobi drinks were great. That's true. Why, how did we get onto that? How did we get onto that topic?
Like many homosexuals, Majima is someone with some serious daddy issues. His story in Yakuza 0 is forged by his relationship with two older father figures, Shimano and Sagawa. These two men are sworn brothers, and they both manipulate Majima in different ways. Shimano was the guy who punished him for his earlier offenses with his boyfriend Sejima, and broke him, cutting out his eye and some other stuff, and then put him on...
The thing I love about this guy is the way we just, like... We have just now accepted that Saejima and Majima, they're, you know, boyfriend, they're just gay. We have come to that conclusion. It's settled, we're all in agreement. We just proceed, you know, with these... We hold these truths to be self-evident and such.
Along to Sagawa, who knew that Majima had hospitality skills and decided to make him the manager of the Grand...
Let's see if I can turn the sound up. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Cabaret in Sotomori.
Did it work?
Shimano knew that Majima was predictable and would not murder Mikado. And this implies that he was emotionally manipulating Majima because he understood him really well. After all, he had kept him in a cage effectively for a long time, and he pretty much knew what Majima would do. When Majima figures out that he has been manipulated by these guys, and I don't know how he missed that part given that he was making money hand over fist for Sagawa, and Shimano had tortured him horribly, and then...
Right, yeah, so he's got daddy issues.
Yakuza games. How does he get to this point? Well, I've already pointed out, the Mad Dog persona was born out of his daddy issues, and when he became the Mad Dog of Shimano, he effectively became the apex homosexual of the Yakuza world. What he does is he uses his persona as the Mad Dog of Shimano in order to pursue his own homosexual agenda at the expense of others. So a lot of people with the homosexual agenda, what they try to do is get special rights or whatever. With Majima, he was looking for an excuse to...
Special rights or whatever. You know, like, I don't know, the ones that everybody else has? I don't...
Go out and do crazy stuff.
Mostly those ones,
and
I think.
also to do the activities that he wants to do without it being weird or suspect. If people think he's just crazy, they won't ask why he's not getting women, or why he's spending so much time doing male bondage with his friends and acquaintances. And also, his acts of violence won't seem like frustrated acts of someone who is just sexually deprived from having to...
He was, like, married in the 5th game, bro. I don't know. Alright, so Majima's gay. Yakuza Kiwami is also gay, but before... We're gonna do more Yakuza. We're gonna keep coming back to Yakuza, but we need to see his Joker review.
Greetings, YouTube. This is Remarkable Republican.
The quality's even worse now.
Back once again to bring you the truth with a truth-flavored bias. Today we're tackling Joker.
Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, please post your clown emojis in chat to celebrate.
Controversial new film from DC. This film was controversial simply because it committed the unpardonable sin of being conservative in liberal Hollywood. I will show how this film is actually...
The Joker was a conservative masterpiece.
Quite conservative, but perhaps not as good of a movie as it could have been. Let us begin our official movie review of the Joker.
So the thesis statement here is that the Joker movie was a conservative film. Which I don't know about that, but we're gonna go ahead. You know, I'm sure he'll convince us.
For the benefit of those of you watching long after this movie's release, I will summarize the pre-release controversy that swept America. The media released mass warnings about how this film would inspire mass shootings. The reason for the fear-mongering from the fake media is clearly that
fake news, mainstream media, it's the propaganda.
The script was leaked and the media knew that it had a conservative message, and they didn't want those messages to get out to the public because they knew that people would enjoy those messages and they'd be more likely to re-elect Trump.
Yeah.
The fake news media led by CNN, the Clinton News Network, of course, hates our president, Donald Trump, and will go to any lengths to slow him down or strike a blow.
Of course,
and this fear-mongering, which even required many communities to deploy the police to the theaters for no reason, and thus costing people money, yes, this was why the controversy happened. CNN didn't want Trump to have another term. Joker, however, ended up becoming a massive box office success, and because this message has now leaked out to millions and millions of people, Trump's chances of success for 2020 have greatly and exponentially increased.
Hang on. There you go. So, you know, again, we're going forward with the concept that the Joker movie is a conservative film with a conservative message, which I really don't think it is. There was a stupid media campaign for some reason. I still don't really know what that was about. I mean, if anything, I guess it kind of depicts the Joker as someone who's sort of like a mass shooter or an incel terrorist kind of person or something. And it's like, you know, maybe making them seem like the hero, except it's really not if you have more than 2 brain cells to rub together. But I'm willing to believe that there was some kind of, I don't know if it was intentional on the behalf of the people who made the Joker movie. I don't know if it was DC and Warner came together and were like, okay, the media, instead of pushing the narrative that this movie is blah blah blah, like the Ghostbusters thing, it's got women for the first time ever, it's gonna be, instead of pushing that narrative, maybe they tried to push the idea of like, oh, this movie is gonna rile up school shooters or something. So it was a very dumb time. It was a very dumb period in history. People just assumed that this was going to happen. I guess in light of what happened with the Dark Knight Rises in Colorado or whatever, maybe there's some merit to it, but I don't know. That was a very dumb thing, which I don't think was attributable to this movie's conservative messages. which we're gonna get into, don't you worry.
I have seen and heard a few soft-headed reviewers argue whether this movie is left or right. Some of these same people are still debating about the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. I don't know why. Anyway, if anyone thinks
the movies that were solidly questioning the Patriot Act, and right, okay,
this movie is left or liberal in any way, they are literally retarded.
Okay, well, you know, I guess you're literally retarded because the movie that in which Joker riles up a group of people who want to take down the corrupt politicians who. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Sorry, I'm wrong. Acts as a nihilist who acts as a left-wing demagogue to fire up a left-wing populist movement which threatens the lives and property of decent people. Right, that's what happens. It's, you know, it's a film that's depicting a very, very deeply corrupt, essentially New York, or really any town, USA, any place. It's depicting a deeply corrupt vision of America that's been ruined by people with a lot of money. But don't, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like maybe the message might be that I don't know, that like Thomas Wayne was kind of the bad guy, and maybe Joker had like some bad. I mean, I don't know. That movie's got a bit of a mixed message, a little bit. You know, he's like, he riles up this group of people, and I mean, we as an audience are kind of meant to agree with the uprising, because look at the state of the city for the entire movie. And also, I mean, there's the fact that he's only really pushed to this because of like mental health, which this guy agrees with, by the way. We're gonna get into that. He agrees with the mental health thing. He thinks that this movie is portraying that guns are not the problem, but mental health is the problem. Of course, it's also portraying that governments being stingy and not giving enough to mental health services is the reason for that. So I feel like that's also not a super conservative message, but we also get into the idea of Fight Club. This movie is Fight Club, with Arthur Fleck as Brad Pitt's character and the Joker as Tyler Durden, which you know, you can see here, this is Brad Pitt's character, and this right here, Edward Norton's character, that's Tyler Durden. As you know, anybody who's seen Fight Club knows that is the case. No, wait, actually, I'm lying. This is Tyler Durden. Brad Pitt's character is Tyler Durden, and this character is I don't think has a name, or maybe it's Jack. So this is Tyler Durden. So I don't think he knows. You know, that's probably just a little mistake, though, right? I'm sure that he won't double down on that later in the video.
Because there is no possible way that a normal person who is living in the 21st century could possibly think that Joker is in any way a liberal or leftist film. The events of the movie argue and...
Now, someone in chat is like, does blah blah blah, does he know this is satire? Big brain in chat over here, does he know that this guy... actually, I think he might be satire, guys. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's possible that I started the stream by mentioning that this may or may not be a troll. But you know, I might just be an idiot and not have considered that. On the other hand... the reason why I think that this might be legitimate, people seem to be pretty certain that it's a troll, but the guy makes so many videos about things that are just very boring. I mean, we're picking out videos about, like, the Joker and fucking Yakuza and, like, big things that people know. But what we aren't clicking on is his, like, 5-part series about privatizing the military, which is just dull, probably, and not really. I mean, we'll probably watch it because it's you know, very different from this, but I can see somebody trolling with a video calling the Joker a conservative masterpiece or whatever, but I can't see somebody doing that with some of the videos that he makes that are just so dull. They're just so incredibly dull. I mean, he's got videos about like the fall of Rome that are just like really boring history shit, and I mean, I'm sure you would clickbait a certain group of people, but it doesn't seem like... It seems like he casts a weird net, I guess. He's got a very specific set of interests, which seems to be like history and Rome and stuff like that, and he gets into that a fair bit, and it just doesn't seem like that's a popular enough thing to be clickbaiting people with, in the same way that haha Yakuza gay might be a troll. So I don't know. We really can't be certain. I mean, it's possible that this guy's just trolling a very specific group of people, in addition to like broad strokes trolling like this. But I don't know. Again, we're assuming that Santa Claus is real, because there's actually reasons to believe that this might be a legitimate guy. We're gonna go ahead and just assume. I believe in Santa Christ. I believe in homophobic Santa Christ.
With great eloquence that the cause of shootings is not guns, but rather mental health. Arthur Fleck did not shoot the people he shot because he had a gun. He shot them because he was unwell.
Right, and he was unwell because the system cut the funding to the mental health services, and therefore he wasn't able to get help, which is surely something that Ronald Reagan or George Bush or any of them would probably not have done. So,
a healthy person with a gun would not have done the things that he did, and that is extraordinarily clear from all of the scenes. Also, once he commits murder, he continues to do so with or without his gun. At one point, he kills someone with a pair of scissors, and that was actually probably the coolest scene in terms of action.
I really like the dinosaur action in the Joker movie. So we're just gonna proceed with the idea here that the Joker, did anybody ever think that this movie was making a point about guns? Ever? Ever? I mean, what, he kills people with a gun. Like, that happens a lot in movies. I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't make that connection. That's an interesting one to, like, hinge your entire thesis statement on. But, alright. Joker. The Joker 2019. Solidly pro 1A. Or 2A. 2A. I'm not from America, so you have to forgive me. Solidly pro 2A message. Pro 2A.
Joker is portrayed as a nihilist who acts as a left-wing demagogue to fire up a left-wing populist movement, which then threatens the lives and property of decent people. Again, how that could be leftist, showing the left in an extremely negative light, is not apparent to me, at least.
I mean, it shows the right in an extremely negative light for the entire movie, if you want to look at it this way. If you really want to make it political, which it kind of isn't even that political. The movie is really not even that political. That's the thing. We're talking about this as if it is like, oh, but the mental health is a conservative issue. No, really, it's not a super political film overall. It's got certainly elements of that, but I mean, that's not really it's really more about him and how Arthur Fleck exists in that world, and like, how he interacts with things. But I mean, if you do want to say that the movie is coming down in any direction, yeah, the whole film depicts the city as a disgusting, scummy hive of villainy, and then, Joker's kind of like the straw that breaks the camel's back and sparks a revolution or whatever. Are we talking about decent people? What decent people? The people that beat him up on that subway? The people that were like kicking him with the sign earlier in the movie? The decent people that have been depicted continuously throughout this movie as being like kind of horrible? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying. Oh boy.
Nihilism is more or less leftist, since it generally comes from being an atheist, which is also a leftist position.
Joker is a troll.
Left-wing demagoguery of the type you see with Occupy Wall Street is shown in this movie. Clearly, they're not portrayed in a very positive light. They're cheering for the deaths of people who simply happen to be hardworking and to have gotten ahead in life. So these are some pretty degenerate people calling for the deaths of billionaires.
This is my favorite part of this video. Let's listen to that again. Let's see if everybody else... Did everybody else get that? Did everybody else get that? Let's pick it. Let's listen to that again.
In a very positive light, they're cheering for the deaths of people who simply happen to be hardworking and to have gotten ahead in life. So these are some pretty degenerate people calling for the deaths of billionaires. The movie is a...
Guys, the billionaire... Hang on. guys. Ode to the billionaires. They truly only just did... They worked so hard to get ahead in life. They've got so much money now, and it brings, as they say, mo money, mo problems. They have so many problems in their lives now, as a result of all this money. And how dare people have an issue with them who just simply worked for their money, obviously, as most billionaires do. Every billionaire worked for that money, every cent of it. They earned all of it. Absolutely. That's the... I don't know, man. You know... You could stop sucking Jeff Bezos' cock real quick. He's not going to give you $1 billion. I don't know. That's just really sad. I mean, if God, that's so sad. That's just like, oh no, the billionaires are just hardworking guys. They earned all their money. They deserve it. Like, yeah, I mean, you know, some of them probably did. I mean, you know, say what you will about Jeff Bezos. Didn't he start Amazon or whatever? Maybe he, I don't know. I'm sure there's some self-made billionaires out there. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, that money doesn't come from nothing. Money is a lot like comedy. Somewhere along the line, somebody is getting exploited and somebody's gonna get offended.
Effectively, a reimagining of Fight Club from 1999. So this is effectively a 20-year anniversary edition of Fight Club in some ways.
Sure, bro. Yeah. It's Fight Club. I mean, you know, you could maybe make an argument that the movie's got some similarities to Fight Club, I'm sure, but it's weird that he's using that and not like... I mean, because the weird thing is Fight Club doesn't even really factor that much into this guy's argument, he could just as easily say this is a remake of King of Comedy. Which it basically is. It's like a remake of Taxi Driver meets King of Comedy, but it's Joker. And I think it adds some of its own stuff to the table. I haven't seen Taxi Driver, but I did watch King of Comedy like a little while after I saw Joker. And while I do like King of Comedy more, I didn't walk away feeling like Joker was a bad movie, like, oh, it just ripped it off. It's like, no, I mean, it did its own thing. It did some unique stuff. But I certainly never thought that it was like Fight Club. I never thought about that. That's a new one. That's an original opinion.
Except that Arthur Fleck, the Joker character, is Brad Pitt's character, and then the Joker, the alternate ego, is Tyler Durden, the Edward Norton character. Another indication that we have that this film is indeed a conservative film is that the Joker is portrayed as a bisexual, and it is very clear from the proceedings of the movie that his bisexualism contributes in no small part to his mental breakdown.
So I want you to focus on Murray Franklin's face here and how much that looks like how I feel. How we're all gonna feel. This is how we all feel right now, I think, is just this face. This is a very telling appearance.
His relationship with his mother has some serious edible qualities. He waits
like when he fucking kills her
on her hand and foot, he dotes on her, she dotes back on him, and he lays in the bed with her to watch TV at night. It's all very...
Listen, we can make an... You know, that's another one where it's like, alright, you want to say maybe he wants to fuck his mom or whatever. You know, sure, I can give you that one. Can't really give you it so much with he wants to fuck the talk show host. Or Thomas Wayne, but...
Strange, and as we'll see, one of the people that they watch all the time is Murray Franklin, and the way that the shots are set up and the way that we see their faces light up when they hear Murray make jokes makes it clear that both of them have an attraction to the same man. So there's a lot of layers of...
Is this guy like such like a serious coomer or something? I mean, what is this like? Everybody's attracted. If you like someone at all, you're attracted. If you are friends with them, you're attracted. You want to fuck. If you're nice to your mom or care for her, you're attracted. Like, what is this like a sickness? What makes you like this? I don't know.
Stuff going on there. At one point, Arthur has an imagined romance with his neighbor, a black lady, and this is an homage to how Brad Pitt...
We're gonna just steamroll over the question of why it matters that she's, you know, it's just a little funny whenever they're like, you know, I went to the store and there was a Chinese man working at the store and I bought my Kit Kat and I left. And that's the end of that story. Like, what, you know, what is that? I don't know. I guess that's true. That's directly what happened to you. Yes, but I mean, you're not telling me the color of the bricks outside the store.
Imagined Edward Norton by his side throughout Fight Club. When we see the minimal intimacy between imagined Edward, a black lady, and this is an homage to how Brad Pitt imagined Edward Norton by his side throughout Fight Club.
So that's an easy one to miss a little bit. That's like a little bit buried in there. You might not even notice it, but he did just double down on it. Yes, everybody. Brad Pitt imagined Edward Norton in Fight Club, which is exactly the opposite of that movie. And I mean, it's like, again, if it's a troll, it's such a bizarre thing to say as part of your troll. It's just such a, I don't know, it's like when you make a bad movie on purpose, like you don't account for all of the little things that come about when you make a bad movie unintentionally. So like when Tommy Wiseau makes Neighbors, it's missing some of the little elements that were there when he made The Room. And so you look at this and it's like, I don't think somebody would have, if they were trolling, I don't think somebody would have thought to just be like, oh, and haha, Brad Pitt and Edward Norton actually swap them for the troll. People are gonna, like, because I mean that is tripping me up, and I mean it's just so subtle though. Again, it's like, you know, hats off if this is satire. Goddamn, that's pretty amazing.
When we see the minimal intimacy between the couple, what that shows us is that Arthur has conflicted emotions about whether he is more into men or women, and that's probably why at his age he appears to be perhaps around 40-ish in the movie. He is still living with his mother and single. Arthur clearly also has a sort of attraction to both Thomas Wayne and Murray Franklin, especially the latter.
Especially the latter. I mean, he watches his TV show, after all. He obviously wants to fuck.
A little bit of a desire for a father figure, but there is also a clear homosexual element to the nature of their relationship. As I mentioned, if we look at how he watched Murray Franklin while laying in bed, that's one sign. When he interacts with Murray Franklin, that's another. And when he met with Thomas Wayne, he confronted him in a bathroom while Thomas Wayne was draining his lizard.
So yeah, he watched the Murray Franklin talk show in bed. Therefore, he's gay. You know, I mean, it's like things you would say as a joke, right? I mean, it's not gay. He says he's bisexual. He's bisexual. That's, I mean, also can we draw attention to the first point, and Arthur Fleck as a bisexual, and this plays a major role in his breakdown. I mean, does it? Are you sure? Does it play as much of a role as the pro-gun control or anti-gun control message in the movie plays a big role? Because that's another one that is just kind of, I mean, like, I wouldn't have even thought that was a thing until you brought it up. That's great.
And that in itself is rather questionable at best. This conflict of his sexuality was contributing to his mental problems, and then getting rejected by all four of his romantic interests. His mother betrayed him in a sense, his girlfriend turned out to be fake, and then both of the men who he admired and had a big crush on rejected him in different ways. Thomas Wayne did not...
I mean, like, it's so obvious to even say this, but, I mean, the obvious thing is, like, oh, yeah, so every guy who has admires another man or watches his show or whatever, you all want to fuck that guy? Like, that says a lot about the guy uploading the video saying this, more than the movie. You know, and I mean, that's just the obvious thing. I think we're all thinking it. I think it's so obvious that people aren't even like saying this. But it's like, yeah, I mean, what? It's all in your head, Luigi.
Being his father, and then punched him in the face. And Murray Franklin made fun of his stand-up and, you know, really just embarrassed him and hurt his feelings. So all of this rejection romantically triggered the transformation of Arthur Fleck into Joker. And what this shows is that
finally became the new Joker.
He could have had all of his mental illnesses taken care of in a society which put more emphasis on mental health and less emphasis on trying to contain guns or whatever, things that aren't actually the problem.
Yeah, if only they put more emphasis on mental health. Man, I just like... Like, it's a great video, because, again, I mean, I didn't want this to become a whole, like, is this a troll or isn't it kind of debate, because I always hate that. It's like, let's just watch the videos, whatever. But it's like, if this is satire or a troll or whatever, I mean, it's, like, so specific and, like, subtle in places that I really appreciate it. And it's like, you gotta commend it, but then it's like...
health and less emphasis on...
Like, yeah, the complete, like, yeah, the movie is about, that's what it's about. If only the system had put more emphasis on mental health. It's just that typically the type of politics that you are in favor of is also not really in favor of spending a lot of money on mental health services either. So it's like, and you have to just be so willfully ignorant. So it has to be a troll, right? I mean, but then it's just there's so many things that are so subtle that work against it. And I do love a channel like this where we can't really be super sure. Some people have also pointed out that, I mean, you know, if it's a troll, it's one of those ones where he's clearly thought about this so much, and there are, like, a lot of videos on this channel. I mean, this channel goes back, like, a decade, and there are just absolutely a ton of videos. And so I'm left to, I mean, it's a long time troll. He's been doing it for a while, you know, and to not much of an audience either. Like, so, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Cast your vote. Maybe by the end of the stream we'll do a little poll. We'll do a little poll after all's said and done. We can weigh all the evidence and try to determine whether or not we think this one's like just funny japes. Maybe we could do 3 options. Is it funny japes? Is it totally legit? Or is it like somebody who's took the joke too far and now they're crazy also? You know, like Phil Marillion kind of thing. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But yeah, Joker's bisexual. What's the next point here?
So far, so good. In terms of messaging, Joker is one of the best films I've seen. Period. When it comes to its popcorn quality, or how enjoyable is it to watch...
Love the idea that it's like, it's one of the best films I've seen, period, based on these themes that I have invented in my head. The movie doesn't actually have a strong pro-gun message or whatever the fuck. But it's just such a good theme that it just makes it one of the best movies I've ever seen in that regard. Like,
Joker runs into a few problems, however. The movie's a little slow-paced, and in places, such as the beginning when he gets beat up by the kids, it's pretty boring. It's not really clear where we're going or why we should care. It picks up, of course, but it takes a while. The action, while I guess you could call it gritty or realistic or whatever you want to call it, is just not on par with any of the main Batman films.
Guys, this character study about a mentally ill man is... It's really not on par with Avengers Endgame. I don't know what the hell we bought our tickets for, honestly. I mean, what are you at a movie for? Characters? Plot? Like, a strong conservative pro-gun message? Like, what? No, we're here for a big fight. Okay, the Joker has to... My favorite thing that the Joker ever did... My name is Remarkable Republican, and my favorite thing that the Joker ever did was... inject himself with steroids at the end of Arkham Asylum and become the worst boss fight ever. That's my favorite thing. I don't like when the Joker has to think or whatever. I just want more cool dino action in my Joker film.
Something like Batman Forever or The Dark Knight had much better fight scenes, and I think that's kind of a problem since whenever we think of the Joker, we always think of intense fight scenes, and we didn't really get too many here.
Do we think about that with the Joker? Really? Is that what he's known for? Is the intense fight scenes with the Joker? Really? I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a fight in, like, The Dark Knight Returns or whatever where they're fighting at the carnival. There's like 20 seconds of Batman punching him in the face in Dark Knight, in The Dark Knight. I don't know. I don't really think of cool... What? It's like this guy watched the movie. I don't understand, because it's not like the Joker lies about what it's about, right? I mean, at least it's a pretty honest movie. It's not like telling you that it's going to be a cool Batman fucking action crime movie, and then it turns out it's just like a slow-paced character study about a man, about like a killer or whatever. Like, that's pretty much what it says on the tin. So I'm just amazed that anybody can go into the Joker film and just be like, well, you know, I was a little bit disappointed that it didn't wind up being a 2002 Xbox beat-em-up game. But, you know, it wound up being okay because of the pro-gun conservative message.
The dialogue is also a little awkward in places. We normally think of the Joker as being very well-spoken and always having a quip at hand, but Arthur Fleck comes off as being on the spectrum, and while I think that
is the point,
totally losing his sanity by the end would make him speak more eloquently, since all of his reservations would go out the window. So I can see how he transforms into Joker, but we don't really get much Joker in the Joker movie.
No, we sure don't. We fucking sure don't, do we? I mean, we sure as hell don't get a lot of Joker. We get a different character. I mean, if you really want to get into it, yeah, the Joker movie is not even really about the Joker character. I mean, it's basically a completely different situation. It's just an entirely new version of the character. So, like, yeah, it sure is different, isn't it? You sure hit the nail on the head there. Not a lot of Joker. Not a lot of fucking, you know, chattering teeth bombs or whatever. Not a lot of, like, you know, funny Joker pranks. Be sure to call in now and get your funny Eric prank from the stars.
Arthur Fleck also is pretty much way too skinny to actually kick somebody's ass. And one thing that was super unrealistic is when he took down the big guy and killed him with a pair of scissors, because I just don't think he would have possessed the physical strength to take down a guy.
And the guy who was like his friend or whatever? I mean, I forget. Which guy with the pair of scissors? Was that the dude in his apartment? Because I remember he killed a guy in his apartment. And that was like, yeah, he like got the drop on him, and like, you don't need to be super strong. Also, becoming the Joker we know from canon again, does the Joker like ripped? When was this a thing? Like, was Jack Nicholson just out there fucking like bench pressing like Jim Gordon? What's going on? Which movies, which canon Batman movies is he talking about?
Who's about 2.5 times bigger than he is. And frankly, I don't think he had the physical strength to go toe-to-toe with Batman the way that Heath Ledger's Joker did. So, I guess if we were trying to relate...
Heath Ledger's Joker took Batman for like 2 seconds and then lost. Very, very summarily. Like, the Heath Ledger Joker wasn't a powerhouse who boxed Batman to submission, was he? It's been like a year or two since I've seen that movie. But from what I remember, he pretty much used a bunch of cunning, you know, intergalactic bull queer tactics, like Sheath Palpatine. He used a bunch of cunning tactics to get the drop on Gotham until Batman finally confronted him and then punched him twice, basically, and the fucking game was over. You know? Like, wasn't that basically what happened? I don't know. I might be wrong. I might be off completely. But I feel like there wasn't an extended fucking kung fu fight with the Joker. I feel like there wasn't a Sonic Heroes team rival battle where Batman had to knock the Joker off of the stage, Smash Brothers style. I don't think that happened.
This movie in with Dark Knight, what would have had to happen is that he would have become Joker, and then he would have had to have spent maybe a decade or so lifting weights and eating meat to get to the point where he could actually go toe-to-toe with Batman.
Would have had to spend a decade. A decade? Okay, it doesn't take that long to get ripped, for one. For two, again, he doesn't ever go toe-to-toe with Batman. Are you perhaps thinking of, like, Bane? Or, like, a different villain? This is categorically not what the Joker does. Moving on. Just
Something
moving on.
compelling about Arthur's transformation, however, and I think that redeems a lot of the slow pacing and some of the more boring aspects of the movie. You won't really enjoy it a lot while you're watching, but at the end it will feel somewhat satisfying, if that makes sense.
You know, you're gonna hate this movie while you're watching it, but after you figure out the conservative message, you're gonna really love it. You're gonna love my nuts.
And while I do love the message of this movie all the way around, and the message is definitely a positive one that people need to hear.
It's definitely a positive message that you have invented that is not the message of this movie. But I will agree that the actual message of this movie is probably a more or less a positive.
It does come off as a little preachy. And
yeah,
again,
I've never heard somebody describe something as being preachy for preaching a theme that is not there. Have you ever heard that? Like, that's amazing. That's just, we need to really just, that's incredible. Yeah, this movie, you know, E.T., I loved E.T., it's a great movie. It is a little bit preachy about the Iran-Contra crisis, but, I mean, I think, you know, if you can overlook that, if you can overlook the 25 minutes where E.T. turns to the screen and talks about how there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, and, you know, starts reading a Marxist like literature. You know, outside of that, it's a great film. You know, I don't know. I've never heard somebody just come up with, yeah, it's a little preachy for like, oh, you know, the strong anti-Nanking message of Futurama. I don't know.
And I hate to say that as someone who agrees with the message,
wonderful.
but I like to be an honest broker. And I think that it might be a little better if the message were a bit subtler when it comes to both Arthur's bisexualism and the general messaging that is there about mental health.
Well, apparently the general messaging about mental health was not fucking subtle enough. Or was rather a little bit too goddamn subtle for you, because you didn't pick up on what the actual message was. But this movie's conservative credentials are nearly impeccable, but it is not on the same level of Aquaman. So there is a movie on his channel talking about how Aquaman is, I think it is literally called, like, Aquaman, a conservative masterpiece. Or something like that. I'm sure we'll get to that. That's a movie I haven't seen.
Joker is most likely not the best movie of 2019, but it is easily and by far the most important. No other movie has the weight or gravity of this film, at least this year. In 10 years, this movie will be required viewing for Republican families and clubs.
No other film has the weight and gravity of Joker. You know, I sure hope this is a troll, like, because, you know, it's just sad. It's just a little sad. When you watch that video about My Little Pony and he's like, oh, blah, 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 it's ruined a generation of women or whatever, it's like, you know, I would say that people who out here, like, unironically thinking that Joker 2019 is, like, the deepest and most emotional and most thematically significant film, isn't that what that one guy, that fat-ass movie reviewer guy, that fucking Joker didn't win the Oscar, that guy didn't, isn't that, like, exactly what he said? Like, man, that's ruining society. That's what's ruining society.
Like the college Republicans, but I think the general public will have largely moved on. Sure, fans of the DC universe and fans of the Batman universe will still watch it as part of their learning the backstory of all of the various characters, so it will have that afterlife as well, but mostly it's just going to go down as a conservative classic like Ghostbusters or something of that nature.
A conservative classic like Ghostbusters, ladies and gentlemen. And he doesn't elaborate on why that's the case, and I don't believe he actually has a video on his channel about either the new Ghostbusters movies or the old Ghostbusters movies, or the video games, for that matter. But, yeah, I don't think he ever elaborates on what he means by a conservative movie like Ghostbusters. I think the only assumption one can make is that it's because it's about a small business. They pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and made a small business, I guess. Gee, how about that?
The movie's
That's
conservative credentials are nearly impeccable, but it simply isn't on the same level as Aquaman, which is the ultimate conservative masterpiece, because it simply isn't as good of a movie. Aquaman, of course, featured Arthur Curry, whereas Joker features Arthur Fletcher, Fletch, and it's very...
Fletch. Did you even watch the fucking movie, you scum? Motherfucker, get the name right at least.
Clear that...
You don't even know... You didn't even watch fucking Fight Club. Which movie did you see?
Arthur Curry, as he is in Aquaman, still reigns king of the conservative films.
King of the conservative. Look at this. This man over here, he's the king of the conservative films, everybody. And here I thought it was Kevin Sorbo. I guess that makes Amber Heard the queen of the conservative films. That, Alright, moving along. Moving along. Let's watch another Yakuza one. Here, we're gonna expose the gay love triangle of Well, actually, I guess we should do the Kiryu one, but Kiwami is just so much more obviously gay that, like...
Greetings, YouTube. This is Remarkable Republican, here as always to bring you the truth with a truth-flavored bias.
Yeah, I'm really not keen on this new guy they got to dub Kiryu in the new games.
Remember, you can support my crusade by going to LiberaPay and supporting my efforts.
My crusade. You can actually pay this guy. So, I mean, I don't know if that's proof for or against the theories of like, being a true reincarnation of real garbage. Or whether this is just... I mean, again, I say, like, just a troll, and I don't want to be, like, I don't want to be, like, dismissive, because, like, if this is a troll, this is a very good troll. Like, that's the point. If we have to debate about it, I think that makes them good. Because there's a lot of things where you hear it and you're like, oh, well, Yakuza Kiwami gay love triangle, it sounds like an obvious troll, right? Except then you hear about, like, just the little... It's the little things. It's like... It's just the little tiny draw no attention to it, the tiny mention of, and as we all know, Ghostbusters, a conservative film, a conservative classic, and just moving along from that, and that's like the only mention of it on his whole channel. You know? Like, it's little things. It's the little things. If it's a troll, absolutely hats off, man. Big clap. If it's not a troll, I mean... That's pretty special, isn't it? I mean, I think I do. I mean, I say I hope it's not a troll. I say I hope it's a troll. Because, like, some of the opinions are so dumb, but I want to believe Santa. I want to believe Santa's real, guys. I just really want to believe Santa's real. I want to believe that somebody actually exists with these opinions. I have to, you know, there has to be some magic in the world. There has to be some homophobes who are this funny. Like, come on. They can't all just be mean and nasty. They have to be, some of them have to be legit homophobes who are actually funny, like this guy. Come on.
I recently finished playing Yakuza Kiwami, and just like Yakuza 0, I find that this game is little more than a thinly veiled vehicle for the homosexual agenda.
Oh, Kiwami's so much less thinly veiled, too, or more thinly veiled, I guess. It's even thinner. The veil is even thinner. I mean, Kiwami's the one where Majima dresses up, like, you know, in drag. Majima, there's so much gay tension with Majima and Kiryu in this one. There's also a lot of gay tension. We didn't watch the one, actually, I said before, we didn't watch any of the Yakuza ones the other night. We started watching a little bit of the one about Kiryu from, 0. And it actually... of course, it focuses on how he is friends with Nishiki, therefore they're gay. But that's a big element of this one too. Is the Nishiki, you know, any sort of bro or kyodai or friend of any sort who is the same gender, you got to be gay. But also, I guess the people who are like this probably, I mean, you start to get, like, real lonely, I guess, when you start, like, well, if you're friends with a guy, you're gay, but if you're friends with a woman, then that's bullshit, because you have to just fuck women, because that's what Andrew Tate told me. It's like, man, I don't know, I guess you can try to be friends with trans people, but I don't think a lot of them would like that sort of thing either, so I don't know. You've really limited your options, you know what I mean? It sounds very lonely being, like, this... Being ultra-conservative sounds like extremely lonely, you know, because I would have to assume that this is, you know, you can't be friends with men because that's gay, but you also can't be friends with women because You know, they're all just meant for breeding. So, like, yeah, you're just kind of... Man is an island if you're, like, super ultra-conservative. That just sounds very unpleasant. I'm sorry.
I'd like to expose how the main plot of this game is nothing more than a gay love triangle. This will fly over the heads of most of the children who play this game, but I think that it is worth noting and that the game should be rated M or even X because of the explicitude of the homosexual content within. The main plot of Yakuza Kiwami, as I said, is a gay love triangle. The three participants of the gay love triangle are Kiryu Kazuma, Goro Majima, and Akira Nishikayama.
Nishikayama. I love how he says Kiryu's name, like, technically the right way. Technically it is Kiryu Kazuma. But, nobody really said, you know, that's not really how the West says it. Also, the plot, we're talking about the main plot. I mean, you want to talk about the main plot? This is Yakuza 1. Majima's in, like, 2 scenes in Yakuza 1. He's not really a part of the main plot so much. I mean, he is, but not to more of an extent than the guy who goes, "Kill this arrogant motherfucker." He's actually more important, I think, than Majima is overall. So, like, the main plot, no. I mean, he's there a lot in Kiwami because they fucked up the pacing of Kiwami and made it like a weird comedy game, which kind of ruins the the plot a little bit of Yakuza 1, but, you know, it's whatever. But no, Majima's not even involved. It's not, you can say that it's like a gay, like, Fujoshi bait kind of thing between Kiryu and Nishikayama. You could maybe make that argument. I mean, that would still be kind of, you know, that would elevate this from being completely false and weird, like, no, Majima's not part of the main plot, really. What are you even talking about? That would just elevate it from that to being like, well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty surface level. Yes, they have like, you know, sexual tension or whatever. They're shirtless and greased up and fighting for their honor and calling each other bro or whatever. You know, you can make that argument, but I don't know, when you just start factoring Majima in, it's like he's not even part of the plot, really. I mean, he's there for like 2 scenes. I don't know.
Kiryu, for his part, loves Nishikayama and even calls him by the name Nishika, which is supposed to be a term of endearment between 2 very close people.
Okay. This is what I'm saying, right? Is like it's a troll, right? Except what troll would just like I mean, I don't know. That just seems like something that you would just not do on purpose. You know, it's so obviously... I could see you saying it Nishiki, but Nishka? Where... It's an I. It ends with an I. Nishka?
Which is supposed to be a term of his part, loves Nishikayama, and even calls him by the name Nishka, which is...
Nishka? How did you get that? How did you get that? Come on now.
Supposed to be a term of endearment between 2 very close people. Nishikayama just calls Kiryu.
What's good, my Nishka? Oh my god.
So this shows you that the relationship is not quite reciprocal. Kiryu loves Nishikayama so much that he goes to prison for him. Despite having a bright future ahead of him, he was about to get his own family within the Yakuza organization, the Tojo clan.
This is unrealistic because I'm a man and I've never loved anybody and done anything for anybody. So why would Kiryu?
And he also has a quote-unquote girlfriend named Yumi. And this is a woman who Nishikayama was more or less forcing him to date, while he himself was sort of dating another woman named Reina. That whole thing is a little more complicated. We'll get into that more later.
Oh, I'm sure we will. You know, Yumi, the one that he was like buying a wedding ring for. Not a wedding ring, but like, I don't know, a friendship ring or whatever. I don't know. You know, I think she might have been kind of important to him, but...
On. Then we learn that there is a third participant. As soon as Kiryu gets out of prison after 10 years, he is immediately met by a loose acquaintance named Goro Majima. Majima shows up and demands that the two of them fight. He wants to test Kiryu's strength. He then shows Kiryu that he's lost a step, or 10, over the last 10 years, and he challenges Kiryu to get back into shape, And clearly there is a lot of homosexual tension involved with all of that, with Majima being very interested in how strong Kiryu is and all of that. So he then stalks him for...
Okay, but that's not a part of the plot, though. I mean, like, you know, you can make your comments about Majima in the game or whatever, but it's not really part of the plot. He's just kind of there. He's just kind of thrown in to Yakuza 1 and just kind of, hey, I'm here now. And truly, the worst thing about Yakuza Kiwami is that, you know, you'll fight Majima for like 10 minutes and then beat him and then walk down the street and there he is again, and it's another 10-minute fight that you can't escape or like make happen faster. And eventually it just gets unplayable. Like, I remember trying to do New Game Plus, and it's like, well, I can't go anywhere because there's just fucking 25-minute battles with New Game Plus Majima everywhere. Randomly, and it's really bad. But it's random, it's not a part of the plot, so yeah, I don't know, that's not really an element of a love triangle.
The rest of the game, Majima is also someone who has his own family, and he uses all of his various thugs to stalk Kiryu. So this in itself is obsession in its clearest form, and he always seems to take a great deal of enjoyment from his encounters with Kiryu. Now, how does Nishikiyama fit into all of this? Well, as...
Nishikiyama.
Now, how does Nishikiyama fit into all of this? Well, as I'll explore, he's not gay. But he is very jealous of Kiryu. He's mad at himself for not dating Yumi and instead setting Kiryu up with her.
Wait. Were you telling me that there's a man who isn't gay in one of these games? I'm flabbergasted by this claim. You're telling me that the one guy... Wait, no, excuse me. No, excuse you. This is such a complexly woven troll if it's a troll, Chad, and if it's not, it's like... You're telling me that the guy who actually is part of the sort of, you know, like, romance, if you want to call it that, bromance or whatever, between Kiryu and Nishiki, he isn't gay. Nishikiyama is not gay, even though he's part of it, but Majima totally is, even though he's totally not part of the plot at all. But the guy who's on the box art, and who... Really? He's not gay. Okay. But Kiryu is. I guess that's what it is? I'm so confused. Cause if you're trolling, like, why wouldn't you just say Nishiki's also gay? Like, why wouldn't you just say that? Why would you make the final bullet point where it's like, well, but Nishiki's not gay. Sorry, Nishka. Nishka's not gay. But Kiryu is. Like, what? How do you come to this conclusion? Okay.
And he's very much blind to both Kiryu's love for him and Reina's interest in him. So that is why I will argue in the end that...
Bro may have trolled Deadwing, potentially, because if this is trolling, it's exceptionally detailed and like... You go into a video called Yakuza Kiwami Gay Love Triangle Exposed, and you don't expect it to have subtlety to it, but there is. There's just so many little things where you're like, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. If you were trolling, you would go balls out, and you would go all the way. But instead you're like, oh, but Nishiki's not gay, and it's like, that's very strange. It's just very odd.
Nishikiyama is the tragic hero of Yakuza Kiwami, and not Kiryu.
Right. Because he's not gay.
Before
right.
getting into the 3 participants in the love triangle, I would like to also highlight some other homosexual characters in Yakuza.
He calls himself the Florist. The Florist is not a very masculine name. Yeah, that's true, bro. You're right. That's true.
Kiwami, who helped to further the homosexual agenda this game is trying to promote. First up is the Florist. The Florist is a friend of Kiryu's, and this is a man who allows other people to call him the Florist, and in fact gave himself that name. As you might be aware, the Florist is not a very masculine name, and being a florist is not a masculine occupation. Almost every florist is a woman. The Florist spends his time running an empire of information, i.e. gossip. This is an inherently womanly, or even gay activity. And the florist also wears open shirts.
Inherently womanly or even gay. That's great. I just love the way anytime I hear somebody use the phrase womanly, that's always a good one. I love that one. Because I think Frank Barone from Everybody Loves Raymond brought that one into my lexicon. And so now I love to, that's true. The florist is pretty womanly. Now that you mention it, he do be having kind of womanly hips and all.
So he's always showing off his chest and abdomen to the people around him, which is normally a way to show off one's body to the opposite sex. However, all the people he's around are dudes. So clearly he is advertising the goods to other men. So his homosexuality is beyond doubt.
Well, yeah, Moss, the NSA is inherently gay because they collect, information and rumors and gossip and whatnot. But also because NSA stands for no strings attached. And I mean, what do gay people love? Obviously. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. So here we have lesbian girlfriend. What? Is that a thing? The two hook up after Kiryu tells Yui that someone's gender shouldn't matter when... I never saw this if this is in the game. I'm not aware of this.
Kiryu has a pretty complicated sex life, it is safe to say. One of the two women that he dates on the side is named Yui, and he meets her at a cabaret club. Early on in their interactions, she mentions that she is in fact a lesbian, and that she mostly got into this job to meet hot women. So Kiryu is well aware of her preference early on, but yet he keeps going back to visit the club and to try to deepen his ties with her in the hopes of getting with her. So clearly he's not...
Kiryu is well aware of her preference early on, and for some reason still talks to this vagina with legs, even though he has no chance with it. It's bizarre. I don't know. He must be, like, I don't know, gay or something? Does gay plus lesbian equal... Oh, jeez. Oh, man. I always was bad at math. Oh, boy.
Bothered by this in the slightest. In fact, he asks her questions about it. He's genuinely curious. The two of them eventually do hook up after they go on a date, and Kiryu tells Yui to stop judging people by their gender and choose their sexual partners by other means. This then leads her to give him a chance in bed, and what Kiryu's advice shows is that he clearly does not care if the people he's having sex with are women, and it is the game's way of telling us that Kiryu is a bisexual. And once you understand that about him, and then you look at his relationship with Nishikayama in detail, and also if you're wondering why Majima thinks that he has a chance with Kiryu, here is the key to unlocking the gay love triangle. It is not immediately obvious unless you understand this plot point.
Oh. Okay, it's not immediately obvious otherwise. So wait, so Kiryu's not gay, he's bisexual. Okay. Well, that really... Alright. Well... Okay, so he's... Never mind, we're moving along. We can't be hung up by every stupid thing. We can just keep going.
Let's now explore the fascination that Goro Majima has with Kiryu. Majima has been itching for a chance to fight Kiryu for 10 years. However, if you played Yakuza 0, you know that they met at the very end of the game, which occurred 7 years before Kiryu went to prison. This means that there was a long stretch of 7 years where Majima could have...
God, I can't wait for Yakuza 0 too. It's gonna be so good.
...tested Kiryu for his might. Now, clearly, he was very interested in Kiryu, and it is quite obvious from the amount of time that Majima spends on Kiryu that he must seek something more than just a chance to have a sparring match.
Someone in chat pointed out that, like, I love how he never considers that there might be, like, differences between cultural, standards of masculinity or whatever. Like, yeah, in Japan, and especially in, like, anime and stuff, there's a pretty big thing of, like, strength and samurai bushido honor bullshit, whatever. So, like... And I mean, the thing is like, he's not... It's interesting that he goes after Yakuza. That's what's funny, is like... Because, like, I can see... There's also videos that talk about, like, how Star Wars has a gay agenda or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you can do that, sure. But Yakuza, it's funny because, like, I mean, yeah, Yakuza is pretty inherently homoerotic on the face of it. But once you learn a little bit and you learn, like, oh, well, there were, like, samurai groups in, you know, ancient Japan who like, loved each other as, like, they were men who fucked each other because they thought that men were, like, superior or whatever. Like, that was a thing. And so you talk about, like, Japanese depictions of, like, honor and strength or whatever, and it's like, you can make an argument with this a little bit that there's, like, some kind of, I mean, obviously on the face of Yakuza, it's like, again, it's shirtless dudes fighting with, like, on a rooftop or whatever, calling each other brother. I mean, it's a little bit Billy Harrington at times. That's for sure. You know, my dad told me not to be ashamed of our Yakuza game or whatever. But, like, yeah, you know, it's just funny. You can go after anything else, but with Yakuza, it is a little funny. Like, yeah, you're right. There might be something there a little bit. Not so much with, guys, Star Wars is a gay agenda because of, like, C-3PO, but, you know, with Yakuza, it's like, well, I don't know about gay agenda, but, I mean, there's some societal element of masculinity, sexuality, honor, strength, fighting. It's all kind of in there, which is probably why there are a lot of depictions of, like, kind of sexualized, like, you know, bro, kyodai, Fist of the North Star, you know, Naruto X Sasuke, that kind of shit. That's like, it's like a fairly decently popular thing in Japan. So, I mean, I don't know, it's interesting. But, you know, Majima's obsessed and all of this. Majima's choices uses, you know, oh yeah, that's right. There is the time when we have to listen to what he says about Majima doing drag. I want to move on to the circumcision video, but we have to watch some of this.
Just to elaborate further on Goro Majima's choices in this game, he chooses to use his second-in-command Nishida as a go-between and as the guy who sends most of the text messages to Kiryu. This is sort of a common tactic for people who have a crush on someone and are trying to warm them up. This is something that a lot of high school kids do.
Yeah, CoffeeZilla, why did you use Logan's manager as a go-between? Why didn't you just say what you had to say to his face, CoffeeZilla? What are you, a Yakuza member or something?
One of the cabaret clubs, when Kiryu arrives to meet with Yui or the other girl, he instead is greeted by Goromi, which is literally Goro Majima dressed up in drag, with makeup but still having facial hair and then the big muscles and tattoos.
Yeah, it's a fucking joke, genius. It's not the gay agenda, it's a joke. I mean, it's the classic man in a dress joke, but, you know, it's... I don't know, for some reason it's funnier when Majima does it. I don't know.
That, needless to say, is deeply disturbing, and...
Deeply disturbing, needless to say.
It amazes me that there are people who are fans of this game who actually thought that that was funny or in any way acceptable.
It's deeply disturbing. I mean, I don't... It's just funny how somebody can be more, like... I mean... maybe it's a troll, obviously, asterisk, you know, disclaimer, nothing can be fun, everybody's ironic, nobody means anything they say, everything is post-turbo, post-ironic society that we live in, but if it's serious, I mean, it's just funny how, you know, you can have a leftist person who probably would see that and be like, oh my god, oh, man in a dress, that's offensive, oh, that's absolutely disgusting, and then you can have this guy see it and be like, oh my god, a man in a dress, that's offensive, like for completely different reasons, but yet, it's just as stupid. It's just as stupid.
He also has a special disguise that he uses in the arena, where he wants Kiryu to fight him as the Hanya Man. And because he uses the same fighting style, he's hoping that Kiryu will recognize him from his technique and his physique, so clearly there's a lot of implied homosexuality there. He has another alternative guise when he uses his sort of breakdance style fighting called Everyone's Idol Goro, and in this one he dresses up in outdated 1980s clothing and shows...
Yeah, they're reusing an outfit from fucking Yakuza 0. Genius. Yakuza Kiwami is a standalone expansion to Yakuza 0. Come on now. It's just a reuse of assets.
Up at a club and also shows up in the streets to fight Kiryu. It's all very strange. There are some encounters you have with him where random thugs will start fights with you, and then in the middle of them, Majima will jump in and attack you. So he's clearly paying these guys off in order to initiate battles with Kiryu, but his object is not to really hurt Kiryu, or even really to slow him down. He's just trying to get Kiryu to lay hands on him.
Yeah, it's like... I don't know, man. It's like watching, I don't know, a harem anime and being, like, offended that it's sexist. You know what I mean? Like, wow. You can clearly see here when the protagonist and this lady with big tits get in a wacky mishap, and he lands on her with his hands both clutching her tits, and they stare at each other for a while. You can clearly see that this is a male fantasy. It's like, yeah, fucking really? You think? You think that there might be, like, a little bit of tension there between... You think that's maybe the joke? Maybe? Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
There's another time where...
shut up. Nishiki's life... He's not a homosexual, but he is a cuck for Yumi. Alright, good.
Kiryu
Tell me
into
all
bed
about
with
it.
him.
Tell me all about it.
Let's now consider the life that Nishikayama leads. It's worth noting that unlike Kiryu, who is bisexual, and Majima, who is simply homosexual, Nishikayama is, so far as I can tell, completely heterosexual. However, he is a cuck for Yumi, and I think it would be easy for someone with an untrained eye to mistake...
Isn't Yumi his sister? Or... Wasn't Yumi his sister? Or was that a different girl? Because he had to, like, pay for his sister's treatments or something. No, I think it wasn't Yumi. I think it was a different girl. I don't remember. But he is the tragic hero of Yakuza Kiwami, the Hamlet of the story. Spin-off? Question mark. He does you even know what this game is? Did you even look at the Wikipedia? You know, like, it is a remake, sir. It's not. It's really not that. It's probably the first thing that comes up underneath Yakuza Kiwami on Google. It is a remake of Yakuza for the PlayStation 2. It is not a spin-off, but yeah, but he is a cuck for Yumi.
Nishikayama for a homosexual.
Different
After
girl,
Yumi
not
disappeared,
his sister.
Nishikayama did not pursue Reina, even though she was clearly interested in him and just as attractive as Yumi. And for a while, he was pretending to date Reina to get closer to Yumi.
Wasn't he interested in Reina? He was. What? In the battle for Yumi's heart? Was it you? I haven't played the game in a while, but wasn't he like... No, Reina was into him. That's right, yeah. I mean, and he was into Yumi. Yeah. And, okay, yeah. Right. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. It's just very bizarre. It has to be, I mean, you gotta assume it's... I don't know, we've seen so many stupid fucking takes on the internet. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yeah, this could very well be a troll, but I don't know. There's probably something out there that's a lot dumber than this that's serious. I mean, there are like a bunch of, you know, videos explaining how The Simpsons is all about the fucking communism or whatever, you know, stupid, ridiculous video essays like that. So, I mean, there's a lot of stupid shit out there. I don't see why this is... I mean, this is pretty dumb, but, like, I don't know.
And wanted Kiryu to date Yumi so he could keep her around. He is kind of an arch plotter, but he sort of sucks at it, and that's really one of his key flaws. Nishikayama developed an obsession with power so that he could defeat Kiryu in the battle for Yumi's heart.
Alright, well, you know...
A lot of time visiting
Fat flashbacks and all that. I'm sure there's plenty more gay stuff. I'm sure Yakuza continues to be gay. And I'd like to keep looking at that, but there are other Yakuza ones. And more importantly, we need to solve the Chris Benoit murder mystery, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, citizens. This is Remarkable Republican, and I'm here once again to bring you the truth with a truth-flavored bias. I've been doing a lot of research into the murder mystery of Chris Benoit, and I think I have found the solution. Join me as we explore this case from 2007 and uncover the truth about what really happened to Chris Benoit on that fateful day.
So do you really think she knew his moves? Uh-huh. So, like, do you really think that this guy who is, like, supposedly trolling people with how much he hates gay people or whatever, do you really think that he would, make this video? Like, is this a good troll video? I mean, like, I could see maybe people being trolled by, oh, I solved the Chris Benoit murder mystery, but it really doesn't seem like that. It kind of just seems this is a video where I'm like, maybe this is genuine, I don't know. But I haven't seen this one.
If you have learned anything, both from what has happened in the world and from watching this channel, you know that you can never trust the mainstream. They will not tell you the truth. The fact is, Chris Benoit could not and did not do a murder-suicide on his family. Here are some facts that you need to consider. 1, Chris Benoit was a Christian. It would be against his faith to murder his family. A Christian would not do that.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Hey, you know who else was Christian? Wasn't fucking Hitler Christian? Or Catholic? Or one of those ones? Yeah. No, he didn't do it. No, he loved God. God wouldn't have liked that. God would have said no. God would have said that's bad. God would certainly not have told him to do it in his crazy fucked up brain or something. That's sure as hell not what happened. No. Listen, guys. God never made anything bad happen before, so that can't be it. All right.
Fact number 2.
Disproven. Fact 1. There you go.
2. Nancy's death appeared on Wikipedia a day or so before the police discovered the bodies. This makes no sense unless the person who killed her posted about her death. Chris was not a computer guy, so he would not have thought to do something like that. Further, the only other...
What is that in the background? Is that a cock? Does he have a rooster in the background, or like some kind of bird?
Possibility aside from a murderer doing it is that the police discovered this and for some reason decided to announce it on Wikipedia before they reported it. That would be pretty stupid. It would make them look bad.
I don't think it's
one other thing to consider that most people ignore. Eddie Guerrero, Benoit's best friend, also died under very odd circumstances 2 years earlier. He was only 38 or 39, and he died of a massive heart attack, despite the fact that he was in great health. And
okay, so there's another suspicious death linked to Chris Benoit. All right, sure. You're strange way to present evidence that he didn't kill people, but all right, go forth.
That simply doesn't happen, and it means he must have been poisoned in some way. Something was askew.
Poisoned?
And perhaps there is some relation...
Okay, like, what do we think this is gonna be? I mean, is this gonna be reptilians? What's the conspiracy here? Is it gay people? Did gay people kill Chris Benoit and his family? Is that what's happening? Is that where we're at? I don't know. I mean, I've not seen this one. I did see one of his videos about, like, the fall of Rome or something, and I think it was basically... I don't think it was gay people, but it was, like, I don't know, the left or something. But... is he saying, like, the government did it? He's suggesting poison was involved, so this might have been the government killing this guy's friend, or somebody? Okay, what's going on? Why is there poison?
Between these two cases... But I won't get into that now. If you want to learn more about the death of Eddie Guerrero, let me know in the comments.
Vince McMahon did it.
Another thing that we have to keep in mind...
Jewish space lasers? I believe it.
The official story is that Chris...
Where was Gabe back then?
Benoit used the crippler crossface, his only submission move, in order to kill his wife and son. This was the only submission move that he knew. There are a couple problems with that. One, Nancy was herself a former pro wrestler. She was good in the ring, and if anything, in terms of pure skill, might have been better than Chris. She also knew his moves and knew counters, so...
I love this, like, death battle power ranking bullshit that this guy does. Like, well, Joker couldn't have killed that guy with the scissors because he was stronger than him. Like, yeah, maybe the guy was surprised Maybe human beings are really fragile no matter how many fucking bench presses you do, and all it really takes is, like, you know, getting you off guard a little bit. Like, well, maybe she was like, I don't know the story. I don't know much about this case, but, like, I don't know. Maybe she was, like, fucking asleep. Like, who's to say? There's probably a lot of things that could have made that. I don't know.
So, if he was going to choke her out, he'd have to do something that would just involve a lot of strength. He wouldn't be able to put a special move on her. That's just not realistic. The Crippler Crossface, by the way, for those of you who know anything about wrestling...
That's true. Does he believe wrestling is real? I mean, that's a concern. Because, I mean, these people are all, you know, they do all look pretty strong. It might be a lot of steroids. They do look pretty strong, though, generally, but like, I don't know, man. You know, it's all kind of just fake moves that are just, it's basically Southern people anime. I mean, not necessarily just Southern people. And there is Japanese wrestling, but, like, you know, it's trailer park anime. It's trailer park JoJo. It's not real. I mean, it's a theater performance. It's essentially it's a theater performance. So the idea of, like, well, it's not a real wrestling move, so we actually don't know how much power level it actually has. So we don't know if it could have killed the little boy. Like, I don't know, man. I think maybe he just, like, choked him. Like,
it's not a real wrestling move. It doesn't actually do anything. It inflicts no pain. It puts no pressure on you. It is purely for show. Unlike most submission moves that are in wrestling, this one is kind of a joke, and it's amazing that people took it seriously and didn't realize that it was
soap
fake.
operas for
but
men.
There's absolutely no way you could hurt someone or make them pass out or murder them with a crippler crossface. It's physically impossible. Barring Kevin having some satanic powers that we don't know about, which made him stronger, Kevin Sullivan was older, smaller, and weaker than Crispin.
Wait. Satan? Is Satan involved? We didn't anticipate Satan would be showing up in the chat. The police in Georgia at that time were solidly Republican and would not have covered for a Satanist. So is Kevin Sullivan the smaller, older, and weaker? Wait, what is he, like the brother? I don't know, but he's a Satanist. He looks a little bit like Simon Pegg, but with a mullet. Okay, he did it. I think it's him.
It is very hard for me to imagine Kevin being able to overpower Chris and then use his submission skills. If he had entered the house and tried to challenge Chris head-on, Chris would have won the fight because he's younger, faster, and stronger. Despite suspicions by many people, especially on the internet, there actually has been no evidence found linking Sullivan to the crime. His alibi checks out. There was no paper trail of money or anything like that. There are no fingerprints. The police in Georgia at that time were still solidly Republican, unlike now after years of voter fraud, corruption, and whatever else. Communism. And at that time, they were the types of guys who...
Whatever else, immorality and communism. You know, Maurice, that's why we have such a problem here in Vice City. It's all the communism. Why, yes, Pastor, you are correct, sir. We will be right back after these messages. This is incredible. This is a character from GTA. I mean, this is not a person, right? I mean,
would not have covered for a Satanist. So there would be no reason to think at this point that Kevin Sullivan did anything unless he was magically able to overpower a much stronger man without leaving behind DNA at some point. So he could not have really been involved. It just doesn't add up. To be a good suspect, you have to have both of them.
Oh my god, look at this, chat. Chat, can somebody just send this to a friend right now without any context? Don't tell them what stream you're watching. Just post this, and don't elaborate if they ask for more info. Thank you.
Motive and the means to get the job done. I found someone who is more than physically capable of taking out Chris Benoit, and who also had a much better motive than Kevin Sullivan. That man is John Morrison, who wrestled at the time under the name Johnny Nitro. It was only a few years later we started using his legal name, John Morrison. When Benoit ended up missing a pay-per-view event where he was supposed to compete for the ECW Championship, John Morrison stepped in and filled his slot and then got to be ECW Champion. This was his first world title reign. So he gained big time from this, and the motive is quite obvious. He was someone who was just on the cusp of competing for that, and by taking out someone in the form of Benoit who was at that level, the main event, he was able to create a slot for himself. As a guy who was very young and athletic, he could match Benoit 1-for-1. Benoit might have been a bit stronger, but Morrison was quicker and could use a lot of sort of karate-style kicks. He was very...
So we have multiple possible theories here that he is posing for who may have killed Chris Benoit and his family. I mean, like, alright. I mean, he could have matched Benoit, so if we're having a Yakuza shirtless battle where they're both evenly matched and have health bars, then yeah, that's great. Nitro led a wrestling gang, but most importantly, Nitro's girlfriend was a hot Mexican who could pose as a maid or an evangelist to gain entry. Neon Genesis Evangelist. Nitro was a bad ECW champion. But what motive would he have had for killing, like, Chris Benoit's son and wife, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna make it look like a murder-suicide. Well, who would do that? I mean, we have that lady on TikTok or whatever who's, like, claiming that some teacher is responsible for a bunch of women getting stabbed at this university, I think. And it's just this lady just like, well, the tarot card said that it's actually this teacher. And she had a lesbian love triangle with... it's very similar to this, actually. It's actually very similar to the content of today's stream. But, I mean, similarly, it's like, I don't know, man, you can't just go and, like, accuse John Morrison, whoever this guy is. I don't know if that's cool. I don't know, but, I mean, it could be him, it could be that guy, or...
I think the evidence here is pretty strong, and that there's about a 90% chance that John Morrison and his associates were responsible for the deaths of the Benoit family. So how did Morrison and company pull this off? Well, I think that they must have started with a honeypot in order to get into the house. A honeypot is where you use your sex appeal to get people to open the door or to expose themselves in some way. So either Johnny came over and started talking up Nancy, and then she let him in.
So this Morrison guy, is that who this is, or is this Chris Benoit? Because whoever this is in the background looks like Onision became a pro wrestler, which is a frightening thought, truly.
There's rushed in. Maybe even Joey Mercury got involved. Most likely it was Johnny Nitro, though. Or Melina worked her wiles on Chris, assuming he was home. Either way, once they got in, they rushed in as a group and seized control. If I had to bet, I would say that they waited until Chris went out to run an errand or something like that, and then they pulled this off on Nancy, set up an ambush, and took Chris when he came home.
Oh man, the concept of Occam's razor is like, man, I don't know. What's the more likely scenario? This guy was mentally ill and snapped, which happens to people sometimes, or an elaborately staged, spaced out series of killings over the course of years, with different methodologies. Like, I don't know, I mean, you say you don't like the Yakuza games, but this sure is starting to sound like rubber bullets, my man.
That would be the smart way to do it. The killings were then elaborately staged and spaced out to create the impression that Benoit had a breakdown. It would make sense because Eminem also was known for doing a lot of elaborate stuff in terms of their ring ritual. They had a really involved entry where they would have people with air machines and a carpet. And
why is there an alien in the corner? Well, I didn't necessarily remember that I still had Ashtar down there. I don't really need the Sangi, actually. We don't need him. I mean, we kind of always need him in spirit, but I'm going to keep the Ashtar because this is approaching alien conspiracy level. There might be a video on this channel about aliens. We're not close to done, by the way. I see people in chat who are, like, just joining. We're keeping this party train going. I mean, I think I might need to get some booze, maybe, in a minute.
But they would do a pose, and then
Also, we're probably gonna switch to, like, I don't know, we might do some video games in a couple hours or something, but I want to keep going on this guy for a while.
Han would jump up on the ramp, or actually no, Melina would jump up and then do the split thing and go under John's legs. I mean, they had like this whole ritual they would do.
Right.
So we're really into rituals, and it would be possible for them to make something like this look really professional and make it look.
So they had like an elaborate fucking wrestling move, and therefore they elaborately staged a murder of this guy's entire family. Alright, well that's pretty cool. Thank you for proving that. Another good one proved. Desalinate the ocean, solving the See, like, this is what I'm saying. This is possibly the most boring thing I've ever heard. This is the most boring thing you could ever do as a YouTube video. So you're telling me this guy's trolling? I don't know. I just don't know. Why is this guy's top 10 movies of the 2000s include a PS2? We gotta watch this one. This is so boring that it has to be funny.
Greetings, YouTube. This is Remarkable Republican here once again to bring you the truth with truth-flavored bias. Today, we find ourselves in a world where we have more people than fresh drinking water. That's a major problem. And many people have already started to recognize that one way to get more drinking water is to take salt water from the ocean and remove the salt, desalination, and then drink the water that way. However, that is slow, cumbersome, and expensive. What if we could do this on a much more large scale rather than just desalinating locally? Here's what I'm proposing.
What if we could take all of the salt and move it somewhere else?
Let's desalinate the whole ocean, and here are the reasons why we should do it, and some ideas about how we might go about it that would be more efficient than the method that we're using right now, which has not really desalinated very much of the ocean so far. Let's explore the key issue of the water shortage.
Okay, I'm not watching this whole thing because this is boring, but like, what is this here? Limited supply of fresh water has led to... the ocean is the largest body of water in the world, but salt water is not potable. Previous desalination projects. And how would you... Freshwater is a far superior sustainer of life than saltwater, which is more toxic and acidic. Sea life does fine in saltwater, but would flourish in fresh. Well, probably not all of it. Also, the oceans are, like, pretty big. And, like, pretty mostly not mapped, you know? So like, I mean, unless you're James Cameron and you can go into, like, a little submarine and putt-putt along with a little desalination machine or something. I don't know what you would do exactly to make this even happen, but even if you did, it's like there's a lot of weird sea life that's living at the bottom of the ocean somewhere, and maybe it needs the salt. Maybe the salt in the water has like a point, you know, for something. It might not be good for us, but it's probably good for something.
Is a far superior source of life than saltwater. Saltwater is more toxic and acidic. And if we think about human life, we see that people with high blood pressure are a lot more likely to die. Salt causes high blood pressure. So you can only imagine what it must be like for creatures which live in an ocean full of salt.
Yeah, I guess, unless they're, like, you know, made for it. We got Ice Age insurance. What? Saltwater freezes more easily. We are overdue for another Ice Age. Like, this is so unrelated to the other bullshit that you can't... I don't know, man. Is this really a troll? Because this is really boring. Like, who would watch this and be clickbaited by a video like this? It's so stupid. Freshwater oceans would have lighter water, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't create as much rust or mold. Better oceans. Well, we got bikini babes here. Big boost, big booty to the tourism industry. Beaches will be appealing. National security. Since seawater is heavier and murkier, it's easier for submarines to hide. Really? Okay. How to do it. Alright. Potable iodine tablets purify water on a small scale. So the principle should work if applied on a larger scale. Regular treatments of the ocean spread across different treatment sites should fix the problem. Treatments of the ocean. Like, what are we gonna do? Just make a really, really big Alka-Seltzer tablet or something and just pop it into the fucking Atlantic? Is that the plan? Gee, I don't know, man. I think they might have already thought of that one. that might have come up with that idea before. Amazing. Amazing concept. Let's watch how circumcision is evil. Now, interestingly, I don't see anything about Silent Hill on this guy's page. So, you know, it might not be the same guy from the Silent Hill wiki, but yeah, I'm sure it'll be pretty exciting.
Greetings, YouTube. Remarkable Republican here to bring you the truth with truth-flavored bias. Today, I'm going to prove to you, beyond any shadow of reasonable doubt, that circumcision is no less than a plot devised by the New World Order. And I will...
Alana Banana Canada comes along with $5. This is so heckin' boring. Well, listen up, you heckin' chonker. We're learning about circumcision in a New World Order and China, and most likely Jewish people at some point, eventually. So don't you start with that, okay? The desalinating the water might be boring, but desalinating your dick, that's interesting.
Distinguish between circumcision in the Old Testament and circumcision in the modern world. So don't skip ahead. It's important that you listen to everything I have to say. If you've seen any of my other videos, you know that I'm a very thorough researcher, and that I have both a business background.
Didn't even know which character was which in Fight Club, you know. Very thorough. You know, you say, again, it's like you say something like that, it sounds like it's a troll, it sounds self-aware of how unfactual the other videos were, but then you make a video as dull as, hey, we should make the fucking ocean not have salt in it, and it's a 12-minute video, and it's like, it's presented the same way as all these other videos. It's like, that's so boring that nobody could find that to be, like, clickbaity or be... Like, it's like, that's not a troll. It's just stupid. Right? So is this whole channel like that? Is this all just stupid?
So I'm a very reasonable person with a lot of knowledge, and also I have Christian discernment, so I'm able to see things that most people simply can't. Anyhow, let's begin
+5 to foresight, moresight.
By taking a look at how modern circumcision works and why it is practiced, at least why it is supposedly practiced. In the modern world, it's very common for babies to be circumcised
foreskin.
Early on. In the US and Britain, starting in 1850, what we see is that so-called scientists and so-called doctors began to promote circumcision to cure health issues. So they started to introduce this practice as a special method so that they could normalize it and then make it more commonplace later. So what they would do is if you were in a wheelchair or you had cancer or something like that, they would snip the foreskin of your penis and then tell you that this would cure you. It's needless to say, just like now, many so-called scientists and so-called doctors are actually just big scam artists trying to sell you something so you will give them money and power. Look at all the climate change scientists. They are of this ilk. Now, these...
Oh, you know, you really had me for a minute there, because, I mean, you go along like, oh yeah, doctors are kind of pushing bullshit, you know, that's true, they do that. You go to a doctor with a problem, and they're like, here, try this cool new medicine that I'm being paid to sell you. You know, they do that, you know, and circumcision is kind of dumb. I mean, if you want to do that as a grown-up, that's fine, but the idea of doing it to children is a fairly outdated notion. I think most people would probably agree with that. So I really don't know I don't know. I don't think you're this is not a controversial opinion that, you know, circumcising kids is like kind of weird. I mean, I think if you're Jewish, you still do it as like a religious thing, but I mean, I don't know, man. Am I allowed to say that that's a fairly stupid religious practice? I'm sorry. I don't care.
So-called doctors and scientists claimed that they were opposed to lewdness and masturbation, but if you know anything about history, you know that by 1850s, most of these thinkers on the left, these so-called intellectuals, were Marxist. Marxism spread like a cancer through Western society among elite, effete intellectual circles. However, despite the fact that they claimed that they were against the lewdness and
Did he say elite effete circles? Is that what he said?
Cancer through Western society among elite, effete intellectual circles.
Elite effete. Is that like effeminate? That sounds like he learned a word and he really, really needed to shove it in here even though it didn't fit. That was really awkward. Yeah, it's like it sounds similar to elite. Oh, it's a rhyme. It makes you sound kind of smart until you stop and you're like, wait, oh, this is just like it's like a weird word for like effeminate, I guess. What is it? Yep, feet. We got him, boys. Maybe he... Elite de la feet. Elite ye feet. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think effete is a word. No, it might be like a fucking 1600s word or something. It might be a real $5 Scrabble word. But, I don't know. That's fun. I wasn't even gonna point it out at first, but it's like, it's just a little fun. Like, what is that? Elite effete. Did you just, like, find a word and just put it there because it sounds good? I don't know. It's just funny.
However, despite the fact that they claimed that they were against the lewdness and masturbation that was really becoming a problem at the time, actually there was a masturbation epidemic in the later half of the 19th century. The fact of the matter is that the left can't really be opposed to those things because the left is the source of almost all the porn and degeneracy in American society, and it always has been.
That's right. The left is the source of the degeneracy. I'm sure there's never been any Republican men who wound up in, found photographed in the arms of their gay boy lovers or whatever, That's never happened before. There's never been any priests who, molested anybody. No, it's just all the left. It's all the godless atheist left. Absolutely.
If we look at the role of degeneracy in causing the Civil War, we see that this is what caused the North to turn against their brothers in the South. It's the same thing. By 1940s or so in the U.S., this became standard practice to circumcise all new babies. And the inherent degeneracy of this decision was sort of papered over just by...
I don't think it's the standard practice for, like, everybody, is it? In the U.S.? Good God. I thought it was a Jewish thing. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty fucked. I mean, you're not gonna see me out here like, oh, well, actually, but it's okay, though, because, I mean, the thing was, like, they got rid of the foreskin because it would, it would promote, healthiness or whatever, like, yeah, promoting circumcision for health issues. Like, and I mean, I don't know if that was being used as like a snake oil. Let me cut off your foreskin and we'll cure your fucking rheumatism or whatever. Like, but I mean, yeah, people back in the day weren't very hygienic and probably didn't, wash the pasta fazool under there. So it might have led to infections and stuff. So maybe not having it back then might have been a thing. But nowadays, I think everybody knows to use fucking soap, and it's, like, not really gonna give you, like, AIDS if you keep your foreskin. So, I don't know. It's pretty outdated, but I also don't know how, I mean... I don't know, I think this video is gonna get pretty dumb, somehow. I have a feeling me going, well, I guess circumcising little kids is pretty weird and bad. Is going to be about the extent of my my agreement.
The fact that Americans were busy fighting World War II, and they saw Hitler as the greater evil, so they were a bit distracted. The left, now that people are starting to wake up a little bit, people have seen that circumcision doesn't have some of these medical benefits. Certainly it won't cure your paralysis. Now the left is trying to double down on their propaganda, and one place they can go and do science experiments in secret on people who are too ignorant to question them is in Africa, where AIDS and things are common. So they go there and do these fake science experiments, and then they come up with new arguments about how an uncircumcised penis is more likely to contract an STD than a circumcised penis.
Well, yeah, if you're out, it probably is if you're at, like, not washing yourself and you're in some, like, hut village or whatever. I mean, fucking sure. But, I mean, it's also seems like they probably got bigger problems than that. I mean, there's probably like 5 or 6 steps they could go to before cutting off the foreskins, Like, I don't know.
And they try to make it about heterosexuals, trying to pretend that that's really the problem and the source of these issues, when it is a well-documented scientific fact that AIDS is a gay virus. Anyhow, this is the history of modern circumcision and why it is practiced, at least according to the so-called fake experts of the left.
so-called experts.
There's an actual reason why the left is pushing circumcision, and it's not just for the money. It is much more nefarious. If we look at Genesis 17:10, we see that circumcision is the sign of the covenant between Abraham and God.
Note the word Judaism here, chat. This is about to get spicy. I mean, we knew it was going to happen. I think we knew it. With the weird, wacko, conservative, Republican conspiracy channel. Or whatever this is, and it's talking about circumcision. I think we knew that Judaism was going to show up. Let's keep going.
This is what signifies that you follow the law of God as laid out in the Old Testament. And it's a key tenet of Judaism. However, the law is only for Jews. So, what happens later is, of course, Jesus Christ comes to save the world. And one of the things that he does very clearly and repeatedly in the New Testament is to abolish the law and circumcision. It's a very common misunderstanding that modern circumcision is the preference of the religious, especially Christians. It is actually a secular or Jewish practice. And I cannot emphasize that enough. If you don't understand, listen to what I said over, and it should become more clear. But let me move on to the key piece of evidence which proves decisively that circumcision is Jewish and not Christian. Every argument requires evidence, and there's no...
Don't we, know that? Do we really... Wait. Do we really need, Galega 526 to tell us about yeah, the circumcision is a Jewish thing. I think everybody knows that. That's not a secret or a conspiracy.
A piece of evidence better than the Word of God himself. You know me, I like evidence, and I can't think of a better source of evidence than the Word of God as expressed by Christ Apostle Paul through the King James translation. So, I will read from Galatians chapter 5, verses 2 through 6. And if you follow along carefully in your own Bible, you will see that...
Come on, chat. Break out your own Bible now. Come on. Look in the look in the end table next to your bed. You might have a King James in there.
Clearly, there is a massive problem with practicing circumcision if you claim to be a Christian. I begin at verse 2. Look, I, Paul, say to you that if you accept
we're not doing God religion segment. Oh, here we go. Oh, boy.
Just so we're entirely clear, and I know that this will not be welcome news to any of you who call yourselves Christian, but happen to be snipped, if you are tied to the law, this makes you secular. At best, if you're tied to the law, you can be Jewish, but to be truly Jewish, you have to actually follow every single law in Numbers, Deuteronomy, and all of the other books of the Pentateuch.
So you're saying that law protags are Jewish, but chaos protags are Christian? I see.
Let's face it, you are going to have trouble actually doing that. In practice, the law is a secular set of rules, and therefore law-abiding Jews are also secular, although they are practicing a form of secular law that was divided.
Secular people do not understand good and evil or right or wrong. Yeah, but they the law is a secular set of rules. I mean, but they love God, though. I mean, Chris Benoit didn't kill his family because he loves God, so they wouldn't do anything wrong. They love God. The lack of moral discernment by secular people is the source of almost all of our woes in the world. And here we go. Here's the real beans right here.
At this point in the video, I proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that circumcision is a tool used by the New World Order to separate people from Christ. However, this does leave open the question as to why this is being done, and the answer is that it is part of the New World Order agenda.
Of course.
The New World Order has been slowly building momentum in the shadows since at least the time of Napoleon. And the reason for that is that we had a big Congress of Europe, all the elites got together, they all decided that they shared the same values, and they began to look for ways to work together and override the nationalist sentiments of their subjects. They were wise enough to realize this is something that was going to take a long time, so they began to plot and to steadily get more organized. Now we're reaching a point of technology and of people being sufficiently deluded that the NWO is putting itself in striking position. I don't know the day or the season, but it might happen within our lifetimes. In fact, I'm pretty certain it will, although I don't think it's going to be any time within the next, say, 5 years or whatever. At any rate, for the NWO to truly impose its will, it is conditional upon the population being devoid of discernment. And that is something
And the foreskin ties into that?
that, of course, they have been working on for a very long time. Another thing that they're doing that is especially nefarious and immoral is that they are binding people who falsely believe that they are Christian to the law, which means that a whole lot of people are trying their best to be good, God-fearing Christians, yet they will never be able to achieve discernment because they are actually Jews.
Dude, bro, I'm very confused. Are you... What? They're... The law? You mean like the fucking Kabbalah or whatever? Or did we skip a segment? I feel like we skipped a whole segment. Christ followers do not practice circumcision because being circumcised bounds you to the law. If you are bound to the law, then you are... So in other words, Jesus Christ is a lawless... Oh, that's interesting. Is that part of the Bible? Interesting. Circumcision is a standard practice. Alright, so... Right, okay. New World Order. Right. And that has to do with the circumcision because of the Bible. The thing is, this is like kind of dumb, obviously, with the New World Order thing, but people do believe this, and so I really don't know if this whole video is like a point for or against this kind of thing, like this guy being a troll or not, because, I mean, there's people out there who we've watched who are totally legit that have these videos about New World Order that have, like, basically this same opinion. And so, and this video isn't so ridiculous or inflammatory where it, like, gets into aliens or anything. It is pretty subtle, all things considered. I don't know what this says about this guy, but what I do know is I got a drink. I'm gonna go get some booze, and I'm gonna come back when I'm hammered, or at least I have the means to do so. So I'm gonna leave up this New World Order agenda thing here, and we're just gonna go ahead and, you know, we'll just, well, that song's gonna get me copyright claimed. Here's a cool Yakuza song. Y'all know this one. I'll be right back.
Baka mitai kodomo nano ne Yume o 追って傷ついて嘘が下手なくせに笑えない笑顔見せた I love you もろくに言わない口下手でほんまに不器用なのにどうしてさよならは言えたのダメだねダメよダメなのよあんたが好きで好きすぎて
Guys, you've been listening to Majima's gay lover Taiga Saejima this whole time. I'm sorry. That was supposed to be the regular one, but we got Taiga Saejima instead. The Ballad of the Rubber Bullets right there. Well, I'm here with a glass of Coke that tastes like paint thinner because I added roughly a third of the glass is vodka. So that's pretty cool. But that's what we need for this kind of content. So circumcision is evil. We've learned about that. Gay Union Generals. Cultural Marxism, the video game. Privatizing the military. Leftist SJWs have killed manhood. Being a real man has become a borderline criminal offense. Okay, so that looks like a pretty fun series of videos there. Let's go back to some of the early ones. Maybe that'll... Well, we got Bernie Sanders homosexual over here. I'm sure that's fun. Somebody mentioned that Remarkable Republican might be based on Amazing Atheist. And it looks like that possibly is true. So this might be a joke. What's the earliest video here?
Hi guys, this is Remarkable Republican. I am a fan of your show despite the fact that I disagree with almost all of your stances, but I do like your style and your take on things. Now, my question is specifically for Scotty.
Yeah, this is for the drunken peasants, okay.
Now, I know that you and the rest of the peasants try to be intellectually honest to the best of your abilities, keeping in mind limitations. So my question for you is, why do you not come out of the closet as a Christian? Because it's quite clear to me that you must be a Christian. Here's why I say that. It's clear from watching you, the way you pose and move your hands and bat your eyes and these kind of things, that you are in fact a homosexual. I mean, you have the mannerisms of a man who is a pussy, not a man who gets pussy. No offense, because you're probably not interested in pussy anyway, so...
So wait, this might be proof. This might be proof. I was hesitant to go down to the bottom videos because I had a feeling that they would prove it one way or the other, which is a shame. But it also says a lot about this guy. This guy should have more subscribers. This guy's like if this is a satire channel, this is like the internet version of Colbert if he was still funny.
Not a problem. And by the way, I'm not against homosexuals. Anyway.
But you apparently equate them to Christians.
My question is, if you really are an atheist, then why don't you simply come out of the closet and admit your homosexuality, unless you fear God's wrath and you know that what you're doing is sinful? So, My question is, why don't you come out of the closet as a Christian? Are you afraid of being prosecuted by the atheist community in the way that Brett Keane was? Are you afraid of your brother?
Interesting. Well, I don't know anything about the atheist community, but I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if that necessarily... the truth about the Civil War.
Greetings, YouTube. This is Remarkable Republican, and I'm here today to talk about the story of why exactly the South was the good guy during the war between the states, or as Yankees like to call it, the Civil War. The dominant liberal story of the Civil War is that the victorious North defeated the evil South and freed the slaves.
Who the hell is Brett Keane? Because he has other videos about it. Brett Keane, super queer over here. He has that video. Is this an individual I should look into? I'm not aware of him.
Greetings, Axel defeated the evil South and freed the slaves, and everyone was super happy ever after. This story is complete nonsense and has spawned many myths. I will list these myths and then unprove them one by one. 1. Abraham Lincoln was a great American president, possibly the best. 2. The war was fought over slavery. 3. Slavery was immoral and illegal. 4. Grant, Sherman, and other Yankees were as good as Lee and Jackson. The truth about Lincoln is that without him, the war between the states would not have happened at all. Lincoln was a Republican, but in those days, the Republicans...
This video is 4 minutes and 20 seconds long, but it also came out 8 years ago in 2014 before... that was just after Gamergate. That's right around when jokes started to be invented. So that could be funny.
Were radical,
that could be intentional.
Left-wing liberals who wanted to massively expand the federal government. They were driven by ideology to no less a degree than Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. Lincoln thought that the federal government should have superior legal power compared to the states, which is not at all the intention of the founding fathers.
Bro, who gives a shit? I don't even care if this is a troll. It's like, the people who are like, who cares? Does anybody else care that much about, like, the fucking country? Like, I don't care who invented Canada. They were probably stupid and wrong and full of shit. What the fuck? You ever met somebody who was alive 20 years ago? Like, you ever met somebody who was like 20 years older than you? They're probably full of shit and have weird backwards ass opinions. So I'm assuming that the founding fathers of the U.S. were probably not exactly dudes you want to hang out with. I don't know. I don't get these people who are like, well, that's against the founding who gives a shit? Fuck off.
Early America, each state had the right to make its own money. Coin money, by the way, not worthless paper. Lincoln was not ignorant. He was willfully acting against the Constitution
what makes coins have value, sir?
Of the United States, and he disguised his betrayal of his country and his office by crushing the South. Lincoln
I really like the fact that I just really like that, like, coin money, not worthless paper. That's such a... Again, if it's a troll, it's such a wonderful troll, because that's not something you would think to add. Like, I don't think. That's just such a weird little aside. That's such a nice little textural element of this stupid video that we're watching. Of just like, you know, you could have just progressed fully onward normally without bringing attention to the potential that you don't like paper money, I guess. Like, all right, that's a new thing. Sure. But, like, but you added that in there, and I cannot say it makes me wonder, is this legit? I don't know.
Established a strong federal government which was little short of fascist. As I have already argued, the war was really about states' rights at its heart. Slavery was only a minor policy issue. Abolitionists in the North didn't like it, but they lived in places like Massachusetts where it was too cold to farm. When the South left the Union, it was to preserve the rights of the states to set their own laws as the Founding Fathers intended.
Oh no, see, here's the problem, because someone in chat, paper money is a fiat currency based on reserves in the nation. Coins are worth what they're printed with. A gold coin is worth literally its weight in gold. Well, to be fair, back then they may have actually had gold coins, and not like we have in Canada, you know, fucking toonies, whatever that's made of, you know, McDonald's byproducts or whatever metal goes into that. But I will say, the last time I heard about fiat currencies was videos about crypto scams. So the people in chat asking what this guy might think about Bitcoin. I don't know if he's talked about Bitcoin, but I wonder if he would be a supporter of Bitcoin. Because, I mean, hey, Bitcoin is worth its weight in Bitcoin, I guess, if you want to call it that. Jeez. He's going to invest in Plimbo coin.
People were just as concerned with their rights to make trade deals with foreign countries without the intervention of Washington bureaucrats, avoiding taxes on imports and making sure that their states had business-friendly tax environments, as they were about keeping slavery, which is the...
Well, yeah, actually, that's true. Just because gold is worth its weight in gold doesn't mean, like, you know, like we only say gold is valuable, you know. It's kind of like how every dollar or, you know, currency in the world is compared to the USD. It's like, that's the standard because we say it is. But, you know, it doesn't... It's kind of all subjective. Nothing actually... If you want to be a real, like, college-age asshole about it and be all like, well, it's all subjective, man. Nothing... everything's all subjective. There's no inherent value to anything, man. It's like, you know, I mean, that's true, but you know, I don't need to... I don't have a fedora to tip here. I gotta tread carefully.
Only way to do farming in a big way without modern technology. Slavery was not immoral because it was not a moral issue. You will observe that slavery is upheld in the Bible so long as you treat your slaves in a certain way. A few slave owners in the South were probably bad people, but most were Southern gentlemen who looked after their slaves. It was much easier being a slave than living in tribalistic West Africa getting your head chopped off by savages. Slaves were educated for farm work and learned...
Oh boy. You know... To quote Jack Packard, I've listened to a Wu-Tang album at some point in my life, and I feel like I can tell you that this is incorrect, sir. You know, I'm not the most qualified person to comment on the black experience in America or what it might have been like to be a slave, but I can certainly say that that's a cool opinion that you just said.
Skills that wouldn't have learned in Africa. The Founding Fathers understood that there were some men born to lead and others born to be led, a lesson a lot of liberals today can't process. There is nothing wrong with slavery.
Oh boy. Alright, you know what? We're good on that video. Oh dear. So if this guy, I mean... if he's trolling, he's committed. You know, he's got no he's got no boulders. He's got no barriers. He's got no limits when it comes to saying crazy bullshit to get attention and be trollish, I guess. But it's pretty Pretty exciting stuff. I don't know. I'm thinking I need to watch one of the videos about the Final Fantasy commie queer agenda, and then maybe we can move on to something else. Final Fantasy. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. What is this? Chat, this is oh, well, I do have it on 600 times volume. That's probably not helping. That's probably not helping, but that's because one of his other videos was literally so quiet that I needed that, so, still, wow, that is still extremely loud. Holy shit. Did I turn it down? Did I? No, okay, now I turned it down. Jesus Christ. Did he compose this terrible music? Or did it come from, like, a shitty SNES game? It sounds like Genesis.
Hello, everyone.
I guess it might just be from Final Fantasy IV, and I might be an asshole.
Republican here to bring you the truth with truth-flavored bias.
Listen to how loud the music is, and then how quiet he is. We're going to full volume.
Hello, everyone. Remarkable Republican.
Good lord. Balance. You can see the waveforms in fucking Premiere, can't you?
Here to bring you the truth with truth-flavored bias. Today, I'm beginning a new series where I look at the hidden agenda of the Final Fantasy video game series, stretching from Final Fantasy IV all the way to Final Fantasy X. And I'm starting with Final Fantasy IV, which was released here in the United States as Final Fantasy II. And the version that I played was the Super Nintendo version. There are other versions of the game that have come out since, but I've never played them. But I have found art up from them and information about them. I've checked out the wiki and done a lot of research on this video. So without any further ado, let's get going. Final Fantasy IV was the moral tipping point of the Final Fantasy series. Before, it had all been about spells, swords, and dragons, which some Christians are uncomfortable with, but personally I'm not that bothered by it. And it started becoming this kind of elitist, globalist,
So we thought in that first video, the one directed at the Drunken Peasants guy, we thought it was like equating Christianity to homosexuality, but it wasn't. It was saying that the guy has to secretly be Christian because he's obviously gay, so he some wacky, like, not necessarily saying that being Christian is bad. So he's consistently a good Catholic Christian man. You know, upholding the faith and whatnot. So, I mean, that's consistent. That element is consistent. He hasn't really broken kayfabe this whole time. But I just, again, it's like, can somebody really... I mean, I don't know. I went this whole time assuming that Ghostbusters 2016 was kind of making up a character when they invented the angry internet man who complains about, like, the left. I mean, there's that. That definitely exists. But to this extent... I mean, it can't be real, right? But, I don't know.
Queer agenda type of thing with Final Fantasy IV. And it was built into the story. The story itself, many of the images, many of the characters, and many of the events that they make you go through are promoting these kind of ideas, and they're trying to ingrain these ideas in the minds of impressionable young children. And I think that my own development was most likely damaged by games like this when I was a child. However, since I've thought about this over the years, I've been able to undo the damage and learn a lot from it, and I hope to help you do the same thing.
Oh, you're
At
better
the beginning,
now?
we meet Cecil, the leader of an airship that goes around making raids on behalf of the king, and he is in the middle of stealing a crystal from someone. Now, he eventually decides that this raid was unjust and decides to betray his king. So, basically, he's supposed to be our hero, but his first act is treason. He takes an airship built by the tax dollars of the people of a kingdom and collected by their king, and he steals it and uses it for his personal ends, and turns the men on that ship into traitors with him.
Oh, dude, this is next level, dude. Yeah, the tax dollars of the people of the kingdom. Yeah. Yeah, why isn't there a prequel to FF4 talking about the tax dollars of the people of the kingdom? Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I mean, when you're right, you're right. Nobody literally ever has ever considered the tax dollars of the people of the kingdom from the kingdom where he took the... You know, maybe it's because they're, like, evil and they're doing, like, a whole crystal magic genocide thing. But it's okay, because the hard-working tax dollars of the Fantasy American people...
So, already, that's a pretty dire start, and it's something that is easy to overlook since the game glosses over it so quickly. Now, back to Cecil. He is one of the more interesting and emotionally complex of the Final Fantasy protagonists. Now, the thing about Cecil that's weird is that he's actually 37 in a game and a game series where almost every major character is about 20 years old, give or take.
That is weird.
So that's something to keep in mind when we talk about Rosa, his love interest, and Kain, his best friend / love rival. So Cecil is a 37-year-old Dark Knight. So basically he's someone who was raised by the king. He's called the Dark Knight. That's like his nickname. And it was basically making him out to be somebody like a Batman or a Bruce Wayne. However, that part of the story never fully gets told.
Because the name is the Dark Knight? Are you... Bro, come on. Bro, come on. If that's a troll, that's low-quality bait. And if you're a real person, then bro, come on. Oh god, oh I can't take this.
So all we know is that people really respect Cecil,
He's
and
like
I guess that makes sense
Batman,
since he's a little older than
everybody.
these other guys, and he probably taught them a lot of their moves. So he probably trained Rosa. He was like her teacher, and then he took advantage of the situation. So there is some darkness about Cecil. He's not a perfect hero because he basically is taking advantage of a much younger woman, and he's also screwing over his supposed friend Kain by taking Rosa from Kain.
I think... I don't know how old Rosa is, but...
Rosa is a fantastic love interest, but not a very good character. What do I mean by that? Well, she is a fantastic lover to Cecil because she's completely submissive and subordinate, and that's odd in the Final Fantasy game. Most of the characters represent moral decay and depravity, but Rosa is sort of your typical feminine virtue.
Oh god, dude, this is like... Oh, this is like Neil Breen made a YouTube essay. Like Neil Breen just like, this is bad, and I don't like this, and I think this, and like, I don't know, it's just so blunt, it's just so incredibly blunt, and just like, tactless, just like, yep, well, she's a perfect love interest, because she's completely submissive and does everything that he wants. And, you know, moving on from that element, I'd like, just move on. Just move on. Just fine.
The problem is, she's the typical feminine
That's
virtue
beautiful.
who is associating herself with people like Cecil and Kain and Rydia and all these other characters who are degenerates. She sort of represents, like, the good Christian girl who is too naive to realize that the people around her are degenerate scum. And that brings us to Kain, whose nickname is the Dragoon. He is the third wheel in the Cecil and Rosa relationship. He is someone who was in love with
cuck? Is this Nishiki again? Is this that situation
Rosa,
again?
and it was his great love for Rosa that was used against him by the forces that end up manipulating him in the game. Now, Kain is also a very good warrior. He has a super cool jump command, and if you look at both his armor and consider his nickname of the Dragoon, then you know that he has a connection with dragons, which implies that he's both wise and strong. And later on in the game, when he returns to the team, he ends up becoming the best character and the de facto leader of the group. And here is the worst character in the Final Fantasy series. Definitely in this game, probably in the entire goddamn series. Prince Edward the Musician. He brings no value to your team, and anytime he's in your party...
So this is like a very different video, because this seems like he's just like ranting about Final Fantasy IV. It's like barely even about the commie queer agenda. It's just... It's like, oh, and how about this little twat? Fuck this guy. Like, this is how I would make a video about Final Fantasy IV. Alright, well, you know, that's this guy. We still can't necessarily be sure. There's so many more videos, too. How to colonize Mars. Like, there's so many more videos. Trump is not racist! Exclamation mark times 5! Oh my god, no, wait, but there's aliens. There's aliens. We gotta do
Hello,
aliens.
everybody.
We're not done until there's aliens. We're going to the moon, chat.
Remarkable Republican here to bring you the truth with a truth-flavored bias, and today I would like to talk about all of the lies that mainstream science has told us about our own solar system. The main lies actually revolve around the planet Saturn, and that's why I've chosen to start out with a graphic of Saturn. This is a picture of Saturn taken by a telescope. This is a picture of Saturn a little bit zoomed out, which shows you the real reason why people are telling lies about Saturn. Look at all of the moons, and we'll come back to Titan later in the video. But it is because of the potential of moons like Titan that we've been told so many lies about Saturn.
The mainstream understanding of the solar system is that Jupiter...
What are we guessing, chat? Flat Earth? No Earth? Matrix simulation? I don't know. What do we think?
Jupiter is the largest planet. It's the 5th from the sun, and then Saturn is the 6th planet, and it's the 2nd largest, almost twice as far from the sun as Jupiter. However, even in this graphic where mainstream scientists are trying to promote their own biased and ridiculous view of the universe, we see here that they've slipped up and made Saturn bigger. They admitted that Saturn is actually the larger planet. There are other reasons why we know Saturn's a larger planet, such as the fact that it has more moons, but we'll come back to some of those reasons in a moment. And we'll also see that both the relative order of these planets around the sun is wrong, and there are many, many problems with this really neat, boiled down, ridiculous view of the solar system. Based on the arbitrary and made-up idea of how far each planet is from the sun, scientists have created this graphic to show how big the sun would appear from each planet. The problem is when we actually go to those planets and then take pictures of the sun...
What the fuck does this mean? How big it would appear? What? Is this how big it appears from Earth? How big is that? It's like an inch or something on my screen. What is that? Can we get like a banana for scale? What? Okay.
We see that it does not match up with that at all. I will show you some examples. From Jupiter's moon Europa, the sun would look like this, with Jupiter in the foreground. Now, the main reason why I bring this up is to show you the relative brightness of the sun, but I'd also like to make a little short tangent about Europa. Many scientists hold it to be the most promising place for life in the solar system. However, you can see from their depiction of the surface that they make it an airless, shitty place. It's a place with no air and no liquid water, so I don't really see how it could possibly support life. This is a bad argument that scientists are putting out there, and I'm not entirely clear why. In contrast...
Well, you know, because we need to have a lot of gay sex to fill the atmosphere with cum air, you know? That's how it... Don't you know how the Earth was made,
Here is a picture of the planet Saturn taken by a flyby probe, and you can see the sun behind it. The thing I want you to notice is that the sun in this picture is clearly a lot brighter than
you
the
can't
sun
exactly
in the picture
see
from
air,
Europa,
that's true.
which means that Saturn is closer to the sun than Jupiter. Here is a supposed picture of the Earth from Saturn. Now, the problem with this picture is that it's supposed to be representing the Earth and the Moon. Remember, elsewhere we saw the picture where we could see all of Saturn's moons from the Earth. The moon that we have is actually bigger than most of Saturn's moons, so it should be visible, yet it isn't. That means that this is a picture of some other body or planet taken from Saturn, and it is a fraud being perpetrated by NASA for the purposes of fooling people about the real...
Okay, alright. Where are we getting to with this? Is it gonna be Jesus? Is it gonna be Jesus?
...lot of distinguishing features that other planets and moons do not share. With this rich atmosphere, Titan has storms, seasons, and weather. Things that we don't really see on other planets, like valleys, and things like that actually work. I urge all of you to write to NASA and demand that we have a manned mission to Titan in the near future.
This is such a dull, dry video. This doesn't seem like a joke at all. So, am I to take it that he is just blending in this completely straight-faced, solar system truth? We go to Titan. That kind of stupidity, we're just blending that in with Scotty is transgendered over here. Michael Jordan greatness debunked. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rogue One Jediism exposed. What?
Happy New Year, everyone. Remarkable Republican here to bring you the truth with truth-flavored bias. Today, I would like to talk about Star Wars Rogue edition of what first century Jerusalem would have looked like. As you can see, it was an elevated...
Was he saying Jediism is Judaism? Is that what he's saying?
...under the Roman Empire. And if you see the Holy Man, the one guy who is not a Jedi, but he's some sort of Force-sensitive guy in the movie, he takes center stage once they get to the city. In many ways, he was a relatively minor figure when they were doing other stuff, but when the rebels enter the city itself, he becomes a holy figure.
Okay, great, cool. So, Jesus or something, sure. Right, so that's Remarkable Republican. Really big fan of this guy. Big fan of this guy. Now, let's see here. Well, chat. think it's time to do the Wheel of Trash. I think we're gonna do a little bit of Wheel of Trash. I was thinking of doing some games, and we might get to some games on the Wheel of Trash, but I kind of want to keep doing trash. I'm not in as much of a gamer mood as I was like a little bit ago. When we were watching Yakuza stuff, I was in a real gamer mood, but you know, I think we might do games, but we're gonna do some Wheel of Trash. If you weren't here for last time, it's pretty self-explanatory. We spin the wheel, we see what it lands on, what kind of subject we'll be doing, and I'm actually gonna change the stream thing here. Live Wheel of Trash. And I guess I'll change the thumbnail again to the other Wheel of Trash thumbnail. Even though I was gonna make a new one for the next full wheel. There's still gonna be like a full Wheel of Trash coming up, but I want to do this one. I want to do a little bit of evening trash. There you go. So, where do we begin on the wheel, ladies and gentlemen? My bet, we're gonna land on fake Darmen. That's my bet. I think we're going to land on fake Darmen. If you didn't see the last stream, we got all of these different options here. These are all potential categories we could land on. We could play a game, we could watch a chat-suggested video, and we could watch any number of these other things here. Everything that we talked about on the last Wheel of Trash has been removed from this Wheel of Trash. And new fun stuff has been added. I've also added an old friend as a category, just a constant category. So like, along with video suggestions and random games and stuff, an old friend is now just, anytime we land on that, maybe we'll catch up on Cobra or whatever, one of those types of people that we've looked at before. But let's give it a spin. I'm going for fake Darman. That's my guess. 1A Frauditors! Yo! I was wrong, but it's never felt so good to be wrong! 1A Frauditors! Baby! Alright, so if you have not seen 1A streams before, then I'm gonna knock your socks off here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna knock your socks off. What do we got? I mean, I'm just gonna look for Arizona Auditor because he's like the main one. He's like a proper police auditor person. There's another guy I want to look at too who was arrested the last time I checked him out. So very, very excited here. This guy hasn't had much of an update in the last little while. Arizona Auditor. We watched some of this video here the last time, whenever the last time was that we looked at 1A Frauditors. We watched some of this video, but it's only been a couple of updates since then. If you're not familiar with the 1A people, you know, basically they just push their fucking luck. What does this mean, girl KO'd? Is there just a fight happening and this guy just doesn't do anything? That's a little troubling. But yeah, this guy, the people like this, they just kind of like to push their luck. They're essentially the not touching you people of like the real world. They're like grown-up children who will be like, oh well, technically I'm not doing anything illegal. Technically, it's not technically illegal as long as I stand exactly where I'm standing and don't move a step forward. Then it'll be illegal. But right here, technically it's not illegal. Why are you mad, bro? Why are you mad? What? You upset? You upset? You want to hit me or something? I'll sue you. I'll sue you if you hit me. It's that kind of thing. It's extremely obnoxious. But this guy's about to get owned. Officer Rojas over here is gonna get owned. So let's watch. these like all... What is this, like a web tree? A web ring? Is this like a 2002 MySpace web ring kind of thing? Why do we have all of these people showing up? Are they all the people that are involved in this channel? I know that a lot of these channels like to take each other's videos and re-upload them and be like, yeah, that's this guy, he's fighting the good fight and I'm spreading the good word, or whatever, that kind of shit.
What you guys doing? That's what the guys up there. Hey, you know, so look it up, right? Thank you.
This is one of my favorite things that these people do. I mean, it's one thing when they will, like, stand around outside of government buildings wearing all black, covered in strange, like, surveillance equipment, and, like, the cops come to them and they're like, hey, this is suspicious, and yada yada. But one of my favorite things that these people do is they will actively go out of their way to find police stuff happening, or, you know, like a horrible car accident where people are dead, and the first responders are trying to, like, you know, do their jobs and save people. And these people will show up with their little camera being like, hey, name and badge number? Hey, I know you caused this, sir. I know this is all because of you, sir. Like, that kind of shit. So, I mean, you know, this man is possibly being, I don't know, illegally arrested by the cops here, or... maybe this is all above board, but we'll see what happens.
What? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Right. There's no reason to pull me over right now. Look like these men. Yes. Thank you, my king.
Okay, yeah, that guy's drunk. That guy looks like he's probably pretty drunk, so I would imagine he probably shouldn't be driving this car right now.
Yeah, that's what stuff. You right, get the chips. Really? Why are you trying to get me? Why are you trying to get me?
You know, at least he's having a good time while he's getting arrested. I mean, you know, props to this guy. You got the cops like, sir, are you drinking anything? And you're just like, why are you asking that? That's so stupid. I can't even. Oh, stop it, you. Oh, you're too much. You're too much. You're too much.
Illegal. Nothing at all, sir. No drugs, no paraphernalia, none of that stuff, sir. At all. They're legit, right. I didn't put them on. I'm sorry. But I did it.
Later in this video gets absolutely owned by Cop Watcher Direct D. They call themselves Cop Watchers. Oh my god. Comes out and continues to question the suspect. So, you know, some people in chat might be thinking in this post-ACAB society, like, well, it makes sense you might want to sort of make sure that the cops are, like, not, you know, brutalizing people or whatever. That's kind of fair. That's fine. It's just that we've seen other videos from this guy where he clearly just wants to annoy the police for his own purposes, where it's like, yeah, I don't know if it's... I don't know. I guess this is a different guy, though. This is Direct D, so maybe Direct D's giving us the D directly, and he, you know, he actually cares, maybe? I mean, as a concept, I can see you want to make sure you see an arrest happening. You want to make sure that you're, like, there on the scene in case some shit goes down. But it's just that I'm fairly certain that with the vast majority of these people, they really don't believe that, and that's not what motivates them. And if anything, people dying in the name of police, like, people being killed because of police brutality or whatever is kind of just giving them more of a right to do their wacky thing that they want to do. It's like they're kind of... It kind of feels to me in all of the videos like this that I've seen that they care less about this as an actual issue and care more about it as something that kind of excuses this bizarre behavior of, like, stalking the authorities constantly. You know, they're like arresting this guy or whatever, and
Be quiet. We're talking to him.
May I take a look? No, look, sorry, no, I'm not drinking at all, seriously. My friend was drinking, no, seriously. I'm not.
What up, man? Thank you guys for joining.
Well, I'm not drinking, no, seriously. I wouldn't be drinking, sir. I'm not at all. Well, what is it?
Do not consent to the search.
Listen, guys, if you're gonna butt in on this, you need to walk away, okay?
I'm not gonna walk
If you want to stand there and film,
I mean, I will say it's fair to maybe watch, you know, make sure nothing bad is happening, but yeah, you can't just be like, hey, bro, you gotta ask for a lawyer, bro. You can't be doing that. Come on, Peanut Gallery.
by all means, go for it.
Hey, I have freedom of speech,
Nothing
bro.
wrong with asserting people of their rights.
Be quiet. We're talking to him.
What's your name and badge number?
Name and badge number.
All right, guys.
All right, folks, watch it.
He didn't give his name and badge number. And now they're doing some smug chuckling as well, because you can't. It's not complete without the smuckles.
No, he's not.
Branded smuckles.
I'm not doing anything wrong. That's right. I'm not doing anything wrong at all. Are you on?
See, like, this is a situation where, like, yeah, if you find a guy who's being harassed by the cops, then it's like, alright, this seems like, you know, the guy didn't do anything. That's fair. Point your camera. But why are you trying to, like, help this guy? I mean, I guess, yeah, he deserves to know about his rights or whatever, but it's like, the guy's clearly drunk. And he should not be driving. And, I mean, yeah, the cops probably should search his car to find whatever booze he has so that they can just get this fucking on with. Like, I don't know, man. You know, not every scenario is, like, you know, YouTube worthy. Sometimes the cops are just doing their jobs.
It's okay to say no. It's okay to say no.
I told him to don't consent to the search, and he told me to shut up. The cop told me to shut up. They said to shut up. Basically, told me if I'm gonna keep fighting.
Dude's got an open glass. Dude has a glass of booze.
That's why you should have said no.
At this point, you would think here comes the arrest, or at the very least, the field sobriety test, given that the police just dumped what they perceive to be alcohol. The officer instead retrieves the man's cell phone.
Watching this.
Why you don't consent to search?
So they're like, oh, we made it so this guy didn't get arrested, and they just called the guy called an Uber or whatever because we were there. They didn't arrest him because the cameras were on him, is what they're saying. It's like, yeah, you know, they might have arrested this guy who's like clearly, obviously drunk driving, but I guess now he just won't be punished for that. How about that? Sure hope nobody gets hit by that guy's car in the future. Thanks, Arizona auditor people.
Searches, man.
He didn't.
Oh, he
Blame
didn't?
you.
What?
Blame you, open container, guys.
Oh.
Oh, that's cute.
That's cute too, guys.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's cute.
What the fuck is happening in chat? There's this guy. It's me. I'm the guy who's gonna have to install an ankle monitor on this guy. Well, I think you're probably, are you intoxicated, sir? Should you have somebody call you a ride home? I don't know.
I know you're trying to help out. You're trying to protect the rights of people, but listen.
Why are you walking over here towards me again?
To talk to you.
Am I involved in your stop?
You're interfering.
You're
with us.
taking your attention away from your stop right now. What if he decides to run? What happens if he runs right now?
That's fine.
You're going to be in trouble for not paying attention to your stop, coming over here and engaging
He
with
walked
me.
out up
Why
here
don't
all
you shut up
diva.
and turn around. Do your job.
Oh, and then they just start, they do this. I forgot how annoying they get once they actually start talking. Because they start, like, issuing orders because they believe that the cops are, you see, they're public servants. their mom told them that one time 20 years ago or whatever, so now they just run with that, like, no, you work for me! Go do your job! And all of this. It's very, really gets annoying fast. Really gets annoying real fast.
Cody, you got him?
I'm pretty sure Sullivan would like to see better of you.
This dude's on drugs, bro. He walked up on us all diva, homie.
Alright, so this is the Phoenix Police Department right here. They are too stupid to realize what we're doing and to ignore us. This guy thinks he's... What's your name and your badge number?
I've already given it to your partner right here, okay?
Oh, well, I'm not my partner, so why don't you give it to me? What's your name?
Oh, this, like, yeah, this is the thing, right? Where it's like, I'm hoping somebody showed up here and this is like their first time with 1A people. Because this is a perfect example where it's like, it starts out and it's like, oh, are they just here to, like, make sure that that guy's not being, like, attacked by the police or whatever? Because that happens sometimes, sure. You know, you want to have, like, a watch force or whatever to make sure that the cops are, you know, enforcing the law correctly or whatever. Okay, fine. You can maybe talk about that, but then it gets into this, like, well, I'm actually not my friend, so why don't you tell me your name and badge number, actually? Why don't you tell it to me there? There's a good baby. How about you tell it to me? You know, this, like, this real, like, I got bullied a lot as a kid, and now I realize that the cops are not legally allowed to bully me back. So I'm just gonna go and be, like, a jerk. And just, like, be a fucking, you know, again, just, like, not touching you, that kind of shit. That is, well, welcome to the stream. Hello.
Rojas, R-O-J-A-S. I'll know how much it makes
Smash
tomorrow.
that like button.
I'm going to share your video to my channel. That's why I'm not recording right now. I'm the commentary guy right now. Are you live?
I'm live.
What's up, guys? You know who this is. You'll know soon.
It's fine, man.
Oh, you'll know soon. Guys, we're gonna all know his name soon. We're gonna tremble before the name of, what was his name? Dick Direct or whatever? We're gonna tremble before Direct Dick. He's gonna dick us down, and we are gonna be scared about it. You just tell how obviously it's like this little power trip, like, because people in chat are like, how do they go this long acting this way with law enforcement and not get arrested or whatever? It's like, yeah, it's loopholes. It's this bizarre level of knowledge of the law that's like knowing just enough to not get arrested, but not knowing or not caring about all of the things that, like, you know, you'll see a car parked the wrong way and these people will be like, actually, did you know your car wasn't supposed to, like, there was this one where it was like a car was driving through a security gate or something, and he tried to, like, make a big deal with the cops at the scene, like, the security gate's supposed to be closed, and, like, this whole thing, like, just this weird Karen behavior, basically. And it's just this, like, little power trip, like, yep, they're not legally allowed to do anything about me being like this. Legally, I'm allowed to do this. And they know that if the cops do anything, they're all on camera, they're gonna, you know, take it to the police or whatever, they're gonna, take it to the media, edit out all of the footage where it makes them look like they provoked the cops, you know. It's pretty standard thing. It's kind of like the, kind of reminds me, and it's not a similar, like, it's not really a similar situation, but it's a similar, like, outcome. It reminds me of, if anybody remembers the guy who was, like, working at the hotel, and the dude walked in and, started filming him having, like, a breakdown. And, the guy behind the camera was just like, wow, that's so stupid! And that Tariq Nasheed guy tried to make it like, oh, the guy's white, and that's why he's mad. That's why he had a breakdown. Like, people tried to make it like a weird race thing or something, and all it was just this guy was having a really bad day and was clearly, like, mentally you know, not well. And this dude just showed up and was like, I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm going to omit from my Twitter post all of the context of me, like, provoking this guy. And I'm just going to be like, wow, guys, be sure to like this tweet, you know. And that's, like, I feel like the same kind of motivation that drives a lot of these people is you know, now that they probably wouldn't have done this before the internet, but now they have a YouTube channel, and this guy, this 40-year-old man wearing, like, skater shoes is this guy who, as far as we can tell, looks like J-Station with a mask on. Is over here just like, oh, you'll all know my name soon. You'll know me soon. Like, bro, we don't care. You're fucking... Come on now.
Guys, you know who this is.
You know who this is.
You'll know soon.
It's fine, man.
30th.
And it's funny that, too, like, every time we watch these 1A people... I mean, I guess it's because the cops are on camera or whatever, but it's like every time we watch these 1A people, it really only shows that the cops are completely, like, okay, there was maybe one or two exceptions where it seemed like the cops were actually doing something, you know, maybe questionable, but then we even didn't have all of the information. There could be something that they knew about the situation that we didn't know, but, like, for the most part, when we watch these videos, the cops just come off like super reasonable. If anything, it's frustrating that they can't do anything to stop these people. Like, it's a frequent thing that we come away with when we watch these videos. We're just like, oh man, I really wish if only the police could brutalize these people, you know, like, it's obviously a joke, but it's like, man, it sucks that these cops are legally, they just are forced to just sit here taking this bullshit.
Haha, ROAS.
Haha.
Walked up here, all diva, trying to pull some will.
And that pay increase wasn't enough to keep you guys in line, huh? You didn't like that extra money?
They're so badass or something. This fucking dude too. Like, I knew the Arizona auditor guy. I'm pretty sure he's the one who's holding the camera, and he's the one who's going like, he's like the little quiet dude who sounds like which actor am I thinking? It's like Chris Pena or something. I forget. Michael Pena, the dude who was in Chips. He sounds like that guy. That's what I think of whenever I hear Arizona auditor talk. But then this guy over here in the red shoes, he's just like, he really thinks that he's like, oh, that pay increase wasn't enough to keep you in line, huh? Well, we're here to keep you in check. Like, oh my god, dude, settle down. Go home. Eat a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry.
Huh? You're not trying to help nobody. What are you doing standing around? Who are you helping by standing around here?
I'm watching you guys.
For what? For what purpose? What purpose?
Because we have a voice that could be heard. You don't want him to hear what we have to say. You don't want us to assert him of his rights.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. We have not physically interfered with your stop.
Listen, we're trying to talk to him. You're distracted. For what? So, for what?
That's not interference, bro. You're ADD.
Oh my god, bro. Figure out your fucking quit before you say it. I love to, these guys always have like butt buddies every time. They always have this. This is the dynamic of all of these videos where they'll have the main guy go out and he'll talk to the cop or whatever, and then they have these dudes with the camera and they're just like, yeah, and you fucking suck, and my taxes pay your salary, yeah, that's right, you fucking loser, what you gonna do, arrest me, yeah, tell him, yeah, we're your bosses, that's right, yeah, you tell him. Like, they're just the backup hype man to whatever guy is, like, you know, the main dude. And the last time I saw that, Arizona auditor was the main dude, and he had a bitch boy. But now, sadly, it appears that Arizona auditor is the bitch boy. Sadly.
He's
been demoted.
Your car and you'd be writing it up right now.
No, that was never the case, man.
Yeah.
That was never the case.
Why are you telling us to shut up then?
I never said for you
Telling us to be quiet, not to talk. You should shut the f up and do your job and ignore us. That's what you should do.
Oh man, and I do love that the whole concept here is we're gonna get in your way and you just have to not acknowledge us. Like, I don't know, I'm no psychologist, but doesn't that seem like, I don't know, kind of bizarre to like, I don't know. There's something about that. It's a little funny, like, just like, we're gonna go out of our way to find these people, and then we're gonna be a big nuisance, and we're just like testing them. This is basically the Majima Everywhere system. These guys are Majima, and the cop is Kiryu, and he's just trying to progress with the main storyline, and these guys are like, well, you were supposed to ignore us, bro! Well, we're just here to test your skills, bro! What the hell?
Being paid to be shut up and listen to me. You're being paid to be a professional. Be a professional. Shut the f up and do your job. Be a professional.
I'm trying to protect my partner. He's good.
Why don't you tell your partner to leave us alone and help you? That's what you should do, dude. Okay. You know he's being a dumb right now.
Yeah, no, there's a person in chat who says like, you are cops, you're supposed to be better than us. Yeah, that's a frequent thing where they will go and they will just be like, you're a fucking piece of shit, you're a stupid asshole, do your fucking job, you fucking asshole. And then if they ever even say anything that's even like, you know, like, not even an insult, not a mean word, just like implying something, you know, like say, this is hypothetical, but this is an example of what they would do, is like the 1A guy would be like, oh, do your job, and all the cop would have to say is, oh, what are you guys doing? Or like, what's your job? Don't you have a job? And then they would probably go off the fucking, we're gonna report you! You're not supposed to say that to us! You're a civil servant, bro! You're supposed to be better than us! It's a very common thing, which is, again, it seems like a very bizarre psychological mindset to be in, where you're just going out of your way to literally be like the worst type of person, just so that when somebody reacts, you can go, yeah, but you're not supposed to react. You lose, I win. Like, all right, I guess so. Yeah. I mean, you've proven that it's really hard not to react to people that are acting like psychos. And I mean, this guy, as usual with these streams, we're forced to just be like, shout outs to Officer Rojas over here, who's just like, you know, listen, we're just trying to do our jobs. You guys just stand over there if you want to film us, whatever. He's like, he's not rising to the bait, you know. Sometimes they do. Sometimes the cop does, and I can't even fault them. Because we've seen it before, where the cop will like immediately like rise to the bait of the 1A person, and it's like, yeah, because this is an insane situation, and this guy's acting like a psycho, and of course you're getting heated. That's what you're supposed to be. If you haven't dealt with people like this before, then you probably would get upset, and if you're real kind, you wouldn't punch them. But, you know, it's a testament to what kind of patience these police officers actually have, I guess. At least in Arizona, where a lot of this tends to happen, that they are willing to just put up with this. And I mean, we'll jump ahead a little. I don't know. He's gonna get owned at some point.
Career. It does 100%. Especially if you're looking to get mad points. Right?
Oh, mad points.
Nobody's got nothing to say now.
Those mad points.
Yeah, you tell him, Direct D. You're the big man.
Look at that smirk.
Yeah, where you at?
These are the professionals.
Well, yeah, these are the professionals. This guy is standing here just taking all of your abuse professionally while you stand here like a bunch of weird little LARPing Batman fanboys like, oh, you think you're a big officer now? Well, I have a mask and a YouTube channel, so therefore I am basically God.
See, and when you watch the video, that guy's name's not going to be on it unless he doesn't say anything to me. He's not going to be on the video. Nobody's going to know who he is.
Appreciate you, bro.
That cop said not a single thing. Is this idiot?
He's smarter than you. That's why. He might educate you when you guys are on your own, but I doubt it. Because you seem like
this is Phoenix, guys. This is
in a few years.
They literally are just shouting at this guy for 20 minutes because all he said was like, hey, we're trying to arrest this dude. Can you stop? And they're just like, whoa, you mad, bro? We trolled you, bro. You mad? For like 20 minutes. And that's this video. That's the own. That's the officer gets owned. That's how they owned him. They just yelled at him like this for 20 minutes.
When you make a mistake.
This is Phoenix PD.
You coming
it's over by
approaching me? You came very close.
We're on 30th.
Very close.
Are you having problem?
What are you gonna do?
Why are you so butt angry, sir?
What is this?
You're gonna arrest
Missouri,
me?
I
I'm gonna sit
believe.
in jail for the night. Woo!
Oh my god, this is unbelievable. This dude is this like fake little cowering. Oh my god, you are so... What are you, a cartoon? How are you a human being who's acting like this? Holy shit.
Bro. Career killers right here.
Quote from man stabbed. What are you gonna do? Stab me?
These are career killers. You know that? Your pension, health insurance, do you have a family?
Yep.
People that you care about, that you take care of? It's not smart f***ing with people that can end your career, dude.
They're gonna end your career, dude. Yeah, that's right. They're gonna end it. I'm going to end it. They're gonna end his career, everybody. With this this video. This video ends his career. I mean, I think at this point, if I was in Arizona and I saw that I was stopped by this officer, I'd be like, oh, hey, yeah, I saw that YouTube video those crazy people did. Yeah, you really stood your ground. You didn't succumb to their bullshit. Good job. What do you mean bodies in the trunk? No, I mean, I didn't say... You didn't say anything about bodies. Yeah, you're trying to get me. I'm gonna have to speed away now.
That ain't intelligent. These cameras are recording you. What are you gonna walk over here and do? Because we're talking? Because we got a fucking flashlight? You don't like the flashlight? There's literally...
This cop, like, I love what a fucking Chad this cop is. He's just like... You can see him, he's just perfectly stone-faced, just standing here dealing with this. He hasn't broken down laughing when the guy started being like, oh, what are you gonna do, arrest me? Like he was fucking Cartman or something. This is genuinely a very professional cop, it looks like, yes.
Flashlight? There's literally nothing you can do without getting yourself...
Look at how his facial expression changed. This is beautiful. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
You got served, bro. You got served. Yeah, that's the 90s term, but I don't care. You got served.
God, what is it with people that have that kind of laugh? Why are they always like this? Anytime you never hear, it's never somebody's friend. You never have a friend who laughs like that. Or if you do, they're a friend who later, like, stabs you in the back. It's always like some scumbag. It's never somebody you know fondly. It's always, it's the fucking guy with that laugh again. I knew that dude in college who had that laugh. God damn it.
I'm not a violent person. I mean no harm on anybody. I'm not armed, except for with career killing cameras. Oh yeah. Hey, Grand Canyon University police. How come we don't have them on YouTube?
Because they don't.
And they just keep going.
Beautiful speech.
Tax dollars. Wasting resources.
This is amazing. This dude literally is just standing here. This dude is collecting a paycheck just listening to these tax dollars. End your career. Professional. Like, shout outs to this officer. I like how the guy who's getting arrested too is just over here like, damn, they're really doing this, huh? Like, even he can't believe it. That's pretty great. Well, that's some 1A. And I mean, 1A looks like, you know, they are keeping on. So let's move along. Let's do another spin of the wheel here. God, it resets the positions of the spots on the spinner every time I spin. So I have to refresh the page so that it's all like so that both of the chat game and chat video suggestions are like opposite each other, and like there's order to this chaos. You see, and it unorders it. It's crazy. But we're gonna spin again. What do we got? You know, I don't know. We've already been... I think I'm taking a mulligan on this one, because we've already been talking about Remarkable Republican a lot tonight. That's too similar. That's too similar. We gotta do another one. We gotta do another one. We gotta do another one. Weird Chefs. Oh, Weird Chefs. It's time for Weird Chefs chat. And you know what? This is gonna be a little bit of an Our Old Friends, but we actually have... We actually have something. Let me see. No, I think we actually... Oh, boy. Oh, you just made one, too. No, you know what? You know what? I don't know. I just don't know. Because, yeah, no, okay, we gotta do this. We gotta do this because somebody mentioned that, King Cobra JFS made crab nachos. And yeah, we're gonna do this. Bacon crab meat nachos. We gotta watch this. And we just last wheel we did some Cobra, but we're doing more Cobra because he did crab meat nachos, and I'm drawn. I'm succumbed to the allure of the crab meat nachos. Do you think he got the imitation crab meat from that guy's basement? You know, after they stomped around on the trains like kaijus and they were J-Owen, and he went home with the crab meat.
What up, YouTube? We're gonna make...
What is up?
Some bacon, crab meat, jalapeno nachos.
With French onion dip.
Now for our nacho ingredients, we have some French onion with bacon. A classic Dean's dip. Delicious.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're starting off strong. When the first ingredient is something that doesn't really go in nachos, I mean, you know, you can dip your nachos in dip, but is he gonna have that on the plate, like with the nachos? What do you... Okay, well, we'll keep going. French onion dip, too.
Pre-made real bacon from Hormel bacon bits.
Like horrible bacon.
We have a hot sauce. This is jalapeno. Flaming Rage jalapeno hot sauce.
Flaming Rage. Flaming Rage sounds like that other channel.
A little container of real crab meat from this company right here. Now for our meat.
Oh boy. Crab meat claw. Look, it's me. This is like this is like government crab meat. Man. I've never seen crab meat come in a ricotta tin before.
From this company right here.
That's like not normal.
Now for our cheese, we have a nacho cheese blend with jalapeno peppers. Check that out.
Perfectly normal cheese, sure.
And of course, the star of our nachos, everyone's, or at least my favorites, nacho cheese Doritos.
Oh my god, you don't use Doritos. You know, I bet Doritos nachos would maybe be okay if you made them correctly, but it's like the first bastion of any shitty chef has to be Doritos. Just slap some Doritos onto our pizza and that'll make it better. What's that? Normal corn chips? No. Doritos. That's fine.
I wanted to do this with sushi.
Why is there a can?
A bunch of wasabi.
Is that part of the ingredients?
When I ordered sushi and wasabi, they were out of wasabi. And the sushi I ordered, they were out of that. So I'm kind of like, what do? You know? What the fuck you gonna do? Bacon dip open real quick. Get that French onion door. So you add the French onion bacon dip to the nachos and you microwave it. It congeals and melts with the cheese. It creates a very nice nice texture.
Oh, you want that? Oh, I've never heard somebody use the word congeal in a favorable sense. You know, usually I feel like that would be disgusting. Maybe you wouldn't want that. But okay. Sure.
I'm gonna look in the lid.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna look in the
How did you get that much shit all over your hand, bro? How did you manage that? I mean, you just had to take the lid off of the thing.
Yeah, lid. Not the seal, I mean, because the lid's right here.
Uh-huh. You're truly an enigma, sir.
Really fucking delicious, by the way.
Oh yeah, you should probably take the rings off, you know.
Alright, so next thing we do, I took the plastic off the top here.
Maybe take off, like, I don't know.
Already, so all we gotta
wash
do is
off the nail polish.
This,
something.
Crab meat. This is claw meat. Okay, it's got like one of these deals on it right there. So you don't need the can opener.
Oh, oh, I thought it was like a ricotta thing. It's like a weird can.
Pull the tab just like that.
Oh god, what is this thing? What the hell is this brand? Oh god, this looks disgusting.
I'm gonna try a very tiny piece of this just to make sure, see what we're working with here.
I guess if it's just crab meat, that's not so bad, but like, man, it sure doesn't look appetizing in this packaging.
Yep, that tastes like crab. You know, crab's got like a sweet taste to it. It tastes just nice and sweet. Alright, so.
Nice sweet fish. Uh-huh.
But can you believe this,
bro.
YouTube? I don't know if you can handle it.
I mean...
That's good crab meat. I like that.
I mean, at least you're able to open cans and stuff better than that one lady could.
It's no Red Lobster crab meat by any stretch of the imagination, but
like crab meat nachos, right? I mean, like you could make crab nachos. There's nothing stopping you from making that. It's just that you probably wouldn't use traditional nacho ingredients. You probably use like corn chips, not Doritos, but like corn chips, and then maybe like, I don't know, maybe like a very light white cheese, like a Swiss or something maybe, or I don't know. You could like translate the concept of nachos to like a seafood thing, you know? And you could make that work. But based on the ingredients that we're seeing here, that's quite clearly not what's happening, so I don't know why I'm even saying that.
I don't see what it's saying in intimidation. I try to avoid getting imitation crab meat if I could help it. So it is what it is. Now, they were out of sushi when I tried to order it from the grocery store. And the big old tube of wasabi that I get with it for extra wasabi, they were out of that too.
Wasabi with his crab meat nachos, my god. My god. That's quite something. I mean, we had a theory last time. It was like I think it was just over a month ago that we last looked at Cobra for a full stream, because we did like Bad Chefs, we did Cobra and someone else, I forget. And when we were doing that, we had the theory that Cobra must have like some level of like his taste buds are like dulled or something, because I mean, like, yeah, your crab meat nachos really require some wasabi, you know, so you could feel like you're really alive. I don't know. I mean, I can only assume, because he's also got like a super hot sauce on there. So yeah, I mean, I would assume that he just needs something that's extremely powerful and like very flavorful and spicy maybe, or like really clashing flavors maybe. Maybe his taste buds are really dulled. That's the theory, anyway.
And I'm like, you know what? It is what it is. We'll just have to redo this recipe. I don't know how it's going to taste, to be honest. Putting bacon and...
Yeah, neither do I.
All kinds of goodies on here.
Somebody points out that he's like a heavy chain smoker, so, I mean... That might be contributing to his fucked up taste buds, if that's the explanation.
Crab meat and bacon.
Come on, bro. Let's get this on with. We got the nachos. We got the Doritos on the plate.
We're gonna add.
He's got his cheese.
Other goodies.
What goodies? Is it crab time?
I want to take our fork, our clean fork, and we're gonna do a couple little.
No. Oh, it's dip time.
Smears of.
Gotta have some schmear.
A little dollop of. So on top of our.
I mean, that's the thing that's making it for me. I mean, if he just added just crab to just nachos, just cheesy Dorito plate, you know, and he adds crab to it, it's like, all right, that's a little weird. But it's the element of like melting on this dip stuff. That is really disgusting. I mean, that's really disgusting. I don't even know how that would work, like, used in its proper way as a dip with this sort of flavor. Considering that crab nachos is disgusting in and of itself, I don't know how that would work, but then you just melt it onto the plate along with the cheese, and it's like, what are you, spackling your nachos together? This is horrific.
On top of our nacho cheese, we're going to put a couple of dollops of this chip dip. The French onion bacon dip. That's good French onion dip, too. I like that.
Someone says the best thing about Cobra is that no matter what activity, he's always dressed for a school shooting. Well, you know, you gotta be prepared, you know? You never know. You never know when life's gonna give you those opportunities, but you gotta dress ready for it at any time. Cobra's got the right idea. Jokes and satire. Black comedy stream. Entire stream is a parody. I've never said anything I ever meant. Oh, yeah. I like how thick the dip is, too. He's got to, like, really get it off of there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's a real creamy one.
Yeah, that should be enough of that, because it's all going to melt with that cheese and just mix together, make it all ooey gooey. Yes, please.
Dress for the career you want. That's right.
The dip in the fridge. Now that you've dolloped the chip dip on top.
Oh God, it's like someone vomited on this plate. I'm sorry, it looks pretty bad.
Dip on top. Oh, that's what's up.
Oh, that's what's up.
Add some other.
Chat, can we get a big "that's what's up" in chat? Come on, because if that's not what's up, this right here on screen, if that's not what's up, then I don't know what's up. Alright? I think that's what's up. I'm pretty sure, and I'm not gonna check the rule book, but I'm pretty sure that that's what's up.
Oh, that's what's up.
That's what's up!
We're gonna add some other goodies to it. Do I really need another layer of nachos? No, I don't feel like doing it, to be honest. We could make this a double layer of nachos, but I don't feel like doing it. I'm not that hungry, to be honest.
It looks like a plate of freshly popped zits. Oh, bro.
And we're gonna sprinkle the bacon bits all over our melted cheese, all over that bacon French onion dip.
Here's my thing too, is like, if you had this dish without the French onion dip and it was just like crab nachos with bacon bits, that's weird and bad, but like I said before, it's not as weird as adding that plus the French onion dip. It's like you've got two equally crazy ingredients being added to this dish that I can't decide if they cancel each other out or what. I mean, just giving me nachos with bacon French onion soup dip or whatever is pretty strange. That's pretty strange. But then you add a whole separate, completely unrelated, insane ingredient to this recipe. And I mean, yeah, I don't know. By their powers combined, that's the problem I'm having. Because so far it's like, I mean, it would be weird, but it might not be so bad. It's French onion, bacon dip, there's bacon and there's cheese, and I mean, it's not so terrible conceptually currently. But then you add that crab, and I mean, you know, once you add the crab, you go down a road that you can't come back from.
You think it's enough bacon bits? Yeah, it's enough bacon bits.
That's probably enough. Come on, bro. Crab
More
time.
things.
Oh, that's so much bacon. Holy shit.
Okay, now on top of our bacon...
Why would you not just get real bacon at that point when you're adding so much of that shit? Holy crap.
As you can see, we have our bacon bits.
Yeah, I can see you. Bacon bits! You have essentially like 5 strips of bacon just like crumbled into pieces across your plate. You could have just cooked bacon.
On top of there. Beautiful. Now we're going to take our crab meats and we're going to put, let's just take our crab meats. There we go. Take our crab meat.
Beautiful.
Yes, I'm putting crab meats on nachos.
We
what
see
a
that.
bastard am I?
You know, it's not that we're mad at you, Cobra. I mean, it's just that, it's not that I think you're a bastard. It's that I think you're insane. I mean, this is the same thing that drives Iron Wrath. You understand that, right? I mean, it's the same, like, yeah, well, I'm not crazy. Oh, I'll eat my crab nachos. What, like this weird drive to, like, prove a point or something with food. And I mean... I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what to say. Go for it, bro. Add the crab meat. Add all the crab meat you want.
Crab meat.
You know, it's a free country, dude.
The crab meat.
No one can stop
you. On top of our bacon bits.
Keep going.
Getting all fancy with it, YouTube. Putting that crab meat on top of there.
Getting jiggy with it.
I want to stick this back in the fridge as soon as I get done topping these nachos with a little bit of crab meat.
My God.
Get in there and throw a little bit on there.
You know, I will say the thing that does make me angry when I watch these videos is like, that crab meat did look like... That container is disgusting, but I will say, there's probably a lot of better uses you could come up with for crab meat rather than whatever this is. It's the same with Iron Wrath. It's like, you can claim, oh, but he's just cooking on a budget, so that's why it looks like that. That's why his meals are all poverty meals, but it's like, you chose to add the crab meat to this. If you're on a budget, then that's even worse, because that crab meat is precious. That is a precious resource of crab meat that you are wasting in the stupidest way possible. And I mean, you could just, you know, you could just do something good with that crab meat, but you're not going to get that chance now. You're going to make this. But on the other hand, he does seem to enjoy it somewhat, so I mean, you know, I guess more power to him.
Like, did he just put crab meat on top of nacho cheese Doritos? Yes, I did.
I see that. Yeah.
Sue me.
Well, I don't want to sue you, but you are crazy, though. I mean, it's like, what point are you proving? Like, what is the point? That you can do this? We know you can. Yes, you can. Cobra, do you need your mom to officially tell you that you are allowed to ruin your dinner with cookies before dinner? Like, that's the mentality I get from this. The same with Iron Wrath. It's like, do you just need your mom to finally tell you that you're allowed to just eat what you want because you're a grown-up? Like, did you just never... You really took it hard when your mom told you that, you know, you can't add crab to fucking cheese nachos or whatever. And so he just had to, like, no, but I can actually, though. Look, I did! And it's like, it's not that people are telling you you can't do it physically, it won't work, and the universe will collapse. It's like, no, we're just saying you can't do it because it's psychopath behavior. Like, you sure can. I mean, you could just drink motor oil if you wanted to. But it's psychopath behavior, that's the point. And that's not a challenge, Cobra, because you will die. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stick to the weird food challenges that you actually should do. Like this.
Nice, delicious layer of that crab meat on top of our chips. Because I'm so fancy, you already know. A little bit more crab meat. It's all about strategic placements.
I would love it if he took a recipe like this and then just, like, right now, when we are, like, basically done the recipe, he just, like, alright, and here's when you pour the colonostomy, you know, you pour the sewer, you know, you dump it in the toilet, and you swish it around a little bit, and then you eat it. It's gonna be great. Like, just completely destroy it. I mean, that would be perfect. But no,
a good looking amount of crab meat.
He intends to eat this.
Pinch.
One more pinch. Little extra crab.
Yeah, put it right in there.
Right in there. There you go.
Those look delicious, YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
So we're going to take our crab meat, stick it in the fridge.
In the fridge. Yeah, I mean, let's see a final picture. We got the hot sauce on it, but he's not going to show us the final picture.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What up, YouTube? Sorry about that. The fucking phone sent me a goddamn fucking notification, and it literally cut out in the middle of me recording my video. Fucking kiss my fucking Asperger's, dude.
That is pretty annoying.
Okay.
I agree. I hate it.
Part one, you saw me assemble these nachos. Okay, these are bacon, crab meat.
Right, alright, I gotta go get more booze. I'll be right back. Oh, we're back to the horror. I'm peeping the horror as we speak. Yeah, well, we got the full picture. Do you think Cobra would like the sweet Sunday ramen? You know, the ramen the guy made on CK that was like, what was it? It was like his own puke and margarine, and I think I'm mixing that up with Sketty. Actually, that's a different thing. But yeah, I feel like this is just big Sketty sweet Sunday ramen vibes. A little bit of fridge bro vibes. I don't know. Not good. Not good.
Nachos. We used bacon bits, some crab claw meats. We used nacho blend jalapeno cheese.
Mom found the cum plate. That's true. Look at the death nut challenge over here.
And now we're gonna add some of this here hot sauce to it, which, like I said in the last video, is a jalapeno flaming range Mexican style hot sauce. I tried a little bit on my finger. Pretty delicious, dude. Okay, so we're gonna hit.
No wasabi though, sadly.
Hit that crab meat with a little bit of that jalapeno sauce.
Is crab meat supposed to be that color? I mean, you know, it kind of looks like chicken or whatever. I would say it's probably, I think it's supposed to be more red and white-ish, kind of, actually. Yeah, actually, I think that is maybe slightly off color. Well, I mean, we're kind of fed a lie with imitation crab, which is like white and red. It looks like the fucking Canadian flag, but I don't know if real crab is necessarily quite like that. I mean, this just kind of looks like tuna or something.
To it, which, like I said,
so he pours the hot sauce on. More cheese, of course. We love cheese, dun. And then he like cooks the thing. Of course, he can't edit his videos and cut out the 20 minutes of cooking. Oh boy, here we go.
Well, we did it, folks. Crab meat, bacon, nachos. Take a look at that.
Once again, Cobra, nobody said you couldn't do it. They just said you shouldn't.
That cheese is melted.
Oh my god, it's the fucking swamp. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, there's like puddles of the hot sauce. And all of the fucking dip is like, oh Jesus Christ. This is the part where if this was deep web browsing, Muda would be dry heaving like 5 times in a row. This is that part.
Yes, please. But how the fuck does it taste?
Probably not better than this booze. Bottoms up!
Sunday, you know. You got people who like bacon, they like seafood, they like nachos. You probably
Someone in
like
chat
this.
says the Quran specifically warned against this. Allah tried to warn us, but we didn't listen.
See that, YouTube? That cheese pull? There we go. There, look at that. Look at that, YouTube. The bacon bits, the cheese, the cream, the sauce, the crab meat. Hold up. Don't really taste the crab so much. Oh wait, there it is.
Oh, there it is. You like the strand of cheese there? Oh, come on, work it out of the beard. No, it's still in there. It's in the beard.
Get from those, the cheesiness from the chips. And then get the jalapeno from the cheese and the sauce. You can't really taste the bacon bits or the crab too much.
So yeah, I mean, he fucking eats it. Before we move on from Cobra, Because I mean, listen. We didn't even land on an old friend. We landed on weird chefs, and I mean, we've successfully watched weird chefs. However, yeah, okay, this is the thing. This is the thing. So, so this is something that I've heard about, but I haven't seen. Oh, I didn't mean for this to be like a new Cobra stream, but so this is a thing. People have been sending Cobra like Subway sandwiches filled with sauce. And we need to watch this. It's pretty great.
Fucking people sending me food and shit. At least it was paid for. Ha! Veggie deluxe sub. That's hilarious. Red wine, vinegar, yellow mustard, honey mustard sauce, creamy sriracha, buffalo sauce, sweet onion teriyaki.
Like, if you're Subway, I guess you don't give a shit. If you're some Subway sandwich artist, you're getting paid either way. But, like, you gotta figure when you get this order. I mean, this is not a real order, right? Like...
pepperoni ranch sauce, Vaughan, chipotle sauce. It's a random ass vegetable sub, dude. I don't even know what the fuck's on it, man. Subway makes good sandwiches. Fuck Jared Fogler. Okay, alright. Look at this sloppy mess, YouTube. This is ridiculous.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh my god, you got Cobra and eat his vegetables. It's like, thanks for the free sub, asshole. Y'all are fucking retarded. That's a lot of fucking sauce, YouTube. Holy shit. That is a saucy fucking sandwich.
It hurts, but he's going back.
The sauce combination's got a spicy kick to it. Yo.
Yo.
We'll call this sandwich the sloppy vegetable sandwich.
I mean, the sad part is this is how every Subway sandwich is after you order, like, more than one sauce.
Oh, I'm gonna eat the entire thing now because it's like, hey, this is funny. Oh, look at that. Cobra's not... Look at all the sandwich guts and sauce that was left in my wrapper. This is ridiculous.
Huh.
I could totally lick all this sauce up right now, but I don't want it to distract from my gender relations video. That's a lot of sauce, and most people will just throw it away, but it's like, that is a lot of fucking Subway sauce, and that just seems like a waste. I'm like, look at this. Like, I literally have a fucking parcel full of Subway sauce. This is fucking ridiculous.
Oh, he's gonna
hey, look at me, a legitimate paper piping bag. Look at that. I can squeeze it like a Go-Gurt tube. Oh, fuck. Okay, it bursted all over my arm. Like, oh my.
So I mean, he really stuck it to the trolls, you know. I mean, the trolls sent him a sauce witch, and he ate the whole thing, and then he's like, you know what? And I'm gonna save the sauce for later. Fuck you. You know, I mean, we have shout outs to that. I mean, that's determination. That's quite something. That's quite something. So that's some Cobra. That's some weird chefs and whatnot. Let's do another spin. Let's do one more spin of the wheel. We've been going for a while. Let's do one more spin. What are we getting? One more thing. Oh, NFT garbage. Okay, well, I don't even know what to do. Chat, give me a suggestion. What's an NFT thing that I could look up that's funny? I mean, what's a good stupid NFT thing? I mean, I guess I could look up like Crypto Land, huh? I guess I could do that, couldn't I? Oh yeah. Yeah, we never did watch this. You know, Mev made a whole, like, doc about Crypto Land. I don't know. Chat, are there any other suggestions? Funko NFTs? I mean, yeah, there is the Logan Paul stuff, but he took down his, like, response or whatever. He took it down because he made a continuous lapse in judgment or something, probably, again. Let's see. Let's do this.
Hi.
Hi. Hello. Alright. So a while back I watched the Red Ape Family cartoon, or at least the first episode of it. I don't know if we ever got another episode of it, but maybe. But what I do know is that we got this video for Crypto Land, which was supposed to be like an NFT metaverse or some shit. Or like an island. I don't know. Who cares? It's not going to be a real thing. I'm sure this video will explain it. But one thing that I do remember is that the community manager or whoever was in charge of the Twitter, you know, famously went out and said, when asked, you know, what the age is, the age limit for being part of Crypto Land, they answered with, mental maturity should be more than enough, winky face. So that's generally a fairly bad response. But that's Crypto Land. I'm sure they'll convince us though.
Hi, this is me, Christopher, a crypto degen with a crush for crypto kitties. I'm on my way to Crypto Land, the number
with a crush. What did you say? Crush for
me, Christopher, a crypto degen with a crush for crypto kitties.
All right. Well, you know, I didn't expect that this would be necessary during this segment, but wrong thing. There you go. Wrong, poorly timed. But there you go.
Hi, this is me, Christopher, a crypto degen with a crush for crypto kitties. I'm on my way to Crypto Land, the #1 crypto destination on Earth where crypto enthusiasts, or crypto landers like we're called here, can meet with like-minded individuals in real life. And when Connie, the founder, told me that visionary investors could own a piece of individuals
hang on though, was that
in real life. And when Connie...
Oh boy, some of this animation. I mean, like, I'm no super cool 3D animator, but I do know that having one frame where that happens looks a little.
When Connie, the founder, told me that visionary.
It's just the sun passing through the clouds, though. That's the way real graphics look.
Investors could own a piece of this unique island. I smash bought one of the 60 exclusive parcels on the blockchain hills.
Oh, what is these shadows?
That's how
what's happening?
King Crypto Land.
King.
There it is.
King of Crypto Land, ladies and gentlemen. He loves kitties. Look at the little helicopter disappearing slowly, like turning slowly into a little PNG. How about that? That's beautiful. Oh, I love that. In and out and in and out and back and forth and forth and back and forth and forth.
So, are you coming to the Vladimir Club party tonight? Yeah, just for Crypto Lander NFT holders, right? Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Have a nice day, sir.
Oh God, I'm a horrible monstrosity. Oh, try to figure out the fucking anatomy of this thing. So it's got teeth, but the teeth are like, oh boy. Oh, this is, why is it so sinister too? Is this not, aren't you like the spokesperson or mascot or something of Crypto Land? Why are you evil, sir? Why are we 40 seconds in and there's an evil butt rape coin and some guy who loves kitties?
Connie?
Christopher! Oh, it's my old high school roommate from college! That's why he was so evil! He didn't... Oh, I get it now. Okay.
Man, buddy! Oh, it's been a while.
What the fuck?
Yeah, 50,000 blocks at least.
What is this fucking monster? Holy shit. It's like a moving... Oh, it's like a... Oh, it's like a bendy coin. What the fuck is this
At
thing?
least. Been waiting for you
Oh, I hate
since
it.
consensus. What are you, a pending transaction or...
What are you, a peasant? Are you not able to buy in on the new hottest thing, Sonic?
What?
Well,
We're going to the moon, Sonic!
guess I'm confirmed now. Ready to become a Cryptoland maximalist. This is crazy.
Sir, welcome to Cryptoland.
Wellcoin. The hodlers of last resort.
The hodlers of last resort.
What is a hodler? What? Is that a word? Hodler? Okay. Or like peddlers of last scam. Oh, brother. Alright, this looks pretty stupid, but where's the real island resort?
Brilliant. Hey, stacking sats like crazy, right?
Honey Badger don't care.
We are gonna make it.
The community.
Oh my fucking god, they really filled this with these memes for these people. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh. You know, I hope most of the crypto bros have like gotten out of that gotten out of this by now, because my god, I would not want to be like, it's amazing. Like, I look at this sometimes and I'm like, yeah, you know, maybe diversifying, you know, Bitcoin. You know, I recognize that, like, Bitcoin is, like, a super valuable thing now. If people bought, like, 5 Bitcoins 10 years ago, then they would be billionaires or something at this point. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's shit like this that just makes me want to go, you know, and it just makes me never ever want to ever be a part of crypto in any way, in any fashion. It genuinely makes me hope that all of crypto is a scam, so that people like this feel bad when they find out about the fact that, like, Bitcoin itself is maybe also a giant scam. I would love for that to happen. And then all of the crypto people can just feel bad. Because, I mean, they made us watch this video.
Everybody's loving it, like on Twitter. Can't wait for you to give me a tour, Connie.
What do you want to see first, Christopher?
I don't know. Let's start with the best.
No, I always keep the best for last. Let's go leave your luggage in your home first, and then I'll show you around. All the other King Cryptolanders have been arriving from all corners of the world. When we get to the blockchain hills, you gonna...
Look at the reflection on the coin. Oh god, this looks like Second Life. This looks like a shitty Second Life.
Understand what I meant by a first-class crypto lifestyle, man.
It's like fucking Second Life with the settings on low. Look at this thing. Look at this coin monster and how it, like, moves. Look at its fucking stretched out bizarro fucking face. Oh god.
Style, man. Hey, Martin, please get us a car, would you?
Hey, yes, Martin.
Sir. Everybody is here. Carolyn, here he is.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Adams. Nice to...
Hi, Mr. Adams. I'm clearly designed in an entirely different style than everything else here.
See you, sir. Did you have a good flight?
Oh, yes. Excellent. Thanks for asking.
Great. Here are your keys.
Not your keys. Not your Bitcoins. Seriously?
Your keys.
Hide your keys, hide your Bitcoins. What is this? What is this, a meme?
Your Bitcoin, not your keys, not your Bitcoin.
What do you...
Yeah, this is how I feel right now. What is that like a meme then? Is that like is this like the YouTube rewind for crypto? Like, you watch this and it's just filled with, like, funny memes from 10 years ago and Casey Neistat going, K-pop! But it's like the crypto version of that. Is that what this is? Are we gonna get... Is there gonna be a part in this video where Joel goes, hey, 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 Bitcoin... Are we gonna get any BitConnects in this video? Or are we gonna... no? I mean, maybe. I'm holding out hope.
Come up with these crazy ideas.
I'm not gonna...
Oh my god, we have a Wojak, guys. Can we put the... Can we... Anybody who uses Wojaks, I think they need to go to the firing squad at this point in Minecraft. In Cryptoland. In, Metaverse. Jesus Christ. Oh, boy. Like a real Wojak here. And I'm sure this is like a really funny, crypto meme. Like, haha, those NFT right clickers. They're wiping on the income. Oh, bro, the income is gonna Finex. It's gonna Finex by tomorrow, and we're gonna Platinex, and we're gonna go to the moon, and it's gonna triple its 4x investment in the moon, and all of those people who are the fudders, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They're just trying to wipe. They're just trying to wipe. Is that? I'm trying to assume. I'm trying to guess what the lingo is and what that means. It's like a fudder term. They're wiping. They be wiping. I'm probably completely wrong, but I also don't care and don't respect these people, so I don't really care if I get their lingo right.
I'm not gonna tell you where.
Sir, the Lambo's ready.
What?
To the moon!
To the room, not the moon. Entering the blockchain hills.
Hey!
This just keeps getting better and better. We got to the fucking moon fireworks.
What's that?
The Vladimir Club. Cryptolanders members only.
So, like, I'm not aware necessarily, but like, how many of the crypto endeavors and coins and stuff mentioned in this video are like proven scams at this point? Or like maybe not proven scams, but maybe they're just like completely worthless now. I'm sorry, I'm also being distracted by the fact that this coin thing has like giant mono teeth. You noticing that? You noticing how it doesn't have multiple teeth, but instead it has detailed textured teeth, single tooth. Like one giant tooth that wraps around the top and bottom half of its mouth. And it's just one tooth with texture on it, with like... That's horrifying. That's horrifying.
Club, we are preparing everything for tonight.
Holy shit, and this lip syncing too. I mean, good God.
Throwing the most epic crypto party ever. I wonder who your plus one is going to be.
Joke's on you. You pushed everybody in your life away because you got into crypto, but that's okay. You're going to the moon.
Here we are, King Crypto Lender's territory.
Wow.
And here you have the 60 parcels.
I can't wait to get to mine.
Ta-da!
Oh my... Wow! I got the
no, it's me.
parcel to build something dope for vacations, but now that
Oh, we got the Bored Apes. Look, it's funny how the Bored Apes... What is this one? CryptoPunks, I think, and then these other two are just nothing. Just no-name coin... NFTs or whatever. It is, like, incredible how... I mean, I'm just sad for mankind that, like... Have we just not learned? We just never stop with this fad bullshit. It's like every 10 years there's a new Beanie Baby or an NFT or something, and these people make this fucking terrible shit. It's like, this video stopped being relevant like a week before it came out. And yet it's just here. It's just here, this incredibly, like, produced video that's meant to, I don't know, appeal to people for like 1 week in history in 2022. Like... It's just, man, if only pet rocks would come back into the mainstream the way that NFTs did.
I'm here. I might never leave. I already see we're gonna have the time of our lives. Show me more.
Okay.
I'm a voice actor. I'm doing my job. Show me more of the script that I'm reading now. Please, I'm reading the script. I have voice acting to do for the script. Please read more of the script to me. I'm reading the script. It's so good. I'm a good actor.
Top of the tour. This was on the top of the list. A much requested working zone, the UB. Folks approached me saying, Connie, we need somewhere where we can be programming surrounded by palm trees and views to open sea. They were sick of working from tiny offices. Why do that when they can work from paradise? So we built it. Come on in. People are picking up their passes for the event. Tomorrow starts the Cryptoland Blockchain Week. We organize a number of different crypto conferences and meetups year-round. Lots of crypto VIPs coming tomorrow. You can feel the entrepreneurial spirit.
VIPs. Uh-huh. How many of them are in prison? How many of them aren't but should be? We got all these people here who I'm sure are totally legit crypto blockchain people. I'm sure there are actual people who have actual fucking... They probably all have the little NFT check mark on their Twitter accounts too. Now. Oh god.
Spirit here. You can work, get coffee, and when you get stressed, you can hit up the de-stress room.
The de-stress room?
Yeah.
God, there is not a single... We're making jokes about the way the fucking coin looks. But look at this dumbass's fucking face. Look at this idiot's face. Every single fucking time this guy's on screen, he just looks like a moron. It's perfect. It's perfect for crypto people. Look, there's a guy behind him with a fedora. This video knows its audience, goddammit. They're stupid, glassy-eyed morons.
Yeah, the de-stress room.
A pool full of coins? That's insane!
Don't be shy. Go ahead and try. Everybody loves it. Woohoo! If you like this, just wait until you see...
Hey, wait! Don't jump in the coins! Those are... I don't know. I don't know enough about finance. I was gonna make a joke about how the coins are all theoretical and they don't actually have any worth to their NFT, but I don't really know how it works. It is funny though. I mean, you really do have this guy in just this pool of coins, and I mean, you can see these are all probably different types of Bitcoins or whatever. You got the B one. You got these. I'm sure these are all cool, like, Doge coins or whatever. There's probably a lot of fun little references here, but it's like, man, I don't know how many of these have completely collapsed? I don't know. And I mean, again, these are all... It's just interesting. You've got this scene with, look, it's all these coins in this bank or whatever, this vault, but it's not a vault. I mean, it's not really. It's not coins in a vault. It's not it's just, hey, give us a bunch of money and hopefully the guy who runs the coin won't steal it all. Like, I don't know. It's kind of not the same thing as having a Scrooge McDuck vault of money that you can just, like, do, like, dives into.
Full of coins? That's insane!
Don't be shy. Go ahead and try. Everybody loves it.
Woohoo!
If you like this, just wait until you see what's next. The Crypto Restaurant. You're gonna love this, Christopher.
To the moon!
Oh my god, this is a recurring fucking joke, isn't it? The cars say to the moon. That's great. So are crypto people all like this? I mean, I gotta tell you, you know, I'm sure there's some people that are nice who like crypto, but it's just like, man, you got this fucking stupid crypto land thing, you get the Red Ape family, and it's all just this, like, Ready Player One-esque, Family Guy-esque, like, lowest common denominator. Hey, look, I made the thing that you know be in this thing, and it says the thing that you know that it says, and isn't that funny? Hey, look, it's a meme. You know the meme, right? We both know the meme. Isn't that funny? Like, it's really just not painting a great image of crypto people. I'm kind of left to assume that crypto people are all just basically like Sheldon. They're all like Big Bang Theory fans who probably think that, oh, Sheldon, he's so like me. Like, they all seem like Redditors. If these things are anything to go by, they all seem like fucking Redditors. Like the most obnoxious, like, this is the kind of shit that you saw in, like, does anybody remember the meme song from like a decade ago where it was like the band playing all the Reddit memes or whatever? It used to get posted on V all the time as like the worst thing ever invented. This is basically that, but for crypto people. It's like even sadder because most of the people involved are just the victims of scams. So, I mean, yeah, but here we have...
Little bot! Jim, any tables available?
Well, we can set up the 12 if you want.
Alrighty, here we go.
How is it? Okay, well, we've got some great animation on this coin here. I'm sure that's good. But how is it that the people managed to look less human than this stupid fucking coin thing? I mean, you can see Turkish Mario back here, and he just looks like he belongs in, like, a car insurance commercial. But this fucking dude that's the main dude has the same stupid face for this entire fucking thing. And it's like, how did they manage to make the coin look more animated and like a person than any of the actual humans in this thing?
12 if you want.
Here we go. Monsieur, the order book. For startups, I would suggest...
Oh boy, can I get the FTX salad? How about that? The beacon, chain, and eggs. Look at all of these cool...
The 10K Bitcoin pizza.
The fettuccine.
The atomic swap lemonade.
Some rat poison. Thank you, sir. Why is this strange man delivering me rat poison? What is happening?
Just the 10K Bitcoin pizza. The atomic swap lemonade.
Thanks.
What is this? Why is there rat poison? Is that a funny meme? Or is this guy just providing me the sweet release from this?
Where's my fork?
Oh, and of course, you're gonna love this.
There they are.
Flash crash.
Why does this guy have an accent now?
Soda. The lightning network.
This guy did, the human guy didn't have an accent before, right? And just all of a sudden now...
and of course, you're gonna love
There they are.
There they are. Suddenly he's got like a fucking accent.
Crash.
Look at all of the people with fedoras too. You noticing how many fucking people have fedoras? This guy fedora, that guy fedora. There's a fedora back here. There's a fedora over here. There's a fedora in the background. Bro, there's so many fedoras. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Flash crash soda. The lightning network juice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh my god, now we have girl. Oh, now we have to pretend that there are women in crypto. Okay.
Oh, please, go ahead. I'm not a fan of fork.
I'm looking up here now.
You know?
Classic.
So here is e-girl Leia Seydoux, who looks like she has fetal alcohol syndrome. And because they were able to find one female in crypto, she has a terrible mic, obviously, and sounds so much worse than everybody else in the video.
Thanks. Enjoy your meal. See you around.
While you were too busy doing your impressive wordplay, I went ahead and ordered for you a 10K pizza and a bubbly mutant serum.
Oh god, it's Vor. Oh god, it's Vor. We got Vored by the fucking stupid guy.
You know, Connie, I think...
So I have a important question. What is this horrendous creature? Is this another cool thing that crypto people came up with? Was this monster? Is this another invention of the crypto people?
You know, Connie, I think I'm falling in love with this place. It's so...
Guy suddenly doesn't have an accent.
Oh,
again.
peaceful.
Peaceful? If it wasn't for those flying hackers, watch this.
Bitcoin?
Holy smokes. This is mass adoption at its finest. What's that?
That's Cryptoland's Walk of Fame.
Whoa!
Follow the crypto...
Ah, yes, Satoshi Nakamoto, that guy who doesn't exist and isn't a real person and was probably just a fake name invented by whatever company or government or consortium of companies and governments put together Bitcoin to scam people. But yeah, everybody venerate this fucking non-existent person that isn't real.
Go stars and you'll get to the moon.
That was fun.
Get to the moon.
We are in Crypto Beach, and fun is the norm here. Oh, you study.
Oh my god, it's a musical now, Chad. I can't deal with this.
The best. And what do we say when investors make the test? Let's make a deep dive so we can survive. We don't want to end like my Mount Gox friend, but enough of swim. Let's go to the proof of work gym. You can work out, make the ladies pass out.
Oh yeah, Yeah, the ladies are really gonna pass out. Look, this is amazing too. Is like, you can work out, make the ladies pass out. Here we are at a gym with like exclusively dudes. Yeah, I don't know, man. If they made this as an actual place, as an actual thing, I'm pretty sure there'd be more women showing up to V Mansion than to Crypto Land, bro.
Lift the aces, like you mine. That thanks to Bitmain, sweet friend of mine. But not everything is pretending. If you want a happy ending, you will need to combine body and mind. Got the keys of
what the fuck? Okay, now it's a different song.
My wallet.
This is not how music works, dude. Listen, I like prog rock too, but you can't just entirely change the way the song sounds. And it's no longer the same song. Also,
where I hold Cryptoland tokens.
We got like 3 different fish over here. They all have the same face too, because crypto people are all basically the same. So why depict them differently? Honestly. And I mean, it is good. It is good that this video is depicting all crypto people as being, like, easily impressed, wide-eyed idiots with their mouth agape at the slightest stupid fucking thing. Because that is, I mean, that's pretty accurate.
Tokens. Cause this place is blockchainized. Get familiarized.
I don't wanna leave. I feel like it all. Crypto is in my chromosome. That's the place. Look at my face. I'm in the crypto space.
What the fuck is this song? This is awful. Holy shit. Listen to this transition to whatever. Is this the chorus, I guess? By the way, we have Rat Poison Johnson back here. The guy who just gave us poison earlier. I really wish we had taken his advice. He knew. Rat Poison Johnson knew. He tried to offer us an out. This coin is constantly high, too. But, like...
That's the place. Look at my face. I'm in the crypto space.
We're just in a completely different song again. This is 3 songs just stapled together.
I'm a digital gang. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Honey, put this all around the land. Come visit us sometime. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Honey, truly decentralized. Invest is paradise. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All you need.
That's right, people. Decentralize your currency and move to this tiny little centralized remote island called Crypto Land.
Oh, yes, it's here.
Are you a good pilot?
I'm really not appreciating this new Arion album. I mean, it's just changing things up too much, you know? I don't get the point of this at all. I don't see how this ties into the Forever saga.
One of my favorite attractions here in Crypto Beach, the micronation of cryptocurrency. Which coin?
ETH.
I'll go with BTC. I'm lightning fast. 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, boy, you beat me here, but I swear on the bowl, I'm the king.
Still doing... It's the song still happening? This is still music?
Huddle on for your dear life. Make a price go up.
Nakamoto's read the white paper, climb to the moon, the bee, let's take a drink, team the garden, meet me, Satoshi with the crazy bird, surf,
You can't just slap all of this musical stuff together and make it a song. That's not how it works. What? Oh, this is so... I mean... Like, how hard is it to write a song, right? I mean, shit, dude. This whole video is a colossal train wreck, but all you had to do was just make a song. It didn't have to be a whole big production. You could have just made it like a working class hero. You could have made it 2 chords. But you fucked that up, and you just slapped 6 different songs together. People are saying this is like Prince Ali Ababla or whatever from Aladdin. I don't know that movie well enough, but I'm willing to bet that this just... Listen, it's a crypto fucking video. I'm willing to bet that this just ripped a bunch of shit off. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could call it a parody or something, but like... I don't know, I think it would have been better if it was legitimately just to the tune of that song. And I would have been like, at least then I would have been able to identify what is going on, you know, but like, I don't know, this is
I'm exhausted. Cheers, Cryptopher.
Cryptopher? Was this guy's name Cryptopher this whole time? We were just Cryptopher. Alright. And meanwhile, this lady over here is sitting on nothing. I mean, they thought that I wouldn't notice it, but this lady is not sitting on anything. I don't want to be too rude to the, like, you know, Vietnamese fucking slave labor people that are being forced to animate this. I'm assuming that this was not put together by a crypto person. I mean, it was ultimately, but like whoever animated this was just, you know, I'm assuming this wasn't their baby.
I'm still amazed by the success of the Cryptolanders NFT collection. What a great idea.
It's the visionary community of Cryptolanders that supported it. Those are the
Cryptolanders NFT collection, Chad. I wonder how that's doing. I'm not gonna bother to look, because I kind of already know it's bad. I already know it's worth like 0 cents for a fucking Cryptolanders NFT. That's the funniest part about all of this, is that we've sat here watching this, and it's like, I mean, this is just such a hilarious sham. I mean, the whole NFT, I mean, like, it's probably worth nothing now. We're watching this whole video, which is meant to propose, I don't even remember what the whole thing is. It's supposed to be, like, move to our fucking island, where you can, like, live with other crypto people or something. It was something like that. And it was massively ridiculed by everybody and made fun of by everybody. And it's like, it's just the fact that this exists and we're watching it and the NFT is probably worthless. It's like, man, this is a video that should be lost media. Because this is a video that's entirely irrelevant to anything now. Anything that exists now. This should totally be lost media. We shouldn't be watching this.
The real OGs. They quickly understood how powerful creating a physical representation of the metaverse would be. But in retrospect, it was inevitable.
Ooh! So this is the metaverse? This isn't a real island, then? I mean, I guess that makes sense. You people are the only people that would want the metaverse, but like... Okay, so this isn't even a real fucking place, then. Cool.
Is that... You finally built the pyramid?
Bitcoin...
Hey!
We fucking got it, chat. We really got a BitConnect. Oh my god. We really... And this is called the Scam Pyramid. Oh, they're really trying to... Oh my god, they are shining a light on Bitcoin pyramid schemes. Holy shit. No, bro. Nah, bro. Don't let people watching this know that Bitcoin is a huge Ponzi scheme, because they're gonna do a little bit of research and find out it's all a lie.
And boom!
Bitcoin!
New York. I came here to connect a little bit, you know, and have fun. Plus, no kids.
Get rich quick. This is unbelievable. They're really trying to take the piss out of BitConnect, as if BitConnect is even the biggest Bitcoin scam. As if there haven't been like 600 other Bitcoin scams this year alone. As if literally CoffeeZilla hasn't just made an entire career entirely in like the last year, basically, because of you people and your inability not to scam people. Bitcoin is kind of like communism. It's a cool idea if only we could trust people not to screw everybody over every single time. You know, if only we could trust, you know, if only decentralized currency didn't rely entirely on the fucking trust system, you know, the honor system, like.
Oh my god. This must be a joke.
Hey, Christopher, check that out. I bet you haven't seen...
I thought his name was Cryptofur. Come on, bro. Come on, stick with the terms. It's Cryptofur. You're gonna give him the stupid pun name? You keep with the stupid pun name. By the way, this guy's got a fedora. Has anybody ever counted how many people actually have a fedora in this video? Because it's like tons. It's like this guy has got a fedora flying off of his head. You could maybe say that that's like an Indiana Jones hat, but whatever, dude. There's so many fedoras.
Seen a pinball better than this one in your entire life. The world is not anymore like it used to be. No, no, no.
Oh, look at all these details.
Create an account, deposit your money, lock it up, become rich, involve family and friends. Check your...
That's how most of these fucking scams go, though, bro. Why are you, like... Why are you, like... You know, I believe it's a sports term. I don't watch too much football. I think it comes from football. But it's a term that I'm mostly familiar with as a result of the Shitty Books podcast offshoot of Riff Tracks, 372 pages, where they will frequently point out something in a book as what they call an unforced error, where it's like, you are writing this. You didn't need to shine a huge light on this element that's now raising questions. But you sure did, didn't you? You sure had all the power in the world not to include a huge segment of this video drawing attention to crypto scams. But you did. And now I'm just left to be like, yeah, but what about all the other crypto scams that aren't BitConnect? What about, like the fact that the majority of crypto stuff is a scam? I mean, we could talk about that. But no, it's fine. It's fine. It's just BitConnect, though. Just focus on BitConnect and it'll be fine. We'll pretend that none of the other shit is also a scam, too.
Valid.
Fine.
I love these games.
Well, if you like these games, then you might want to try Carlos in New York and Ponzi Connect. While I kick Bernie Madoff's ass. Ring, ting, 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 ting.
Bernie Madoff, yeah. You mean that guy that FTX... that guy that Sam Bankman-Fried looked up to? Yeah. Oh.
Ting, 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 ting.
Mario? What is happening? What the fuck is happening? Do I have AIDS now? What's going on?
This is like the Disneyland of cryptos.
Oh, no, give me my wallet! No, my hardware wallet!
No!
Are you okay?
Yeah.
No, my bike!
Yes, but he got my wallet.
Enough is enough. I'm gonna get him.
He's mad. He's mad. We need to watch this in every frame. We need to. I have restrained myself from literally going frame by frame in this video because, to be honest, it's getting a little late. I've been going a while and I want to eat. But like, man, if you go just go frame by frame in this video. Just look at that. Just look at this animation. Oh, look at that leg. Look at the leg! Look at the leg! Chat, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Hey,
wait. You know, come back one frame at a time. Okay, so you come back and your nose is on the ground. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey, darling! I know where we can get a 20% gain.
20%?
Or more. Let's take profits, baby! Before you go on free fall.
Oh, this is concerning. This is concerning because anytime, because now we have our coin character just being like, haha, yeah, I'm gonna take you to the moon, bro! Until I fucking sell all the coins and leave you people penniless, you motherfuckers. Like, that's what I got from him, from this scene right now, from this exchange. It's like, this is slightly sinister. Knowing what we know about NFTs and crypto, this is just a little sinister.
Darling, I know where we can get a 20% gain.
20%?
Or more. Let's...
Huh? I could go to the moon? What? I can double my money? Oh.
Take profits, baby! Before you go on free fall.
Oh no, he's flying away!
Star Wars music?
Forget about it. Bitcoin is dead.
He's dead?
Oh my god, thank you! By the way...
Was the Star Wars music necessary? This is... Oh god, Ready Player One really did ruin a generation. Like just, hey, I know what that is. It's Star Wars. I watched that before. I like this now because it has Star Wars music in it. And I know what Star Wars is, and I like it, and I like it because it has Star Wars music. Like, what does it have to do? Does this scene mirror a scene from Star Wars? Not really. I mean, outside of the part where Luke and Leia are getting sexy, and they shouldn't because they're brother and sister, and this is equally horrifying because this creature and the other creature both look like they can't consent to a relationship, but
I'm Bianca.
Christopher.
Bianca.
Nice to meet you again. Would you like to go for a walk?
Actually, I was thinking about taking a crypto kitty. Would you mind sharing?
Oh, that's what a crypto kitty is. Oh, guys, my face went crypto kitties, honestly.
Would love to.
Looks like he found his +1.
Huh. Oh my god, this it's funny that this is legitimately like, hey, buy into crypto, you'll meet a girl who loves you. It's so stupid, dude. That's so good.
Vladimir Club's party is about to start.
Oh,
As promised, we saved the best for last. See you all there.
Crypto Man, you were really spot on with this project. Oh boy. Crypto fur, everybody. I love it. I love it. Hang on now. Let me just do something real quick here. Just give me a second here. And you know what? All right. Okay. Well, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have just done that, actually. Never mind. I secretly just spun the wheel, and I was gonna see if I had another segment in me. And I landed on terrible game, and I was gonna end the stream on terrible game. But then I clicked off of it, and now none of you will believe me that I landed on that. So all right, we're gonna do one more segment. One more segment real quick. You're not gonna let me go 7 hours on crypto fur this time. Though it's one more segment. One more segment. What are we? No, not NFT garbage. Not NFT garbage. No more crypto fur. No more crypto. What are we getting? What are we getting? It's a random game, chat. We're gonna end the stream with a little bit of a random game. We're gonna play a little bit of garbage, or maybe not garbage. I don't know, because it is random. Let me get this set up here. I actually have a good method for randomizing trash. If you were here yesterday, you might have seen the game stream that we did, where we looked through. You know, we found a Dragon Ball Evolution fighting game for the PSP. That was pretty fun. We found a lot of good, fun, terrible stuff. But let me get us to the scum zone here. If you, I'll set this up. So here we are on Cody, and we got the scum zone, and you can see it's got the haha yes haha for all the sickos, and this is a little thing that I've put together. It just basically randomizes 5 games, and from these 5 games I will pick one of these 5 random games that it's going to come up with whenever it does. Okay, we got Robot Poncot's Moon version, whatever that is. We got Key-rah Star Knight DX. Oh, this looks good. Oh, am I allowed to show this on stream? Is this sex? I don't know. It came out in 2016 though, so okay. We got a Bleach game for the DS. Don't know much about Bleach. We got a Destruction Derby for the Saturn. Oh, and we got an Arnold game for the S. I think we're going to do the Arnold game. I like the idea of this one. I'm going to do this one. Yeah. Come on, bro. Arnold game. Last Action Hero, baby. Never seen this movie. I remember the Nostalgia Critic video about it, though. Schwarzenegger! Last Action Hero! It's Crypto Kid, glued to his seat watching a new crypto scam. Jack Slater 4, Danny Madigan. Alright, well, opening his eyes, Danny finds himself clutching the sidewalk. Still looking gormless, the school is being held under siege by psychotic axe maniac, the Ripper. Standing in front of him is Danny's idol. Wow, that really does go too quickly. Okay, but we're here. And I guess this is Arnold Schwarzenegger. He kind of looks more like, well, he doesn't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger very much, but that's fine. Okay, what's the buttons, though? Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, this is not a, okay, this is a pretty bad, beat 'em up, if that's what this is. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's what this game is, isn't it? It's, okay. It's a terrible beat 'em up, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Can you kick him? Okay, wow. Wow, look at that. Look at how slow the kick is! Look at how this guy's able to attack me before I can kick! Oh boy, this one's bad. Oh boy. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, this is so fucking bad. Okay. You have one attack that works. Look at that. It doesn't combo into anything. Oh my god. This is so terrible. That's really all you do. You just walk up to them and punch, and if you're slightly too far, then they hit you. Oh my god. Imagine fucking paying for this in like the 90s or whatever. You buy this game because you saw this fucking movie. And you just own this now. And it's like your parents aren't gonna buy you Yoshi's Island because you own this now. And all games are the same. You own this now. You don't need another video game. Holy shit. God. This is my best strategy, is just hit them and run away. If I use the kick, the wind-up is too large, and they get in and attack. Watch. Oh no, okay, I can kick those guys. I can't kick the guys with the bats. This is the whole level. Wow. Oh god, now we get 2, though. It's hard now, though, because we got 2. And I mean, it is hard, because it's, like, terrible, so... As a result, it's kind of difficult, yes. But you do pick up on a rhythm, eventually. This is the whole... Is this the whole game? Do you think there's more gameplay than this? Do you think all the levels are like this? Jesus Christ. Do we get a boss or something, at least? Oh my god, okay, we're dead. Do I start the whole level again? No, I think we start somewhere into the level a little bit. No, I think this is the beginning. We start at the beginning. Oh my god. Wow, that is obscenely terrible. Okay, we're done. That's good. We ended the stream on extra trash. We got a little bit of an extra garbage game. I just wanted to do one extra spin. And now I regret it, because I played Last Action Hero for the SNES. Well, thank you, everybody. Gonna read some super chats now. Stop by tomorrow, probably, for another stream. We might do another wheel, or maybe just some more games or something. I don't know, but we've been going for like 5 or 6 hours now. And let me find a non-Persona soundtrack for the super chats. I'm still holding myself to the moratorium on Persona music. We're not allowed any more Persona music, at least for a little while. I have to give myself at least a week or something. At least 1 week. And then, you know what? After a week, I'll allow myself a mashup. That's the only... we gotta drip feed. Because I got addicted to the Persona music. I gotta, like, drip feed it back into my veins, you know. I'm taking a tolerance break, but we're gonna set up a little Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles music. That works. We got $2 from Tivy, 2VS. Have you seen Venture Brothers? Finally watching it. I haven't. No, I've not got around to it. $5 from Mysterious Senor Hilter. Is this motherfragger telling us that Sheev Palpatine groomed Anakin Skywalker? What the fuck? Oh, we're gonna have to go through all of the... Oh, man. We did Wheel for a little bit, and I forgot that we were watching that guy for, like, the majority of the stream. Oh boy, this is gonna be memories now. going through the super chat. That's why I like doing the super chats at the end, because it's like I get to go through. It's like I remember all of the horrible things that we encountered. $2 from Victor Martinez. What's so gay about this? Well, I mean Yakuza, probably. $2 from my lady class. My birthday is tomorrow. Well, happy advance birthday. $5 from Bimp Liskett. Playing with brats instead of Barbies determines your SAT scores. More news at 9 p.m. Well, brats, you know, Barbie used to be a perfectly based doll that would teach little girls to, you know, try to be pretty for a man. But now they've got some fucking Hollywood feminist writing the new movie for the agenda or whatever, so... I mean, you know, Barbie is sadly another casualty of the modern wokeism, sadly. Bratz, of course, is still based because they're all hideous and, you know, I don't know, Christianity. $5 from Mandel. This dude reminds me of people on 4chan who casually and unironically use slurs. Who knows? Maybe this guy's one of them. Well, listen, you know, 4chan, there's when you're in a location where people do casually use words like that for a long time, it starts to, you stop thinking about them in terms of, you know, whatever group they're meant to apply to, and you kind of just think about them as mean words that people don't like it if you say them. Which, I don't know. When you're leaving 4chan, you gotta come to terms with the fact that you're no longer allowed PewDiePie bridge moments, but... I will say, I mean, I can understand why people, you know, again, I was on 4chan for many years, and for the most part, when you saw somebody using a mean, nasty slur, you didn't really stop to wonder if that guy was, you know, really genuinely calling someone a racial slur because of a difference in opinion on Diddy Kong Racing or whatever. But now maybe things are different. $5 from Bimp Liskett. It's like Christian telling guys to get MLP dolls and girls to get Transformers to understand opposite genders better. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think, I still go back to that thing, because that was one of the first videos we watched in the stream. But I still go back to that thing on the MLP video where he was like, well, I don't know anything about the cartoons, but I do know a lot about the toys. And it's like, why do you know about the toys? It makes more sense for a guy to know about the cartoons than it does for you to know about the toys specifically, and not the cartoons. Like, that's weird. That's weird. The cartoons are more widespread than the toys. $5 from Sin, My Little Pony. Taxing is magic. Well... You know, our hard-working taxes really did go toward those billionaires or something, so it makes sense. $5 for Milady Class. You should react to John Doyle. He's kind of like this guy. I don't know who that is, but also that name's too generic. I wouldn't be able to find who that is, I feel. I can look him up, but that sounds too generic. $5 for Milady Class. Is this guy aware that bisexuals exist, or does he think that you have to either be gay or straight? No, he recognizes that, like, Kiryu is bisexual. He just thinks that bisexuality is, like, a sin, or, like, evil, or it's a sign that you're crazy or something. I don't know. $5 from Mech Warrior. Hey, man, I'll catch the VOD later, but thanks for the streams. They've helped a lot. Don't remember if I asked you, but what's your favorite Pokemon? I don't know, Scyther? One of those. The grass-type, bug-type, like, slicey guys that are just, like, slice bugs. I like those guys. Those guys are cool. I also like Voltorb because it's just the most jape Pokemon. It's just like, I don't know, whatever. It looks like a Pokeball. Fuck you. Shut up. That's pretty great. Let's see. $5 from Clara Kober. Guys that express the need for this hypermasculinity just scream insecurity and shows they never talk to real people in person, lol. Yeah, I mean, and you know, that guy that we started the stream with, he might have been a bit of a joke character, a bit of a not necessarily a legit person, but you know, there's definitely people who, I mean, we look at Andrew Tate or whatever, and I mean, he might not necessarily believe all his own bullshit, but he sure does live by it, and I feel like that's more important than anything. $5 from Joe Vinny the Hyena. Bet he also sees Masamune and Yukimura in Basara and thinks they're so gay for each other, despite the real-life versions have wives. Former had a hooker. Hooker? Is that like a hooker? I don't know if that's like to get around YouTube censors or if that's a word. But I don't know about Basara. That sounds vaguely familiar. But I know, I mean, Masamune, I think that's, yeah, those are like real life people. Kind of like, I don't know, assigning fanfic, you know, ship romance stuff to like Dynasty Warriors, you know. I don't know, these are real people from history. $5 from Glarn Budin. This man never heard of Don't Screw Where You Eat. Honestly, he seems like the type to argue in favor of nutting in a hamburger. Well, it's just, you know, the hamburger was asking for it. It was all meaty and sexy. $5 from Milady Class. How much do you want to bet this guy has a thing for lesbians? Well, probably. It seems like it. $5 from Keegan. Clown emoji. Thank you. I agree. $2 from My Lady Class. I wonder if he's a transvestigator, too. Well, it certainly seems like the same sort of mindset. $2 from Squid Jones. Arthur's magical bullets of mental health. You know, he, I don't know, the guy kind of invented the idea that guns were like even an element of that movie, and I really don't think anybody who's ever seen Joker has been like, yep, this proves it, guns are the answer, we should ban guns or something. Like, that was pretty clearly not the idea, and I mean, I don't think the opposite was the idea. I don't know, that's like not even the debate, that's not the theme, you know. $5 from Squid Jones. For 1 cup of coffee, you too can help a billionaire in Africa. Musk can't get to Mars without your help. How else will he shoot cars into space? Yeah, I do. That was my favorite part of the guy's whole channel, is the part where he just starts sucking the billionaire dick for some reason. And he's just like, well, but they're hardworking people whom, you know, and it's like, no, they mostly aren't. You know, let's be real here. I don't know what kind of good little useful idiots got, like, fed this lie and actually believed it. That, like, oh, but the billionaires are all just hardworking. No, they aren't. No, they aren't. They are not. There is an upper class of people who have money and, you know people who have money and give money to their kids. And then there's the fucking plebs. Then there's the rest of us. And if you're really being manipulated by a political party into thinking that, oh no, but billionaires are good people, like, yeah, I'm sorry, dude, you know, I apologize, but you are a useful idiot. You are what they are banking on. You are a pawn, and the people who have forced you to think this way are like, haha, yes, we now have a stupid person to go and spout our ridiculous opinions. So for that reason, we hope that a channel like that is a joke and not a serious person who really thinks that, but we know that there are people who do. $5 for Milady Class. This guy's so confusing. He hates gay people, but is okay with bisexuals. Maybe he is a troll, censored because YouTube. Well, I don't think he's okay with bisexuals. He claims that, like, you know, this is a sign, like, Arthur Fleck is bisexual, and that's why he killed people. You know, that's kind of... I think he was kind of alluding to that a little bit, so I don't know if he's really okay with bisexuals, but I mean, you know, if the guy is a real person, we have to assume that this is the most closeted dude in the world. I mean, more so even than Tate, for God's sakes. $10 from Mandel. Pretty sure Remarkable Republican is a genuine weirdo, but if y'all do want a troll that gets those little details Clock keeps pointing out, I would recommend the fanfic Hogwarts School of Prayers and Miracles. Well, I've never heard of that, but I think I'm good on reading a Harry Potter fanfic at this point in time. I did just, you know, I would have to do I will have to do the Harry Potter voice acting for the whole thing, and I don't really want to cause an international incident with the UK right now, so I'm gonna elect to not do that. Right, gonna not do it then. You know, if I had to do a full fanfic of that, that would just, I mean, we would have to go to war with the UK. They would take us to war. $5 from a lady class, unrelated, will you ever do an AI art stream or an AI art rant? Well, the problem with the AI art stream idea is that it takes like 5 minutes to generate a prompt on one of those sites. And also they fucking charge you money now, and it's like, just run an ad or ask for donations. I don't want to have to buy AI fucking Dolly 2 coins or whatever. That seems like a scam, but yeah, maybe, I don't know. I thought about trying to integrate AI art into like the 4chan video. Not this one, but earlier in the year, like last year in the summer when the AI stuff was really starting to take off, and I was seeing like Dolly 2 everywhere. I was kind of like, I would like to maybe do that for the, I think it was the Pinkie Pie Tulpa screen cap. I was gonna just do that as a video. And I was like, you know, I'll probably augment this with like AI art or whatever. But I don't know. That just seems kind of, I don't know. It just seems like distracting from the main point of a video, I guess. I don't know. You know, the AI art rant could be that fucking guy on the Reddit, the r/art or whatever, and he just like banned some dude's real art because he became the authority on what makes art, which is cool, because I mean, I thought art was subjective for the longest time, but I didn't know there was a Redditor who could just tell us what's art and what isn't, and what's allowed to be art or whatever. But, I mean, you know, that's happening now. There's like debates over AI art or whatever. $20 from Isabel Jensen. Thanks for the streams. This has been one of the worst physically painful weeks of my life, but your content has really helped distract me. Buy more weed. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry to hear that. I know you, you like broke your face or something during New Year's, right? That's very bad, and I shouldn't laugh, but that's pretty unfortunate. I'm sorry. Hopefully the streams have been distracting from that. I don't know, man. Be more careful. As my dad used to say whenever I would injure myself, well, don't do that next time. Like, not really helpful, but you know, I guess that's true. You probably shouldn't do that next time. $2 from Squid Jones. Are we sure he's not talking about Bane or Croc? Yeah, he seems to get this idea that the Joker is like a super powerful dude who's like gonna 1v1 Batman, and I don't know about that. $5 from Rocky Roads. Joker has fought Batman on rare occasions, but only after being cornered and ran out of party tricks, like on a carousel or a blimp. Yeah, or like at the end of Dark Knight, right? $2 from Squid Jones. Who's in Paris? Nishkas. Thank you. $5 from Lemon. I'm at work right now, Claus, so you just made my day 1,000 times better. I'm going to listen to the stream while I unload the dishwasher. Oh yeah, drain that lizard. I'm assuming that was a euphemism. Yeah, I gotta go unload the dishwasher real quick. I'll be right back. $2. $2 from Bimp Lisket. Nietzsche, my favorite Yakuza character. That's right, Nietzsche's in Paris. $30 from Piles. No message, but thanks. $3.10 from Exiled Postman. Do you think he's not gay? Not never. You know, I mean, I don't know. I think they might have stolen his penis, but I don't know about not gay, not never. $5.49 from Exiled Postman. While we're on the subject, are you going to play Backyard Wrestling? It's a video game made by and for juggalos. Well, that definitely sounds exciting, doesn't it? I mean, you know, I could be convinced to play it. I could go out of my way for it, maybe. We'll see. Oh boy, now I got the hiccups. Time to drink more booze. Hang on. That's gonna cure the hiccups. That's gonna cure the hiccups. $2 from Satan. It was me! I killed John Morrison! No. John Morrison killed Benoit. Oh no, Satan was... Yeah, John Morrison was a Satanist, and he killed Benoit. That's what happened, I think, or something. I don't know. $5 from Finn E. No message, but thanks. $5 from Alana Banana Canada. I don't want to learn... Oh, no, wait. This is so heckin' boring. That's right. Well, the video about, like, desalinating the ocean sure was, and that, you know, that... Once again, it's so boring that it makes you wonder how this guy could possibly be trolling with content that sucks that much. 283 from Exiled Postman. Don't let them steal your foreskin. They're coming for it. They're gonna steal it. They're gonna take my foreskin. Silent Hill 4 tried to warn us all about it, but they didn't listen. $5 from Alana Banana Canada. I don't want to learn. I want to be stupid. Well, don't worry. You know, you probably already are, forehead. 296 from Exiled Postman. What's this? A Republican who doesn't get science? Oh, don't say that. They can't all be that way. It's like most of them. $5 from Rolf Mutzelberg. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend climate change. Symptoms may include desalination, homosexuality, rump stamps, circumcision, and murder-suicide. Well, you know, that is what the left is trying to push on us, apparently, all of that. $5 from Yevanite 2021. I want to hear this guy's argument for why a secular atheist like myself would really love to have my little Jimmy sweater back. Yeah, well, no, I was watching this the other night with someone who was like, I would love to see this guy's argument against somebody who was like a conservative atheist. Like, yeah, that's, you know, that does kind of poke some holes in the whole thing. I guess the guy would do the thing where he's like, well, admit to yourself that you're secretly a liberal, because a conservative wouldn't be an atheist or something. Like, it would be that kind of thing. $2 from Finn E. Cheers, mate. Oh, cheers right back, mate. Yeah. $2 from Autistic Wolf. $2 for soap for the gross cheese for your dumb uncirc meat. Alright, so I saw you super chatted a few times, and every time it was like basically incomprehensible. So I'm gonna just say thanks, and you know, I don't know. $2 from Victor Martinez. You really do hate to see this. You know you do. And you hate to see $2 from Autistic Wolf. Most girls tell me they hate uncirced men. Oh well. Why do cheese ping men hate... Oh boy. Yeah, I'm just not gonna read some of these. Thanks. I appreciate it, but I'm just not... I'm good. $2 from Victor Martinez. This channel is a gold mine and a land mine. That's true. That is true. $5 from Milady Class. Can't you be both LGBT plus and a Christian at the same time? Or LGBT and part of any religion at the same... Well, no, obviously, because it's against God or something. Because God totally made a bunch of people on Earth, but then fucked up really hard and accidentally made people that he doesn't agree with. Or something. I don't know. Something Satan. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Want to peel... right, yeah, that's why we're not doing that. $10 from Exiled Postman. You work for me! My taxes pay for you! He says, as he deposits his social security check. Yeah, I mean, you know, the guy's doing a stream. The guy's a YouTuber. I mean, I'm a YouTuber too, but I don't know if our taxes are really paying for the cops over here. I think we're just kind of, you know, you could just settle down a little bit, dude. You're not, you know, I don't know who is it that like can legitimately say my taxes pay for your salary? Probably like the president or something, or like a senator. If you like, yeah, I guess my taxes do pay for your salary, you know, if you're, like, really rich. Like, yeah, maybe yours do, but probably not most of these people. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Why are auditors so incredibly punchable? Serious question. Well, you know, they're going out of their way to be dickheads and be, like, you know, aggravating people, causing trouble. That's the whole point, so, yeah. $2 from Victor Martinez. You know what? This explains his balding hair. I mean, you know, there's a lot of explanations for that. You don't need to just, you can just have bad genes. 5 pounds from Post-Apocalyptica. Cobes got arrested on 2022-12-23 for public intoxication, and now lies about cutting down on booze to placate his dad. That's what's up, tubes. Yeah, we saw about that last wheel stream a couple days ago. We saw that he got arrested. He was making some kind of comments about how he was gonna kill a bunch of people and possibly also himself, and yeah, I guess he got in trouble for that. And now he's claiming he's not drinking as much. I mean, I hope he can kick it a little bit, but it's also like, you know, I don't know, I can see why the guy drinks, you know. Can't be easy being a lolcow. Cannot be easy. And then we got another weird one that I'm not reading. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Canadian auditors interact with much hotter cop. That's true. If you are in Peterborough, you do get the cheesecake police. That's true. $5 from Jay Spike. Did you know Cobra got arrested for? Yeah, I'm aware. Being drunk and disorderly over Christmas. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how serious we have to take his threats of killing people or whatever, but I mean, geez, you do have a lot of people nowadays who are threatening that and then not getting arrested, and then they do it, and you know, it's like, that's a dangerous thing to do. Boy, Autistic Wolf, are you like drunk? $2 from Autistic Wolf. Dress for job you want, semicolon. Is Goth Cowboy really a career? I guess that's a super chat that makes sense, but it's like it's just written in a way. It's just written in a way, and this coupled with all the other ones tonight are like, are you drunk? Is something okay? Usually I can read your super chats, but it's like a safe fell in your head, bro. But yeah, no, I mean, he is dressing for the job he wants. He's a goth cowboy, but he's also a black magic wizard. He makes his wands, obviously, so, you know, he dresses in his Aussie shirt and everything. And I mean, I would say he's doing a service. $5 from Dunno. Sip every time the vid says crypto. Oh, good God, no. Sip every time fucking Kryptonathan, or whatever his name was, Cryptofer. Sip every time he looks like a complete bozo airhead without a soul. 241 from Exiled Postman. Does he crave crypto kitties? Well, I don't know, but the Pamper Chew sure is down there. $5 from Total Sugars. Always a joy to watch Crypto Land. Well, yeah, I'm amazed it took me this long to look at this. It has been almost a year since Crypto Land was a thing. Or maybe over a year. And Mev did make a document. And I don't know, I mean, it mostly just covered, like, I don't think Crypto Land's really all that relevant anymore, but it is still a funny video. It's a great time capsule, you know. $2 from Shaft Slammer. Cover the Luna crash. Endless Salt. Yeah, that is one of the ones, isn't it? That is one of the ones that was gonna go to the moon. There was Safe Moon. There was, like, Safer Moon, which I think was the Soulja Boy scam. There was, like, wasn't there a Mars one, too? They're all going to space or something. And it's like, just like the idea of going to space, you're probably not going to, and this is crazy and fantastical and just about as sane as an alien conspiracy. $5 from a lady class. This is random, but do you listen to King Crimson? Friend of mine is a huge fan of them. I mean, I do, on occasion. They're not one of my preferred prog bands. I know they're one of the more popular ones, but, I don't know. I've certainly heard stuff from them that I like. You know, I like the Red album. I like, the early stuff with, when the band was basically just Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. I like that era. But I don't know. I'm not super well versed, in their stuff. But they're pretty good. $10 from Tusky, for anyone wondering. Cryptoland is not only real, but if you look deeper into it, it gets so much worse. The Discord, the rules for being a Cryptoland NFT holder on social media. Oh yeah, mental maturity, smiley face, winky face, sorry. It's pure insanity, lol. Yeah, Cryptoland's a whole rabbit hole. I do feel a little bit regretful that I didn't cover it sooner, but I do feel like it's kind of... I don't know, it's not really relevant. If it becomes funny again in some way, if there's some new Cryptoland news, I'd be happy to look into it again as like a full stream. But that is pretty fun. I don't know. Let me see. $2 from a lady class. Are you gonna look at the doc Mev made about this? I don't know. I mean, it was a pretty good doc. It had a lot of good info, but I mean, a lot of it was kind of just, you know, the main chunk of it was that video. We would have watched that video, and that, you know, that would have been a lot of it. $2 from Victor Martinez. My way or Zimbabwe? That's right. That's right. That's right. I make the rules. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Why no Pamperchew JPEG for sudden pedo NFT content? Well, we've got the Pamperchew down there. I mean, he's craving. He down there and he craving. You know. We also have the Sangi, but I mean, I feel like Pamperchew is, you know, I feel like Pamperchew and Sangi would be friends if they knew each other. $5 from the Cat Warrior. Cryptoland totally isn't a cult, Winky Face. I mean, it does seem like a cult. It does seem like they're trying to, I mean, but it's also like a, I don't know, like a metaverse or something. Which always confuses me, the idea of a metaverse, because, I mean, you know, Facebook's thing is the metaverse, right? There's gonna be a metaverse stream. I'm not even gonna get into the rant right now too much, but just a little bit, because there is, like, a metaverse. There is the metaverse, and that's the Facebook one. But then there's also all of these other weird little scam metaverses that show up that are essentially just, like, I don't know, like, bottom feeding on the name metaverse, because meta is now a thing. And they're just like, oh, bro, yeah, we're a metaverse too! And it's just like a really shitty Second Life. And, I mean, there's also the metaverse from Ready Player One. Truly, Ernest Cline is responsible for all of this. I mean, Ernest Cline is without Ernest Cline, we might not have NFTs right now. If you think about it, I mean, we definitely wouldn't have Cryptoland. I'm gonna say that much. Oh man, you ever realize that there are just certain people that the world would be better if they never existed? You know, like, don't kill them now. I'm not saying any violence is warranted against Ernest Cline. I'm just saying if we could go back in time and like kill his like grandfather or something. Like, that would probably be overall a good thing for mankind. I'm sorry. If you like Ready Player One, you can leave. I don't want you here. But, like, you know, I'm sorry. I know that's harsh, but, like, man, the amount of things in society that would be better if not for Ready Player One. And just that whole mindset, really. That whole, like, look, I know what that thing is mindset. I mean, it permeates everything. We got the metaverse, you got Ready Player One. You also got the metaverse in Persona 5, which, I was explaining the plot of that game to someone, and I got to the part where I explained that there's a metaverse, and they just started laughing uncontrollably. For obvious reasons. I mean, I couldn't even blame them. And now every time I mention it in conversation, that same person just keeps laughing uncontrollably. It's like, yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Understandable, what these people have done to the concept of a metaverse. Yeah, again, like, Autistic Wolf, are you drunk or high? $2. So now you're also biased for Unitooth, unbelievable, ... I don't know what this is. I don't know what you're saying, dude. You're gonna have to take your medicine or something. I don't know what's going on. But, you know, you're sending, like, all these super chats that are, like... I'm reading the ones that I can read and aren't disgusting, you know? $5 from Trey Fisher. I'm buying a crypto miner right now, thanks to this inspiring video you showed me. Thank you, Deadwing. I'm leaving for the metaverse. Oh, bye. Don't come back. I'm happy to help. £2 from Porch Glider. No message, but thanks. $2 from Autistic Wolf. This Cryptoland video is autism incarnate. Thank you, Bear. Well, you know, you're welcome. And then we have $2 from Autistic Wolf. Imagine watching Start Wars. And then how embarrassing, open parentheses, no closed parentheses. This is great. These are great super chats, chat member. I'm appreciating these. Never stop. $2 for Milksteak. And the message says no message, but thank you. That's what the message says. Thank you. Appreciate it. You thought you could fucking get one up on me, but I'm too smart for you. To $5 from Jules Lacey. Love your content. Keeps me entertained for hours. Well, yeah, approximately, like almost, yeah, 6 hours or so now. Yeah, glad you enjoyed. 777 from Silly Palm. Snippings, Leute, Schmucks, a hideous Dorito dish, and more crap games, including crypto. Oy vey, good times. Off to spoil my shiksa now. Penis shalom. And then we have a crab emoji. Well, you know, go with God and whatnot, I guess. $5 from Tusky. Cryptoland was a real island that the people advertising it didn't even own, and you needed to wipe your socials of everything except Cryptoland. Is that what wipe meant? Is that what the funny haha toilet paper with the Wojak? It meant become a plant for us. Become, wow. Yeah, it's cool, bro. It's cool. Become part of Cryptoland, bro. You just have to eradicate your individuality and become a fucking, like, literally an unpaid shill. While we make fun of the concept of pyramid schemes. It's okay, bro. Just market our crypto island to 5 other friends that you have, and if each of them market it to 5 of their friends, then all of a sudden you have a crypto pyramid. Amazing. Incredible. Just incredible. $5 from Kate. What a coincidence, I was watching Lawnmower Man tonight. I mean, you know, Lawnmower Man was the first metaverse, really. $5 from Egg Johnson. Clawfather, it's a miracle! A girl asked me if I like slow dive! Slow dive is... what is that again? That sounds familiar. Isn't that shoegaze? Isn't that a shoegaze band? Hang on. Slow dive. Yeah, this is that band. Yeah. Yeah, this is the band. Yeah, this is the one with Souvlaki. Yeah, I know this album. This is one of those artists that falls into the category of I've never listened to them, but I remember this fucking album showing up every day on a thread on Mew. Like I couldn't name this album or this artist, but I sure recognize it when I see it. I sure could draw that album in MS Paint if I wanted to. $2 from Trey Fisher. Came back from the metaverse. Lost all my money. Frowny face. Aw. It really happened that quickly for you, bro. Damn. Well, game over. $5 for Mandel, and the message says no message, but thank you. We're getting super meta here. We're getting super meta. $1,000 from chat member. No message, but thank you, no message, thank you. Thank you everybody for stopping by the stream. We went a while today. We did a whole host of different garbage. We had a live dive into one guy. We had a bunch of assorted crap. We had a really bad SNES game. It's been fun. Thank you everybody. Another stream tomorrow, probably. No promises, maybe. Don't really have any specific thing, but you know what we do have? We do have. Hang on. Let me show you what we have. We do have the cringe list, ladies and gentlemen. We still have this entire list of crazy people to look at, and I mean, you know. Oh yeah, stretch it to screen. That's good. We still have an entire list of people. I need to mark off the people on this list who either aren't lolcows anymore or, like, you know, we've already covered to the point where they're not exciting. But there's a lot of people on here that I feel like, you know, I've never done a Pixie Terry stream. There's stuff on here. There's content for days. So maybe that'll be tomorrow. Maybe we'll do more games or something. I don't know. But yeah, thank you everybody for stopping by. Take it easy. Penis shalom and whatnot.
Hey, hey, hey. BitConnect.